Cash prize of £500 for first place, £250 for second, £100 for third across all divisions, puzzles for fourth and fifth. Pretty great prizes to be won, so I hope you all puzzle fast and win something to take home with you today. Thank you again to Ravensburger for providing those prizes. Before we get into the rules and things, just a couple of housekeeping bits. So in case your puzzle light's on fire because you're going so quickly, please safely exit through the front doors or the side doors. Toilets are both downstairs and upstairs at the back hallway here. Upstairs again to the back. We've also got food and drink available from the cabin, which is outside in the car park to the left. And then we've also got a pizza truck that will be doing pizzas and jacket potatoes with gluten-free, vegan, vegetarian options out in the car park as well. Cool. Upstairs, if you haven't found it yet, we've got the beautiful Ravensburger shop selling all the latest puzzles for you of all different sizes. We've got the UK JPA store selling a bit of merch, raffle tickets. And if anybody wants to do a team tomorrow that doesn't have a team yet, there is a board upstairs where you can kind of sign up and find a team, and you can register for that event at the raffle table as well. We are live streamed today, so make sure you send your friends at home the link. It will be on Instagram and Facebook for you to share with them. Oh yeah, photography. Photographers are present today and some press doing photos and videos. If you do not want to be photographed or videoed, you should have a red sticker available in the lobby stuck on your table, so they will not include you in that. Let's talk rules today. You will have 2 hours to complete the beautiful puzzle in front of you. The seals have been pre-cut, we hope. If yours isn't pre-cut, it's because we don't like you very much. No, I'm just kidding. They are all pre-cut. When you are close to being finished, a judge will come by your table, they will enter your score, and it will go onto the website as quickly as possible. For any 3 pieces that are connected or more, that will count as a complete part of your puzzle. Any missing piece will incur a 5-second penalty. If the time runs out and you haven't quite finished your puzzle yet, the judges will come around and count your remaining pieces. If you have quite a few pieces left, then just count those into stacks of 10, and that will just help the count process go faster. Once you are finished with your puzzle, if you could get your little selfie with it and then pack it up and leave the puzzling area and go enjoy all the rest of the features of the building today. Are we there? I'm nearly done. All right, the top 100 fastest puzzlers from Qualifier A and B will go into the final on Sunday. You can just check the website by scanning the QR code to find out where you've placed. If you're not sure, it will be clearly marked if you have made it into the final or not. Have I missed anything? Do you want to say anything?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much to the UK JPA for welcoming us once again to be part of the event. I can honestly tell you that our little Ravensburger team that have come along today have been looking forward to this day for a really long time, because you guys are just also really, really wonderful to meet and talk. And we love talking puzzles, obviously. We're really grateful to have our puzzle development team here, along with the artists, who we're excited to be introducing you to over the weekend. I hope you'll take the opportunity to say hello to the artists and ask them any of your questions. And don't forget to pop up to the shop. It would be really great if you could tag us at Ravensburger Global in any of your socials, and our social team would love to share that too. But most of all, just a really big thank you for coming along today and taking part. I'm really excited to see how you feel about the puzzles, because they are fabulous. Thank you once again, and the best of luck, everybody. Happy puzzling.
All right, so if you haven't seen him yet, we brought the voice of puzzling, Jim, all the way over from Boston to do some commentary for us on the live stream today. So just give a big wave, Jim. You might recognize the lovely lady sitting next to him, Karen Puzzles, also all the way from America. So thank you guys for coming to the event today. Now, without further ado, I reckon you guys are pretty excited to see who our first puzzle artist is. Sit down, we're not there yet. I know you're excited, but first I want to bring the beautiful Angela Holland to the stage, who is the artist of our first puzzle of the weekend. I know some of you guys love her artwork, so I'm sure you are thrilled to see her here. Thank you for coming, Angela.
Oh, it's a pleasure. I'm a little bit nervous. Are you? We can all be nervous together. This is really overwhelming and just lovely. Wow, what a beautiful people. Always just get so much encouragement as an artist from the Ravensburger people and puzzlers. So I'm really, really chuffed to be here. Thank you. Thank you. And, just like, I hope you enjoy doing the puzzle as much as I enjoyed drawing it. That's my biggest wish, so have a great time.
Stay here. You're going to do it 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for us. All right, Jace, are you ready with the countdown? Puzzlers, are you ready to puzzle? We've got a fancy clock on the screen. Soon. Jace, give me a sign. Are we counting from 10 or 5? 5. Brilliant.
Oh. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome to UK Nationals Jigsaw Puzzle Championships. This is solo qualifier A. I'm Jim Eakins and I am here with Karen Puzzles.
Hi everyone. I'm so excited to be here commentating this round. The puzzle, from what I can see in the image so far, like it looks really good.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get a close-up view of this. We're 26 seconds into this competition, and you can see the flip is already beginning. For a lot of these puzzlers, you're looking for a flip time that's around 3 minutes for some of the faster individuals, but then you can get closer to 5 minutes for people that are a little further behind the pack. But a lot of folks here, their goal is to just qualify to get into the finals, and that's a great goal for people.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can definitely see at least this woman who's right in front of us is at, what is this, table 138 is separating the edges as they're flipping.
Yeah, it looks like Claire's doing a great job getting going here. You can see that for this kind of puzzle where there's some blue sky or some blue water, sometimes that can blend in with the blue background, and that can kind of be a little bit of a snag for people on should I flip it or should I not flip it. But this is going to be really, really exciting. We have several people in this round that have done fantastic in previous UK National Championships on an individual level. They've gone on and done a wonderful job at the World Championships. So this is going to be really, really fascinating to see how people get on with this particular round.
Yeah, do we have a copy of the puzzle here for us to look at?
I don't think we have a copy of the puzzle just yet, but we will get one here in just a moment.
Oh, and there we are. Hi everyone.
Hey everybody, how's it going? We're excited to see you and be here with you. If you are in the YouTube chat, please say hi. Let us know what you're noticing in the room and what you're looking at.
Oh, okay, there it is. Oh my gosh, that's so fun.
So this
I'm so jealous.
Is called Camping Adventures by Angela Holland in Nottinghamshire. And this is a fantastic puzzle. I'm looking at this and I have a pretty good idea of how I might think of approaching this. Karen, what are you envisioning here?
Well, I think I would definitely pull sky and that bottom kind of river, because that's going to be a lot of pieces that just connect right to the edge. So I think edge first, then those two. And then really just the brightest colors. You can do that yellow tent. There's the orange on the car, the orange on the other tent, the boat. I guess the blue picnic blanket, although that's kind of a larger section.
Yeah, I think we might see some of the puzzlers that gear towards island building. we might see some folks go for like those wooden slats above that RV because that's a nice texture, a repeating pattern that sticks out that's relatively small cluster, or maybe even some of those rose bushes or the cherry blossom in the background there, because it's a small chunk of the pieces that are relatively distinct from everything else, and that can be a good anchor point to move out from there.
I could even see this line of the triangles, just doing that entire line,
Oh,
like
wow,
up
yeah.
over the camper and then back down,
Yeah.
and then you could fill in from there.
Especially if you break it down to we sometimes call it feature plus one, where if you look at that main feature and then you add in one function of the background, so you could do the triangles plus white, that breaks it down a little bit so you can do it in smaller chunks, which is really, really cool. We're coming up on the 3 minute and 30-second line here, and I can see close to the front here where we are, several of the competitors have finished their initial flip and they're starting to work on their border. And we'll try to get an update from that before too long here. But this is just a fantastic image. I love the artwork that Angela does, where it's this sort of borderline between pointillistic and cartoonish. I'm not sure if that's the right terminology.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one where maybe towards the end, after you get some of those bigger areas in place, you would have to look at the box a lot to get each of the people like perfectly in place.
Yeah, you can see here, this is table 3. That's Sarah Mills, a fantastic puzzler. It looks like
We can see some islands being built already without finishing the entire edge. So there's that. I don't even know what that teal is. I forget already from the puzzle.
I think that's a little bit of a tent, and I think she also pulled that wood line on top of the camper. Sarah Mills previously was 3rd place at the UK Nationals individuals last year, so we know she's a fantastic puzzler. And it's really fun to see this what I sometimes refer to as chaos puzzling, where you're working from inside of the pile itself rather than having a totally separate build field.
I mean, that just seems like magic to me.
Right?
I mean, to some people, like any speed puzzling is magic, but I like to keep it very organized. So if people can just kind of grab pieces and they go in, like that's very impressive.
You can see on the table next to Sarah here, that's Mari Black. She almost has the full border built. One of the things that's really cool is she starts with those edge pieces in the center of the build field and then delivers them outwards. So that way you can see all of those pieces and then just get one touch to where they're going to end up. And it's a really slick way to get that initial table set working. As we cross the 5 minute and 25-second line, she might be able to keep this around 6 minutes, which is on pace for a 35-minute completion.
Yeah, I mean, I think this puzzle is going to go fast. I don't think this is going to be a hard one, and I think a lot of people are going to be finishing.
Yeah, one of my dreams is to clear the room in every round, and we might have a shot here. I think some of those bigger trees might be a little tricky for folks. You can see Mari's down to the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces of the border. A full Ravensburger border is going to be 86 pieces for those of you playing at home, and she's going to be able to keep that just under that. But Sarah Mills is doing a fantastic job of getting that
look at that
skyline.
sky. Oh my gosh, it just like appears.
And you'll notice that she did go for that cherry blossom set of pieces. She had pulled those, sunk them together, and then attached them to that little bit of sky that she has remaining. She's doing a lot of this micro sorting as she goes through, which is really
Here we
cool
can
to
see Rachel for the first time. So Rachel also has the border pretty much done and is starting to pull a few other things into the middle there.
It looks like she's going for the remainder of the sky. I think that's the light blue. We know Rachel loves a gradient.
Yep.
And so she's going to be able to rush through that relatively quickly. Both Rachel and Sarah, UK residents, so they are going to be eligible for prizes. And that's a thing to point out, is that there are a lot of international competitors here at the event today, but they won't be eligible for prizes, but their ranking will still be recognized at the end wherever they show up.
Yep. All right.
Looks
I
like-
love this part where you're just looking through the pieces, making piles, and then once you have your piles ready to go, then you can just start getting them together really fast. So I think Rachel and I have kind of like a similar style of how we would do this puzzle.
Yeah, trying to attack the larger chunks all at once. Yeah, and there's the cherry blossom set, and then she moves on to the next feature.
Apparently that stands out, I guess, when you're looking at the pieces. I mean, sometimes it's totally different looking at the pieces versus what you imagine it would seem like looking at the box.
Yeah, how often do you run into that where you have a really set idea of what the approach is from the image, but then once you start seeing how the image
Mm-hmm.
sits on the individual cut,
Mm-hmm.
how often do you have to change your plan a little bit?
Literally all the time. So what I do, which I think is a bad habit, maybe you can tell me since you're like a puzzle coach, is I'll do a bunch of sorting and then start working on the thing I sorted previously.
Mhm.
So I'll like sort and but not work on it, sort something else, go back to the thing that I just sorted.
It's a game of if your brain is recognizing it, then it's the good time to work
Mhm.
on it.
Yeah, I mean, I figure as long as you're putting in pieces, you're making progress.
That's the goal. And one of the measures we use is pieces per minute.
Hmm.
And so you'll sometimes see that pop up as kind of a reference point. If you see a puzzler get about 14 pieces per minute in, they are on pace to get a 35-minute finish time,
Hmm.
which is really impressive. You can see over on the left-hand side, Sarah Mills here has that upper skyline and is now worked down into that wood paneling. And it looks like she's also pulled several of the white pieces to try to get that white camper built out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already a little overwhelmed seeing just how much green there is still in their piles. When you just look at the image, there's so much going on. But I guess when you look at the pieces, there is quite a bit that's on a green background. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes once they get these kind of smaller blue sections finished.
You can see Rachel just got that tent, that beige tent built out very quickly,
Hmm.
the same way Mari did just now. I think Mari might have a little bit of a lead because she has that log built in at this point. But Rachel has a really strong sort, and so she might be able to bounce around top to bottom a little bit more. Mari has some scattered pieces inside of her puzzle on the far left there. It looks like she pulled the white in order to do that camper, and she's going to be able to make quick work of that when she gets into it.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where there are so many distinct objects throughout that once you have the edge, you can make little islands, get them placed within the edge about where they're going to go. And then at some point, about halfway through, you switch from building islands to then filling in sections in between them. So we're not quite there yet, but we're getting there.
Yeah, we sometimes call that approximate placement, where you get relatively close,
Hmm.
and then once it's finally time, and your brain goes, ah, yes, this is the way, we're gonna sink it in.
I love how every concept that I think of, you have like a word for it.
Well, I think that's one of the cool things about the sport developing over time is that we start to get a better lexicon to learn from each other and develop tighter and tighter skills. We have a little bit of we're gonna shift things around a little bit here. Just
You all right?
because we have a special guest popping in at the table here. This is Angela Holland, the artist for this particular
I
piece.
know. Oh, wow. This is just, I'm blown away. I'm completely blown away. When I was talking up there, my knees were knocking. I was nervous, and it's the first time I've seen the image as well, in its puzzle
its file.
format. Yeah. So, how lovely. I can't believe I'm here. Pinch me.
I mean, we will if you need us to.
You might have to.
Like, congratulations on such a beautiful image. This is a great speed puzzle design.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were just talking about, how much we love it, breaking down all the different components. I love your illustration style.
Thank you. Thank you so much. When I was asked, I was really, again, this whole journey with Ravensburger has just been so supportive, so incredibly mind-blowing that, when I was asked to do this puzzle, I thought, I'm really going to put my all. I'm going to put all my love, of all the things I love and like, doing into this image. So that was, and I really wanted the palette as well
Yeah.
to be, spot on and happy and enjoyable and positive. So
So
yeah.
where did the inspiration for this one come from?
Well, I actually love caravan and camping, and just kind of imagined my perfect day. That's a
Mhm.
lot of when I'm drawing the puzzles and drawing the images and doing illustrations. It's all about what would be a really nice thing to do. How would I like to spend my time? So the idea of sort of wild swimming, camping, being with people, being with
Mhm.
friends,
Yeah.
so it was all of that.
Yeah. Do you draw like yourself or your friends or your family into it?
Sometimes, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I do. Normally, I kind of hide myself, so I'm in Flamingo Park in one
Oh,
of the
I
cubicles.
just did that one. I
Yeah,
loved it. Oh
yeah.
my gosh.
Thank you. So I'm in one of the cubicles
Mhm.
getting changed. So
Okay.
yeah, I do. I put my husband in, I put my kids in, and pets,
Mhm.
and you have to be a bit careful because not everybody wants to be immortalized in puzzle format. But yeah, that's all fun of it. It's
Mhm.
yeah. So
So if you were doing this, like, how do you think you would do? Where would you start? What do you think about what you're seeing?
well, when I was younger, I always used to try and grab the corners first and the edges. So that's always start like that. I think the first thing I would do would be the caravan.
Mhm.
So would you? Do you?
I think it's a good way to go about it. There's also a big distinction between when people are doing puzzling for speed and they're thinking about every optimization
Yeah.
round versus just for funsies. Do you tend to be more of a relaxed puzzler, or have you gotten
Oh,
into speed puzzling?
No, I would be more relaxed. And obviously as well, I'm going at it when I'm doing a puzzle, I'm going at it, from the point of view as an artist and what people like and what people need, or, so make sure there's not too much repetition. So it's,
Mhm.
so I have to think about all of those things. And not loads of blank spaces.
Mhm.
I'm a bit worried about the tree in the corner, but
You,
everybody seems to be tackling it fine.
I mean, we can see Rachel working on that now.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. Like, I feel like I would have sorted those, but maybe not started working on them yet.
Mm,
But I mean, she's doing great. So
yeah.
clearly she has her own strategy.
I like how as soon as you pointed out, she started sinking them in.
Yep.
Yeah.
There is a little bit of a background color that you can see once you've played with it a little bit, because you can see some of those darker branches in there. That's a really cool design where you have two things that are relatively similar, but just different enough that speed puzzlers can dig their claws into
Yeah.
after
Yeah.
they get a look at it.
And sometimes when you do like a harder part first, it kind of gives you momentum to then
Mm.
race into some easy ones and like really push forward.
I'm hoping that that's, like with certain elements of it that, that they'll go through the tricky bits and then just like really kind of like relax into the last bit. That's what happens when you're drawing a puzzle.
Hmm.
So you go through this really weird kind of it's not weird, it's just this initial, how's this going to be, how is this going to, am I going to realize how I sort of see this? And then you get to a part where you start really swimming and it's lovely, it's such a great feeling. Yeah, so
Well, if we're looking at this, you can see two very different tactics here between Rachel Chambers on the left side of the screen closest to us, where she started out getting those trees knocked out early, and Mari Black over on the right hand side, who hasn't gone for those trees and is doing a little bit of dead reckoning, where she's trying to place individual features about where they're going to go,
yeah.
and then she can zipper them up later. Eventually, both players are going to have to deal with the opposite ends of the problem. So it's a game of what is either the most straightforward for that player that they're going to try to attack early, and then what might be a little bit more difficult that they push off till later.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think for this puzzle specifically, like there's so many different colors, there's so many different elements that are easy to tell apart. I don't think either one is going to have that much of a problem with it.
No, I mean, when I was going for palette, obviously I didn't want the palette to be just really limited.
Mhm.
I wanted that to be, because I really love colour. I taste colour. I literally do. And so I wanted it to be like that, but at the same time, not confuse the puzzler, So, yeah, it's nice that people enjoy it as much as, rather than it being, confusing. So,
Well,
yeah.
I will say there's been several people in the chat that have been saying what a lovely puzzle.
Thank you.
Nadia Golaski. There's people from the US that put their alarms for like 4:30 in the morning so
Oh,
they could get up to watch this
good
because they were
morning.
excited to see the puzzle, and so
Oh, that's
it's really cool, and I'm glad you get to be a big part of this.
yeah, I'm absolutely blown away. Thank you. The puzzling, community are the nicest people. I'm just, yeah, just such great people.
I mean, I'm a little starstruck right now because
yeah?
I mean, I didn't connect all of the different illustrations that you had done, but like this style is my favorite style to
Thank
puzzle.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was telling, we're sort of like all gathered up last night, and how did you kind of like get into it? And And one of my first things that I did was drawing big, big, huge piece of paper, people doing things. I can't believe I'm here now. This is like a really pivotal moment for me. I'm, yeah.
Well,
Thank you.
we're excited for you. You can see on screen now on the far right, that's Ruby Lavender. Last year came in 6th place overall in the individual, and you can see why. She has that full border built out. She has a couple of those features worked in, and she's working on the rest of that camper.
Brilliant.
Steve Rain here in the middle has that full border. He's trying to make several islands, and then hopefully we'll be able to fill the gaps in between those very rapidly. Steve Rain last year was in the top 60 at UK Nationals, and you can see that everybody has just improved so much from last year to this year. And then on the far left, that's Sarah Mills again, making progress in that chaos field of puzzling. It really does look like magic when folks can do it that way.
Yeah.
But she has a lot of that bottom with that lighter blue green already worked out, and that big chunk of camper over on the right hand side that's going to come together very quickly.
Yeah, and the puzzle isn't super tall, so once she gets that bottom section connected, it's going to be way less to fill in than it
Yeah.
seems like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think whenever you're chaos puzzling, giving yourself space to make adjustments is really important.
Mhm.
It's so easy for puzzlers to we sometimes call it blocking the box, where you close an area off and then you don't have room to maneuver the pieces that you've left in there.
Of
And
course.
you get all of these extra touches that start eating away at your time.
See, but the thing that I'd be worried about is that you're looking for like a piece to go in, but it actually connects to a section you've already done and you don't realize.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's where you start playing the game of trade-offs, right?
Yep.
Like at what point do you start looking for larger joins versus the individual connector pieces? You can see over on the right-hand side, Ruby is doing a little bit more of individual feature building right now. And then as she builds a chunk, she goes back and she does a little adjustment to see, is there a join that exists between these larger chunks? Sometimes those micro adjustments can cost a little bit of time, but if those checks allow you to see where a bigger connection happens, it saves you time down the line.
Yeah, we're just coming up on 20 minutes now, but I feel like the second half of a puzzle can typically go a lot faster once you have fewer pieces left.
Of course, this is my first speed puzzling debut. This is
Oh, yeah?
my debut, so I kind of don't know what to expect, but
Yeah, did you have a time in mind of what you thought people might do?
I've been asked that, and I don't. So I'm like new to it. You tell me.
I'll tell you what, we can all take turns doing a quick guess. If you're in the chat, I saw a couple people make a few guesses. I think one person put low 30s. I'm gonna go out on a limb and I'm gonna say that this is gonna be around 36. And I'm hoping that I'm wrong and people beat me up. But
Mhm.
I'm gonna say 36 is a reasonable estimate.
I think that sounds about right.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
All right. Team 36.
Just copying you too. But no, I'm happy with that.
And I think for me, if I was doing it, it'd be more like 46.
Oh,
Well, Angela, tell me, about how long does it take you to create an image like this?
so gosh, it really does depend. A bit like actually sort of putting the puzzle together. That's exactly what it's like drawing it. I'll start off with an idea. I'm not a big sketcher, and that's I'm it's a very organic process for me. I'll start off with my palette, so I put the colors out and play around with that, and the ideas are in my head. And it can go from anything to few weeks to a couple of months. I did Bridgerton, that took a couple of months to do. I tend to do the elements and the characters on a separate. I work on Photoshop, but I also work with painted textures myself, so it's got a painted feel, so it's not just flat, just digital. That's just the way I work. That's what I like to do. So the whole process from start to finish, and then I live and breathe it. I get to a point where I'm just enjoying myself so much. I will work at night time. My husband's a jigsaw widower.
Well, how does it feel putting weeks to months into an image and then seeing these puzzlers knock it out in probably less than an hour?
So it's just amazing. I can't believe I'm here, and it's great. And it's just lovely to see people enjoying your artwork. I'm blown away.
There's
I really
there's
am.
I hope you watch this back later. There's a lot of people in the chat saying, "Oh gosh, like we love this kind of puzzle," and they're just really excited about it.
And
There's people. I want to point out Aaron over here on the left, one of the puzzle guzzlers. He's doing a fantastic job here as we cross the 23-minute line. Again, you can see he has most of the border built out. One of the things that I love about his style is that he doesn't get bogged down and staying in one place if it's not working. So the border isn't completely built, but he didn't eat a lot of time trying to find one or two pieces. Because if you're thinking that you're trying to hit maybe about 10 pieces per minute, that's only 6 seconds before you want to get the next one in.
Yeah,
So if it's not working
absolutely.
right away, you move on.
And I will say, just going back to what we were saying before, even though right now we're doing it in, under an hour, I know for me and for a lot of people, we do go home and do them slowly and like, do them
Just,
again and really
yeah, with the
enjoy
music,
them.
that would be my way of puzzling. I put music on, I get the
Mhm.
incense or the, candle burning, especially at Christmas.
I mean, I loved like speed running one and
Yeah,
then be
yeah,
like, what did I even just do? And going home and actually looking at it.
yeah. How nerve-wracking is it when you're doing it? When
Oh
you're in
my
a,
gosh.
is it?
Yeah.
Because I'm nervous
Hmm.
myself, but at the same
It's
time,
so much
there's an energy.
adrenaline.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
you can see on screen now on the far left, that's Ben Pennington. He's a fantastic puzzler. You can see that getting out of those trees and into the center is where the bread and butter for a lot of these speed puzzlers is being made. And Ben's doing a great job here. You can see he's sorted out several of those campers and the tents and some of those light blues, and he's working his way up through that, and then he's going to be able to zipper in those things he sorted very, very quickly. Magdalene Grun's in the middle here. You can see she is doing fantastic. She's probably
Yeah.
2/3 the way done. I want to say there's maybe about 200 pieces left as a rough estimate. She's doing
I
amazing.
love how everything is connected with her. Like she's working
Yeah.
very methodically.
She's in the puzzle. She's part of the puzzle, isn't she?
She's,
That's great.
she's breathing the
Yeah,
puzzle
we're
dust. She's
breathing-
letting
yeah,
it become part
yeah.
of her.
But that's, when you're drawing it, that's what you want people. I just want people to lose themselves in the image and be a part of it and kind of recognize things in it that they like to do or,
Yeah.
yeah.
And on the far right here, you can see Chris Hawkins, and he is liking to take a piece, hunt down where it's going to go, and then sink it right
Oh, yeah,
away.
yeah.
And this is sometimes a thing where we see puzzlers go through and they'll find a group of pieces with one hand and then they'll sink it off. So he's taking his left hand to pick them up, and then is he also placing it with his left hand? Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. I love seeing left-handed puzzlers
Yeah.
do their thing. It's so exciting. But it looks like he picked up a group of blue and he's bouncing back and forth from that bottom line and the top sky. So that way he's trying to keep the economy of movement going. But look at how quickly Magdalene, she's finishing in that
That's-
bottom line so rapidly in
Yeah.
just the few seconds we were looking elsewhere. This is some amazing puzzling that we're seeing.
I'm
by
surprised I
today.
haven't seen anyone doing the picnic blanket yet. Maybe it's a little busy. Maybe it's hard to really spot.
There's a lot of elements in it, isn't there?
Mhm.
Like I did food and, glasses and cups and, all the things like you would have. And then kind of, you got your friends there and you're having a picnic and you're all enjoying yourself. And just, it's that chaos.
You're gonna
that
make us
friendly
hungry.
I know. Oh,
Well, I'm
God.
sure there's going to be a puzzler soon enough here that's going to start chewing through that blanket.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
that background is going to start sticking out pretty well once those lighter teals start coming out of the pile. Different colors reveal themselves within there that become easier to grab onto. You can see Magdalene there. She's starting to get some of the individual people. I think there's some purple and pink that's coming in.
Yeah.
There's also some folks in the chat that are cheering for Desiree for world champion. And there's folks really appreciating the split screen. And I want to give a quick shout out to Jason and the rest of the crew who have been doing a fantastic job
Brilliant.
setting all this up. They're wonderful human beings, and I hope everybody cheers them on. But this is just really, really impressive to see how people are going about this. Magdalene, getting those last little bits of green down on that side. I wonder if on the pieces there's a little bit of distinction in the color, or if there's a texture that she can distinguish that makes that a little bit easier.
That's what I try and do. I try and get that so it's not just a sort of, so, I love texture and I love putting that into the puzzles. And so you've got elements that you can then you've got a little hook that you can cling on to. So, yeah.
I almost wonder if any pieces that are solid green without anything else going on might be easy to find and put in because so much of it has a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah. I mean, if there's too much solid colour,
Mhm.
my agent Hugh normally says to me, "Too much solid colour. Anything you can do? Can you stick something in here?" And I was like, "Yeah, absolutely." He's my second pair of eyes, so she's great.
There's sometimes the 4 F's of puzzling, which is fur, feathers. I believe it's I always forget the third
Fauna?
one. Fauna, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Flowers.
Flowers,
Yeah,
okay.
fur,
Flowers.
feather, flowers, and then flat, where it's just
Oh,
flat color all the way across.
okay, but I love
Um,
that.
right.
Yeah.
Because you use a lot of shape
I
work.
understand that. I really
Yeah,
get that.
I do want to point out Jonathan Nash here on the left-hand side is doing a fantastic job. He was 14th last year at the UK Nationals, and
Oh
he's doing a
yeah,
great
look at
job.
that.
He's almost at the point where because so many islands have been built, he's going to be able to use a lot of shape work to close out those trickier green sections that might be harder to distinguish.
Mhm.
And over on the right, we can't quite see how many pieces are hidden behind Mari's block, but I want to say she's probably down to about the last 75, maybe 80, maybe 100 or so. But that is the trickier tree and grass section. But this is going to be really, really exciting coming into the end. Again, a lot of these puzzlers, their main goal is to do their best and make it into the finals. Make that transition into the next round. We have 164 competitors right now. If I remember correctly, it's going to be 82 that end up going into the next round.
I love
Oh,
the concentration on people's face, but they also look like they're
Sorry.
really enjoying
yeah.
it, which is great.
I mean, it's kind of a luxury to be able to just sit and do a puzzle straight through with no
And
distractions.
absolutely.
On screen now, we have Trin Engholm on the far left-hand side. You can see she's done a great job getting that top lined out, working her way down, and is now getting that camper built in, just like you were saying earlier, Angela. Emma Brooksbank in the middle has the full border built out. That camper, she has the upper left-hand line of tents and probably that wood line going in. I think she has maybe about 250 pieces left as we're getting ready to cross the 30-minute line. And on the far right, Andrea Engholm, it looks like she has a bigger gap here than there really is, but as soon as she gets those couple of joins, that's going to tighten up really, really quickly. And she's doing a fantastic job here.
Yeah, it's interesting that we see two people on screen right now who didn't do that side edge, who are just just picked elements and are working out from them.
Do you go in for edges and
Oh,
corners?
I always try to do the
Same.
edge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of there's some puzzlers that absolutely refuse to do the border. They have
Really?
they're allergic to it,
Yeah,
almost, where they just ignore it outright.
Oh, I just wanted to point out we're passing 30 minutes. So, within the next 10 minutes, I think we're definitely going to see someone finish.
Yeah, I do not envy the timekeepers and the judges' jobs today, because there's going to be just a veritable avalanche of finishers before too long, and they're going to be running around like crazy. We do have a lot of folks cheering in the chat for Vicky or Catherine Gibson. Keep in mind people are going to watch this back later, so cheer on the people that cheer on the people that you don't know, because they all want to know that their support as they do this Herculean task of finishing a 500-piece puzzle in under 2 hours. That is
It's
wildly
just
impressive.
amazing, isn't it? I think that's what I love about the puzzling community, though. They're so encouraging. As an artist starting out in this, the encouragement just it drew me along. I swear I wouldn't be here without all the, puzzling community is so inclusive, so kind, So yeah, cheer everybody on. That's what we've got to do.
Well, Angela, I know you need to go get ready for your signing, because
Yes.
there's you're going to be doing that, and people are going to be lining up. But you can't see it here, but there's a balcony full of
Oh,
puzzlers
brilliant,
all
yeah.
hanging out, getting ready to meet
Oh,
you.
listen,
Um,
thanks very much for letting me hang out with you. It's just been lovely.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much
it
for
has
being
been
here.
amazing to
Yeah,
meet you.
yeah, you too, you too.
Thank
So,
you so much, and we will talk to you after bed.
yeah, thank you. Take care. Have a good one.
Thanks. That was Angela Holland, artist of this beautiful puzzle, and we
Oh
can
my
see
gosh.
people just
I feel like I
going
just
down
talked
on
to a
it.
celebrity. I love her art style so much.
It really is beautiful, and I hope after this you get to go, get your
Mhm.
puzzle signed for it. I know everybody gets really excited. I think next to Trine, on the far left, that puzzler just above, that's Zoe. She is doing a fantastic job here. She is also at that point where it's just those greens remaining.
Oh, wow, look at that. I mean, it looks like just a forest in there now.
Yeah,
It's a little overwhelming to look at.
it's probably about 100. I want to say about 150 pieces of that green that's remaining.
Mhm.
And this is where being able to make the distinction between texture and background is going to become really
Mhm.
important for
Oh,
these
look at
puzzlers.
that. Look at
Yeah,
Rachel.
on the
Just down into the bottom section. So she did the
Mhm.
picnic blanket. And so did Sarah. We can see it in there.
Yep. I think on the left-hand side, that's Rachel Chambers, number two, second place from last year, and Sarah Mills over on the right, third place from UK Nationals. They're going piece for piece right now, and this is really exciting. I think they both have maybe about 45, 50 pieces remaining, so we could be seeing a finish under the 35-minute line if they're rapid here. I think Rachel has a little bit of an advantage because that bottom row is going to be very shape work. You can see her hands are moving faster and faster. That physicality is picking up at this point.
And this is the point where like the adrenaline is, I think, surging the most. It's like the start and then the very end, especially since no one else is finished. You know you're getting close, but you have no idea if anyone else is just about to finish.
Oh yeah, and those nerves start kicking in. You can see there's a little bit of shakes. There's can be a little bit of misplacement, but Rachel is so accurate on what she decides to pick up that it just sinks right in after
Mhm.
the fact. There's a lot of puzzlers that kind of randomly pick up a group of pieces and then they try to deal them out after the fact. Rachel's really good at noticing what she wants as she's in the pile and then sinking it in. I
Mhm.
really like what Sarah Mills has done here, where she's put all those pieces underneath of the puzzle so that way she can just reach down and right back up. There's not this left to right head swinging that she's going to have to do, and she's being really accurate. Look, you can see that she's working her way from the top down, using a little bit of that background in order to fill things in, but they're going piece for piece right now. Who is going to come out in this preliminary round A of the UK National Solo Division?
And I just want to point out, she's not on screen right now, but we can see her here in person, that Mari is also right up at the end. So I mean, the three of them, this is going to be a really tight finish.
Absolutely, and you can see there's a little.
Oh,
there's a
okay,
little
we
bit of
just
ground.
passed 35, so our prediction might be coming true.
It's gonna be pretty close
We
here.
predicted 36. It looks like we might be exactly right.
So Rachel has about 25, if not 30 pieces remaining. I think Sarah Mills is right next to her. You can see Rachel has a little bit of a higher physicality. Sarah Mills so accurate with the placement, and once she gets a beat on something, Sarah
Mhm.
Mills just launches 3, 4 pieces in one go. Rachel moving very, very quickly, starting to do that rotation in her hand as she picks up the piece. You can see she rotates it with her right and then sinks it in. One of the things you always want to see for puzzlers is, are they moving on from errors rather than kind of getting stuck and going, I tried it, what do I do next? They are doing so excellent. Rachel's at the point of zero ambiguity. Any piece she picks up right now can go in. There's just pure shape work at this point. Sarah Mills has two little gaps off to the side, but I think she's right there. They're going piece for piece. I think
Oh my
Sarah
gosh.
Mills is
I
pulling
think
out ahead.
Sarah might be
She has
ahead.
about 7 pieces remaining. Rachel reaching from the right-hand side over across the rest of the puzzle. Sarah Mills just picked a group of pieces into her left hand to deliver them
Here
right
we
where they're
go.
going to go.
Okay,
She's down
what,
to the last
that's
7
less
pieces.
than like 10 pieces
This
left.
is going to
Oh
come
my
down
god,
to
oh my
a finish.
god.
Rachel does a big swipe down
Okay, but
underneath, so that
Rachel
way
has
she can
all
get
of them
on
next to
there.
each other.
Yes.
She could just do a line.
It's just
line
going
of-
to be in a right line. Sarah Mills is coming down the last 2
Oh,
pieces. I think
here
she's
we
going
go,
to be
here
able
we
to pull
go.
off
This
this little
is it.
split. Can she get it in? I think she's going to be
This
able
is
to
it.
pull this off. And,
Oh, wait, where are
there's
those
two
two
more,
in the
there's two
middle?
more. There's 2 more. I think they were sitting on top of the puzzle. There it is. Sarah Mills claims it at 36-31, and Rachel Chambers just behind.
Wow, that was so close.
Congratulations.
That
both
was
puzzlers.
amazing.
That was phenomenal.
Anything in the 30s for a first look solve is incredible.
And Mari Black is coming into the close here as well. She has maybe about 15 pieces of that tree remaining, rotating them around. Well, and whenever you have finishes that are that close, that can sometimes come down to just an unlucky flip at the very start, where you have a few more pieces that are face down than the next person.
Or, you made one mistake and tried a piece for a little too long.
Yeah. Those little micro advantages add up, and this is really thrilling. A great start to the UK Nationals here. We can see that on the far left, Trine Engholm is doing a solid job trying to get those teal edge pieces worked out. On the far right, Andrea Engholm coming into that last spurt down to the bottom. For Hannah Bollen in the chat saying that was nerve-wracking. I agree wholeheartedly, and it still is because we have the top 10 remaining, and I'm going to remind folks the top 100 from this round are going to move on to the finals. So everybody needs to keep pushing as much as they can.
And here's Mari finishing up that tree. Again, I think this is where I would have finished it too, and you can see that it's kind of a tricky section.
Yeah,
it's a lot of pieces that all look very similar.
Yep. Can see those last couple of pieces going in just around the corner. There it is. Congratulations.
I mean, 38, that's an amazing time.
It's a phenomenal time. Being able to get a puzzle done under an hour is ridiculously fast. Going under the 40-minute line is really, really something. So these puzzlers are doing a great job. You can see on the far left, that's Anna Menges. She is almost at the point of zero ambiguity. I can't quite see if that upper left-hand tree is closed out, but on the right, Magdalene coming into the end, I think that's maybe about 7 pieces remaining. You can see she's rotating them in her right hand. She picks it up with her left, tosses it to the right to sink it in. Now she's using just her right hand. She's down to the last 3 pieces. Is she going to be able to keep this under the 39-minute line? I think she's going to be able to. She rotates it back in.
Yep.
There it is.
Oh,
wait,
she's missing 2 pieces. 2 pieces.
Oh, there's 2 pieces down. Is she going to call it? Is she going to call it, or is she find it?
No, she found
gets
them.
It in and under the 39-minute line. Great finish. Oh, I always get so nervous whenever there's a missing piece like that. And
so we can see on screen right now that those top 2 were 9 seconds apart.
So crazy. Yeah, that's a difference of, a few extra pieces face down, maybe a swipe here, or even just a slight adjustment. On screen now, you can see Aaron Madeley from the Puzzle Guzzle on the far left. He's at that point where he's trying to join through the middle so that way he can start using more of the shape work. Katie Copeland in the middle screen is down to just those greens. We're going to see if she's going to start doing a little bit of pick and place to siphon off some more of those purple pieces. And on the far right, Jonathan Nash coming into the end here. I think he's going to be able to keep this under the 45-minute line, but those trees in the upper right left-hand corner have been giving all these puzzlers a little bit of trouble.
Mm-hmm. I know. I feel like it might almost be an advantage if you just knock them out early, and then at the very end, when you're trying to rush through the last few, maybe the pieces might be a little easier, and you're not leaving the absolutely hardest part until last. Although I can't say for sure that that's the hardest part. We'll have to wait to talk to someone who's actually done it.
Well, and we saw Rachel Chambers do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
She started off in that section that many people would think is a little more difficult. And that's a whole meta strategy of where do you start on the puzzle?
Mm-hmm.
Stuff that's straightforward or stuff that's a little trickier.
Or do you go back and forth to keep your momentum up?
Absolutely. You can see Katie Copeland bouncing from the pile into where it's going to go. You can also see that she's checking the image pretty consistently. She picks up a piece, looks at the box to sync where it's going to go, and then it goes in. I want to point out some of these puzzlers are right by where the commentary table is. So when we're talking about them, they can sometimes hear us. But Katie is doing a fantastic job right now. You can see that she's almost at that point of zero ambiguity where she can use just the shape work. Far left, Aaron made a big join there, and we can see that he only has 2 pieces to get the rest of that edge in, and then he's going to be able to use a lot of shape work to close that out.
And it's interesting that, at least so far, we really haven't seen any shape sorting. I think there's enough on the pieces that nobody's really had to resort to that, even with these last handful of mostly green pieces.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right there. I know that there is some puzzling wisdom to if you think you need to shape sort, it's time to shape sort.
Yep.
But it's also the case that if you can see distinction, keep working the distinction as best you can. Jonathan Nash just finished out the green everywhere else except for that tree section, and he's going to move on to that. Ruby Lavender on screen now on the far right.
And we have a question from the chat. Jim, do you want to read it?
Jim and Karen, if you were doing this as a pairs puzzle, how would you divide and conquer, do you think?
That's a great question.
I mean, I would just let you do the puzzle and then sit back and enjoy all the accolades. I think that's how I would go about it.
I mean, I think you just have to look at the image and claim what you want. because there's enough different stuff to pull that, you know, you would just be doing them simultaneously. One person does the yellow tent, one person does the teal camper, one person does the sky. I mean, that's not 3 people. That's 2 people doing all those things.
Well, but bouncing from project to project, and that's kind of the advantage with pairs, is that you can trade off who is going to work on things that might be a little more difficult for you. You can see that Anna is getting ready to come into the close there as well. There's some more
I mean,
cheers
I think this would
Desiree.
also be a great pairs puzzle. I'd love to see a pairs strategy on it.
Oh yeah. On the far right, that's Katarina Coops is coming in on the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe about 11 pieces or so of that tree. She could see the end in sight, and this is where we sometimes see puzzlers use what I call a brute force algorithm.
Yep.
Where you pick up a piece and you try it over and over and over again in multiple spots. You're not physically jamming it in; you're just testing it until it sinks.
Or you just try every potential piece in one certain spot until you find it, and then you move on to the next one.
Yeah. Yeah, when all else fails, that is an option. And you can see Coops is coming into the end, is down to the last 3 pieces. Is she going to keep it under the 43,
here we
33?
Here we go.
Oh, we have a piece down. There's a piece down. Are we going to see the...
Doesn't look like she... Oh, there it is.
There it is. Fantastic.
Yeah, so we're at 43. I mean, we're well under 45 minutes, which is so fast for a puzzle that you've never seen before for a brand new image. And how many finishers about do you think we've had so far?
I'm trying to double check that. I'm not entirely sure. I think we might have our top 10 locked up at this point, but the chart hasn't loaded for me just yet.
And so these puzzlers have 2 hours to do this puzzle, so we're not even halfway through.
Right.
So I think we're just going to continue seeing finish after finish after finish.
Yeah, the judges are starting to run around a little bit. There's a fun system that they're using this time where the judges are able to stop the timer for a specific table using an app on their phone.
Oh.
And so it'll
Very
update
cool.
electronically, and then they're going to back it up
Oh.
by writing it down on paper. So there's sort of like an electronic version, and then there's a written down version that we can double check later as a safety.
Oh, I love all these innovations.
It's really cool. The more serious speed puzzling gets, the more serious the technology gets with it, which is really cool. You can see on the far right, Zoe Engels is coming into the end. She has, Zoe has the last 13 pieces or so of that tree line. Katie Copeland is down to the last 4 or so.
Oh,
She's
here
gonna
we
be able to
go.
close
We're going to
that
see
out.
another finish right
Is she
now.
gonna- is she going to keep it under the 45-10 line? Oh,
Well, you
just
said
slightly.
that right as it was
Oh.
45-10.
Well, and there's that chunk of tree in the upper right. We couldn't see it on the camera, but Katie's doing a fantastic job. Ruby Lavender coming into the end here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces. You can see that now there's just shape work, and so any piece she picks up is going to sink in
Yep.
right away, down to the last
Yeah, a
2.
lot of people are finishing with these same pieces right here in the corner.
There it is. Congratulations.
Very
Ruby.
nice.
Amazing job. Over on the far left, that's Deborah Daly closing in on those greens. Deborah was doing a really slick job getting that border done earlier on. And I don't think Deborah competed in the UK Nationals this year. This might be their first showing at the event, which is really, really cool. We're going to shift around here for just a second because we have somebody that we're going to have a quick chat with. Just throw on the headphones there. Hello there.
Hi there.
And congratulations on your puzzling. Would you mind, for the folks that are watching?
My name's Sarah Mills.
And you did an amazing job. We just had 2 finishers, Katie Copeland and Zoe. They were neck and neck to each other. We'll check the results here in a little bit. That was amazing. Sarah, how does it feel to put up such a fantastic time in this prelim at the UK Nationals?
I was really pleased with the time. It was a good puzzle. A quick time.
Did you have any sense that there were 2 of you guys right at the top?
No, I don't take any notice of what's going on.
So how did it feel like at the end as you were getting those last few pieces in?
I always get a bit stressed and then I start dropping pieces. Oh, it will go in. But yeah, it's hard because you don't know where anyone else is and if they're just going to put me to the post or anything.
So do you want to like walk us through your strategy and what you thought when you saw it?
My mind goes blank when I first open it up.
Oh yeah.
It always does. It's like start turning pieces and see what actually starts to stand out. Is why I tend to work in blocks. I'll just pick out bits that I think, oh, there'll be a small section that will go together. And then I can start looking at the picture and thinking, okay, I can do this.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying that on the live stream. What you were doing looks like magic. It's because it's like, how do you
Chaos is what it
find
is.
these pieces?
I always look at colours. That's all I'm looking at. The colours and the patterns going, oh, this looks like a nice section.
Well, I mean, that works perfectly for this one with lots of
Yes.
little distinct sections.
Yes. No, for this one, it was.
So were you like glad when you pulled it out? Did you think that you'd be able to do it fast?
Not when I first started turning the pieces because I just saw lots of green. And oh, what am I going to pick out? But then you start to see sections that you can do.
So what do you think you're hoping for the final?
Oh yeah, no, I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing what it's going to be.
Yeah. I mean, like, what would be your ideal puzzle? Just describe like your perfect puzzle.
Something like this.
Yeah.
Colourful, and not too busy.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this one maybe it looks like in the middle it gets a little busy.
Yeah.
How did you feel about that?
Yeah, that was a bit. There's you have to start to concentrate a bit more on what's actually going on. But
And which part did you think was hardest?
I think the blanket in the middle, the picnic blanket in the middle
Really?
for me.
Okay.
Because there's so many little bits and lots going on there. That was the trickiest part.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the image, I kind of pointed that out, and I was like, maybe you could pull those, but did those pieces just kind of blend in?
I pulled them out, but I just spent a lot of time trying to put it together.
Oh, okay.
They weren't just naturally going in. But at least it's not, fur. So it's not.
When you're approaching these kinds of puzzlers, these kinds of puzzles, how much thought do you put into looking at, is this the background of the piece or is this the foreground, or do you just go, this is the color that all goes together, make it happen?
Yeah, it's mostly
Okay.
just this is the color. I could, I picked out like the turquoisey green bits to start with, but they're obviously in several places. So I kind of put them to one side and did something else until I could start to work out where they went.
It's really fun watching your style of puzzling. I know a lot of people that are watching from home or will watch this later are going to be asking questions like, how does one do that if they're uncertain? Do you ever get concerned about space management or like how much room you're using?
Yes, I did have a problem once. I went to the Worlds in 2019. And I ended up with all the pieces in the middle. I had a piece at the top, a piece at the bottom, and just
Oh, wow.
all the pieces stuck in the middle. So yeah, it is a problem.
Is it how is it stressful whenever that happens, or is that sort of a
I've
rarity?
learned to keep me to the side.
Yeah, I mean, since 2019, I'm sure you've practiced it like
Yeah.
within the space
I
constraints.
don't do that anymore.
So when you're practicing at home, I mean, do you like set up a table very similar to this, or how do you prepare?
I've got a puzzle board, so I generally use that because it's slightly smaller than this. So if I can do it on that, then this is a luxury of being able to spread out a little bit more.
And so were you like at home practicing all kinds of puzzles?
Yes, yeah, no, definitely some practice in the last few weeks.
Just pointing out a great finish by Miniki there, and on the far right, I think it was just over the 50-minute line. Miniki's one of the international puzzlers that came in just for this event, and just doing great.
There's some great times coming, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, we're having a lot under an hour. Do you have any of the results pulled up yet to see how many?
I haven't been able to get the results page to load up just yet.
Yeah,
so
well,
we're
that's
gonna keep
fine.
an
I
eye.
mean, we can see it right in front of us, just how many people are finishing and, how many tables are starting to empty out.
Yeah, we probably have our top 10 to 15 at this point finished up, and I can see judges hovering at several other locations throughout. We can see on the far right, Keisha Nichols getting ready to come in on the last, I want to say about 10 pieces or so. And this is a technique that we've seen Andrea Pang use, sometimes called a Pez dispenser. where you take one hand and you slide off one piece at a time into the other in order to place it down. So you're just sort of getting a random group doing it one at a time at that stage. And it's really, really fun to see in action.
I also just want to point out, this is random, but look at how nice her nails are. I feel like I need super short nails to speed puzzle. I'm really impressed if you can do this with long nails.
Or you couldn't see it on camera, but Sarah just checked her hands real quick to see.
Yeah, no, I've got no nails.
Yeah.
I sometimes wonder if painting your nails in a way might be distracting as you're moving your hands.
Well, especially if they're blue, they just look like puzzle
Yeah.
pieces.
Yeah. Yeah. You can see the focus that Keisha's putting on at this point. Aaron, in the green sauce of this puzzle, we know that those backgrounds are really difficult and it can be kind of samey. Sarah, when you're at this stage of a puzzle where there's so much similarity, how do you approach figuring out the differences that can exist in the zones?
I think for this one it was okay because there was a lot going on in the picture, so I was looking for the little bits around the edges of the pieces to work out where they were going.
Okay.
But yes, I think that it looks like they're leaving the tree for the end, whereas I just thought I'd just go for it.
Yeah, how did that go for you? Was it hard?
And a strong finish for
Because it was a
Keisha.
small section, I felt okay with it. I think it's a small defined section, it's okay.
Uh-huh.
And it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, well, we were saying before, sometimes it's better to just
Get it out of the
knock
way.
out a hard section, early on so that you're not rushing through it right at the
You
end.
haven't got to get stuck with it at the end.
Yeah. And okay, so on screen now we have Chris Hawkins and Kate Collis. And it looks like Chris is, again, coming into those. We're about to see a lot of finishes in those trees.
Yeah, that is Chris Hawkins over there on the line. Sarah, at this stage, people have been puzzling for 54 minutes. Usually, fatigue starts setting in after about the 35-minute line. What kind of advice might you give to the puzzlers in order to egg them on to finish strong here?
I don't know. It's tricky. I am used to doing 1,000-piece puzzles, so I'm used to doing a longer stint. So I don't mind when it goes a bit longer. It is just keep persevering and keep picking up pieces.
I want to point out there, Aaron did a cool thing where he flipped the entire puzzle upside down, so that way he had closer access to where those pieces were going to end up. And because it's this branchy tree thing, the directionality doesn't matter all that much. So that might have given him a little bit of an edge to get into the last bits. See Kate Collis over on the right hand side, down in the
Definitely sounds like there's some finishes happening that we haven't caught on camera, but we can hear the cheering here in this room.
Yeah, up in the balcony, is a whole army of puzzlers and support teams that are cheering on their friends and family that have a view of some of the other rows, so we can hear applause coming in. And we know that the cameras aren't going to catch everybody, but we are cheering for everybody, whether you're on screen or not. You can see in the middle here, Claire and Knighton doing a fantastic job, is in that last little tree section. Is it going to be Claire or Aaron coming into the next slot here? It's a really, really tight race. I think Aaron has a little bit of a physicality boost. He's being really aggressive. He's gone to full brute force mode. He's not quite at zero ambiguity because there's a couple of gaps left, but he is trying every piece as quickly as he can. We can see that Claire has done a great job accelerating through. She hasn't used a piece jail, but she was so accurate with those last four pieces. She's down to the last four here. She gets that third, and
Wait,
is she
where are
going
the
to be
other?
able to accelerate?
Okay, they're
There's
just
the
off
last
camera.
one.
We got it.
There
Okay.
it is.
Very nice.
Claire. Very well done. And Aaron, there, get it in. There you go. Congratulations.
Nice.
Just over the 56-minute line for both of them. That's fantastic puzzling. We were talking earlier that this kind of image is good for speed puzzling, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it is a easy image for speed puzzling.
Well, I think it's a good challenging, it's a good challenge. It's not frustratingly hard, but it's not, you're not just putting in piece after piece after piece with no gaps. You, at least from what we've seen up here, it seems like you have to think about
There's
it.
definitely thinking going on. There's lots to think about on it, but it's not too busy that you're spending a lot of time thinking.
Sarah, we had a question in the chat from Sleepy Night. Well done, Sarah, for finishing the puzzle. If possible, question extends to the answers too. What's your favorite part of the puzzle?
Ooh. I like the stripy, the confirm with the stripy roof. That was what I got dropped.
Yeah, I mean, is there a copy of the puzzle floating around now that we could grab and take a look at?
I think they're still hunting them down. This is also I will say that I believe the individuals was a sold out
Mhm.
round, so they may be pushing that a little tightly. Um, I'm I kind of agree with you, Sarah. The first thing that jumped out to me was that wood on top of the camper because it's such a distinct feature inside of the entire image. That doesn't mean that I didn't enjoy the entire the entire thing as like a puzzler optimization thought. That jumps out to me immediately as this is a go-to. But I do like seeing everybody on the picnic uh, uh, basket rug there and just having a great time hanging out with food. We were talking with Angela earlier. She was saying that she sometimes thinks about what her fun days camping were like and try to incorporate that inside of her artwork.
Yeah, so I mean, I think for the rest of this time, we're just going to be seeing a whole lot of green getting put in.
Well, and the way that they're going to get this green in is really exciting. You can see on the far left, that's Ben Everly, and he has maybe about 25, 30 pieces remaining, and it's all in that tree upper gap. Nicolas Labounier, I hope I pronounced that right, I apologize, in the middle there, you can see that they are doing the tactic of loading up their left hand with pieces and then transferring it about where it's going to go. Sometimes they're still picking pieces out with their right hand from the pile, and so their left hand almost looks is treated like a piece jail at that point. And over on the far right, Claire Barker coming into that last little section of tree. It's really exciting to see when people know that end is in sight, and do they get a physicality boost to make that happen, or do they kind of go into a methodical tactical close? And I think that's what you were doing, Sarah, where when you were at the last 15 pieces or so, it looked like you got very, very targeted and accurate with things rather than physically moving all over the place. Is that fair?
I think so. I think the reason I start with different sections at the start gives me a chance to look at the picture to know what I'm actually building up, so that when I get to the end, I've got a bit more of an idea of where things are going to go.
I mean, I think that's kind of how I feel doing the edge as well. It's like it gives you a preview of the puzzle. You're just doing that, but with little bits inside.
Yeah.
And Nicolay gets the puzzle done just ahead of Claire right there by only a few seconds. That's such a tight time span. Just over the hour line. Really, really fantastic time. We could see Ben Everly on the far left getting those last 3 pieces in. I think he's gonna. Oh wait, does Ben have an extra piece? I think that's an extra.
Weird.
That's a free.
Well, you have to wait until the person next to them finishes, because it could have just gotten mixed up.
I did nearly lose one of mine over the side.
Oh, really?
No. Well, Sarah, we don't want to keep you from celebrating and get your puzzle sign. So do you have any words of wisdom or love you want to shout out to the galaxy before we let you go?
No, just hope everyone who's still competing is enjoying it and gets the times they want.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And
Thank
congrats,
you.
Sarah.
Bye.
All right, so we're past the halfway point now. And I mean, I think people who are finishing now are still qualifying.
Oh yeah, the top 100 from this group are going to move on to the final here, and we're not quite at the halfway point that I can see through the room. We have maybe about a quarter of the way done. I can't. That was Kate Collis that just finished the puzzle, standing up for a quick victory stretch, and over on the left, that's Kasia, getting those last pieces in. This is one of those controversial puzzle tactics of putting the pieces on the puzzle itself. Karen, what do you feel about that?
Depends on the puzzle. Depends on how much contrast there is and how busy the puzzle is.
I agree with that. I think in this case, Kasia saw what was going in and cleared it off very quickly. So net win. I don't think it's a faux pas with that setting.
I mean, if it works for you, then go for it.
You can see on the far left, and Angelica Weinart is into those tree greens. Maria Gallardo in the middle, trying to get some more of that bottom ironed out. And Beth Strother over on the far right has taken the road less traveled, got the tree worked out early, and is now in that lower grass part. I think she's going to be able to accelerate here into the final close. And we have another visitor here at the table.
You have a copy of it. I can grab one from my friend.
We're gonna have somebody come in here in just a minute, but check out Beth Strother over on the far right. Has that entire tree line worked out and is now trying to figure out where those last little chunks go. And this is where it's really tricky to me, Karen, to be able to see where those individual knobbles might end up in order to try to get those in.
All right, so we have two very exciting things. We have a guest and we have a copy of the puzzle in front of us. So let's introduce our guest first.
Hi there, it's Rachel Chambers.
Oh, hi, Rachel. Or should I say, congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations.
It was a real close one at the end there.
Really was. Were you as you were coming in, did you know that it was going to be close, or
Yeah.
were you just adrenalized?
So where I'm sitting, I don't wear headphones to puzzle, and I could hear Jim's commentary, so I knew exactly what was going on.
And so did that make you more nervous, or did that make you go faster?
Yeah, it did make me more nervous. And my hands were like going all over the place. I was shaking. But got through the end. And like it was so close. So it's a very busy puzzle. And immediately when you tip the pieces out, it's really tricky to know like where to start. Because trying to pull out a section, you pick out a section and you realize that color is 3 places in the puzzle. So sort of starting was like the trickiest part, but then once you got a few islands in, like the picnic blankets and things like that, then you've got a bit of a frame to build from. So it definitely got easier as it went through.
Congratulations to Claire Burrick and Lindsay also getting ready to finish up there.
So what was your strategy? Like, talk us through how you did it.
Yeah, so did the edge first, then tried to pull the sort of turquoise greens, thinking it was just the camper van, and then realised it was also the car on the right hand side and the tent on the left hand side. So kind of put those to one side. I then went for like the white yurt, the stripy roof, the trees I did very early on, and the sky, and then the water, and then just sort of worked out from there. The grass section in the middle, I did both of the picnic blankets first, which gave me then something to like build off of, which was really helpful.
We were talking about you doing the trees pretty early. What was your strategy there?
I think it was just looking at the pile of pieces. Anything that I could think to pull was maybe only a very small section. And I just thought that was a slightly bigger section that would clear more of the pieces out of the pile and just reduce the noise a little bit. And the leaves are very distinctive. Like looking in the pile, you could easily pull those out. So it was just something that was slightly larger that was easy to pull.
And that might have helped at the end because you weren't working on a
definitely.
super hard section.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have the puzzle in front of us now. So now Jim and I can really take a close look.
There's a lot
I didn't even know there was a car, like that car on the side.
It's the like exact same color of turquoise and white as the caravan,
Right.
and like the tent with the white line on it. That's very
Well,
similar
and there's
to
even
here.
some in the camper window too that
Yeah.
sticks out as well.
Yeah, and there's that the cherry blossoms that you mentioned. That's pretty much the only section that looks like that.
No, well, tell us a little bit about your thoughts whenever you first saw this come out of the box. Like, were you excited or nervous seeing this on the tape?
I guess a little nervous, because I like having sections to work on, and there's just not such an obvious easy pull out on this one. So it's like a little bit more pick and place, or just gradually working through smaller sections, which possibly isn't the style that's like best suited to me. I knew Sarah would smash it in this round. This is the exact sort of thing that I would expect her to do well in, and she did amazing. But yeah, probably when I first saw it, I was like, it's pretty, really pretty, but this is going to be a bit tricky. I actually I was expecting the times to be a bit higher. I didn't think I'd do it as fast as I did. So when I looked up at the end, it was actually a pleasant surprise to see it was 36 minutes.
Oh, I love to hear that. It's always fun.
I was thinking we're
'Cause,
probably
like, you-
well into the 40s, but no, it was 36 star.
Did
I was
you-
like, that's great.
Quick
you
shout
ever
out to Abby Riley, who just
Yeah.
finished just over an hour or two, and Felix Steele, who also had a great close. And Angelica is also wrapped up with the puzzle just around the time. Sorry, I just wanted to
Oh,
shout those
no,
out.
I
real
was just
quick.
going to
Go ahead.
ask if at any point did you look up at the timer to see where you were?
I never do.
No.
And I try and just really zone everything out. So I'm never looking at the time or my table mate or anyone else in the room. When I heard the clap, I didn't even know who'd won. Yeah, I'm really focused on the puzzle. That's what I look at.
And so for this middle part where it gets so busy, were you looking at the box a lot?
Yeah. So I got the 2 anchors in of the like yellow round picnic blanket and this like big blue square blanket. So that really helps. But then otherwise it's like pick and place. So I was trying to go for like the bright patterns. So things like the pink dress, the red shirt, the like dog, like things like that like stand out and you can see quickly where it is and then just build out from there.
Yeah. So what are you looking forward to for the final? Like, what puzzle are you hoping to get?
I don't know. I feel like I've already had my dream puzzle this year, the one we had at Cardiff, which was an orange gradient sky and then an underwater scene, which is like my 2 absolute favorite things. So can I say that one again?
I mean, they probably won't repeat the exact same elements.
So no, I'm not sure. I like I mean, photography and landscapes, things like that, I really like. I don't know if we'll see photography or if it's going to be more illustrations and artwork, but something like that I'd love to see. Yeah. But as long as it's a nice puzzle, I'll have a good time no matter what.
Well, Rachel, I think there's probably a lot of people in the chat or watching this later. How, you don't have to give like the entire life story, but how did you get better at speed puzzling? Because we've seen the line go down on the times, right? Which is really like what was the tactic for improving?
I guess like practice. So doing a lot of puzzles, so much more than I ever used to. Practicing a real range of styles, practicing images that you don't like, and then also not being like scared to repeat puzzles. So do a puzzle multiple times and see what are the things that you can learn and improve on. And once you know the image a bit better and you're looking at the box less, you start to get that feeling of using your hands very fast and then like remembering that feeling and carrying that into then puzzles going forwards and using the things you've learned. But yeah, I guess it's all of those things really.
So were you doing a lot of training leading up to this?
Yes, although last weekend I was at the 24-hour marathon in France, which I'm not sure if that was the best training. But yeah, in the run-up. And I'm going to the Munich World Series in May as well. So sort of training for that and this sort of at the same time.
Well, I think this is a great, performance leading up to that event.
Oh, thank you.
Well, do you have any advice for folks that are still in the hunt to be in the top 100 to go into the finals round here?
I would say don't be scared of the trees. Get those in and clear some of that green out of your pile.
Congrats to Steve Fitzgerald Pugh there that just closed this out just over an hour 10.
Do you know what? Steve has really got so much faster since he was here last year. He's one who's been practicing a lot.
I love when the person on the other side of the table pauses to give them a little clap or a high
Absolutely.
five.
Yeah, no, it's so cool to see how much the community has been supporting each other and egging each other
Absolutely.
on to like find ways to improve and get better. And it's I've heard there's Kieran Fletcher. Let's go.
Well done, Kieran.
Congratulations. I'm super excited for Kieran, who has also done some artwork things.
Yes, he has, yeah.
But are you part of the UK Puzzle Dojo? Is that it? Or
It's the Puzzle Gym.
The Puzzle Gym.
Yes.
Okay.
So the idea of the Puzzle Gym is every week we pick a different Ravensburger 500-piece puzzle. We run it from Monday morning to Sunday evening. Do it as many times as you like during that week. Everyone's just trying to improve their times, but also sharing tips of like, how do you get faster? What are the strategies for this puzzle? So the aim is obviously the community trying to help each other go faster. And then every Sunday evening we meet do a video call and we all do our final attempt on that puzzle together. So that's fun.
I love that so much.
Yeah, it's really nice. The community is amazing
Yeah.
in the UK. Like, there's so many like events, initiatives, and like a lot of it's like led by the Jigsaw Puzzle Association, but also just like puzzlers themselves are making that community happen, which is amazing.
Well, and I love that it sort of gives you accountability to,
Yeah,
you know, to do a puzzle that you otherwise might not have wanted to do. And then, you know, to think about it in a way where you can then talk about it with other people.
Yeah.
And so you see it a lot more deeply.
And I think there was quite a few people who said they would never repeat a puzzle, and actually doing the puzzle gym has like an example. I don't know if she was in this heat or the next heat. Someone like Hannah Little, her times have just come way down in the last few months, and she said it's because of the puzzle gym. It's because I've done these puzzles, I'm learning different strategies, and I'm starting to understand what fast feels like. So it does work, and it is working for a lot of people.
When Mari and I are coaching folks, we talk about cognitive load. And sometimes if you're trying to apply a whole bunch of new tactics to a new puzzle, you don't know what to focus on. So if you're doing reruns on the thing, you can try different mechanics, different tactics to get comfortable with it. And it's so cool that you guys are doing that in mass, and it's clearly showing. You know, we can see the room starting to clear out. We have at least 65 finishers so far total that are on the roster. It might be a little behind, so we're going to keep an eye on that.
And on the screen at the moment, on the right, we've got Colin. Colin came up and spoke to me this morning. He's been speed puzzling for about 2 months. And he was really nervous going into the competition today, but he looks like he's doing incredibly well. He's almost done, so well done, Colin.
He might be able to keep this under 116. I'm gonna root for Colin like crazy. There's a couple of gaps left, but if he moves his hands quickly, he might be able to find those holes. Ben Pennington over on the left-hand side, down to the last 4 pieces or so, down to 3. Is he going to be able to get those last 2 in, and then he's got to reach up and grab the one that's at the very top and sink it in? Is he going 2 hands? Where's it going? There it is. Come on, you can do it. I think he might call time if there's a missing piece. Yeah, he'll take the time deduction there and move on. Congratulations, Ben. Very, very well done.
This is almost one where in the really busy sections, you have to run your hand over it to even find where the empty spot is.
On screen now on the far left, you can see Carl Keene. He has that busy tree in the upper left-hand corner already completely built. So now he's down into the grass zone. Beth Leiden in the middle there, also doing some fill in. No ambiguity there, can do just shape work to close that out. And Colin Mells over on the right, we're getting ready to cross the 15-minute line. Can he keep this under the 16? I think he can do it. Just got to keep moving a little bit. You could just use that shape in order to close it out. Beth also right there neck and neck with them. We're coming up on 15:10. Are they going to be able to keep this under the timeline? Beth has a missing piece. Is she going to call time, or is she going to look for it? She's going to try to look for it. Is it underneath the table? She found it right away. There it is, 15:17.
Go on, Colin.
We're gonna cheer Colin in. We are 15:26. He only has
here
3
we go,
pieces
here we
remaining.
go.
Did he do it?
Go, Colin.
Yay!
Congratulations, Colin.
Oh, he looks so pleased.
That's so exciting.
Yeah, brilliant.
Well, Rachel, we don't want to keep you from celebrating and getting your puzzle signed and all that kind of fun stuff. Do you have any words of wisdom, love you want to send out to the puzzle world before we let you go?
I just want to say, thank you to everyone in the UK for being so supportive this last year. But also, I wanted to give a big shout out to my mum, who's here this afternoon. She'll be in the individual B. I've sort of roped her into this, and I'm wishing her lots of good luck. And hello to my dad at home.
Can I meet your mom?
Yes,
I love meeting moms.
Yeah. Oh, she's on a mum's team with some other people's mums.
That's so
There's
cute.
4 of them together who've made friends, and they're puzzling together in teams tomorrow as well.
I love
so.
that.
Yeah.
All right, well, good luck to your mom and to you.
Thank you so much, both of you.
Congrats, Rachel. Rachel Chambers, second place for the UK Nationals prelim solo A round, and we are seeing more and more finishers coming in. We had a couple people asking, what's Puzzle Gym? It's a group of people that get together and rerun puzzles in the UK. And if you watch the stream back a little bit, you can hear Rachel talk about the whole thing.
Every time she said it, though, I thought puzzle Jim.
Yep. Yep. I like to imagine they just do puzzles of my face. For, you know, I'm sure that would only hurt their times if anything. On screen now, you can see Carl Keene on the far left, Julie Workman working the puzzle in the middle, and on the far right, Lauren Addy closing out. And we're having another guest come on to the table here, so you might hear a little bit of rumbling around as they put the microphone on. And good sir, congratulations. Would you mind telling the world who you are?
So I'm Jonathan Nash. Just, I believe, got the 3rd British place in this one.
You sure did. 3rd place for the UK. That how does it feel to put up a wonderful time like that in this competition?
I'll be honest, I'm still in shock a bit. Like, I heard quite a few people finish before me, so I wasn't sure how many were British, how many were international, things like that. And then I saw the screen as I went out and saw my name on it. So yeah, I'm thrilled. I'm really, really happy about that.
Yeah. Were you competing last year? Have you done a lot of competitions?
So I've done a couple of in-person competitions. Last year's nationals was my first in-person competition, and I came 14th.
Okay. Well, you definitely improved.
Yeah, I've done quite a lot of training over the last year.
Yeah. Tell us about that. What have you been doing?
So I'm a teacher, so I've just had the school holidays for Easter. Just had a couple of weeks off, and I was probably doing 2 or 3 puzzles a day on
Wow.
that. But I've done over 100 since the new year.
Oh, wow.
You know, prepping for this weekend.
Well, it worked.
Yeah, I was not expecting it to pay off as much as it did.
So what did you think when you saw the image?
I really liked it. Like, it's quite blocky in terms of the background. Although the foreground is quite busy. I kind of identified a few of the elements, like there's the caravan in the right-hand side and the greenish one on the left, which I could pull out fairly easily. The water at the bottom and the sky at the top are both fairly easy to pull out as well.
And how did you feel about those trees? Because we've seen some people start with them and some people end with them.
I definitely left them till the end.
Yeah.
I am not a plants person.
And how did that feel at the end? Was it hard?
It wasn't as hard as I thought it would be.
Okay.
Yeah, by that point, I had maybe 50 pieces left. And when I just had the 2 trees on the left remaining, the one closer to the center has much smaller leaves on it than the other one, so I could pull out the pieces for that one. And then I just had like 15 pieces left of the other one, which was more difficult. But once you've only got 15 pieces left, it's not too hard to work out where they go.
So what are you hoping for the final?
So I came kind of hoping for similar to what I did last year. There's a lot more internationals this year, which I don't know as well because I'm not able to get to Worlds and things like that because it's always during term time. But out of the UK people, I was hoping for kind of similar to what I got last year, sort of between 10th and 20th.
Yeah.
With kind of the pipe dream of maybe coming top 10 out of the UK people.
So what kind of image do you think you excel at? Like what would you do the best at?
So I think from things you've said about your preferred images, I think we're quite similar.
Okay.
Because I know I've seen a lot of your videos where you've said you like quite blocky colors, things like that, and that definitely works well for me. I'm quite good at following lines between different objects. So some of the temp poles and things in this one were quite easy for me to follow.
So just a whole lot of lines.
Yeah, lots of lines, lots of bright colors.
You can see Ellie Catsty here coming into the last couple of pieces, just trying to hunt the rest of them down. And over on the left, that's Gavin Easby, also getting the last 5 pieces or so of that tree line coming in. Just wanted to shout out.
Yeah, a few more finishers here.
Yeah. And Jonathan, I was doing a quick check. You are third in the third of the list of the UK folks, and you're doing a fantastic job. I think you're definitely on pace to do a swell job, and it is going to be an image. We had a question in the chat from Hannah Boleyn 9410. John, have you practiced this kind of puzzle, the Angela Holland artwork?
I don't think I've ever done an Angela Holland one before, actually. So I didn't really know what to expect when they announced the artist. But I really enjoyed it. I'll definitely be going and looking for some more by her. I really, really enjoyed this one. And thanks, Hannah, for watching. She was my pairs partner last year.
Oh, okay. Someone
Any
was-
other questions?
uh,
Anything going on in
yeah,
the chat?
somebody was asking, has Desiree finished? Yes,
Oh.
I believe Desiree has finished. We can see Richard James Fletcher getting ready to move in on the rest of those middle greens. And we didn't catch the table mate's name. This is one of the things that stresses me out internally, is watching puzzlers tear apart a puzzle that they just work so hard to put together. Jonathan, where do you stand on that? Does that bother you at all, or are you just zen about it?
It varies for me. Like, when I've done one at home, I'll usually leave it on the board until I'm doing my next practice one, just because it does feel odd taking it apart like seconds after finishing. This one I tried to kind of break into a few bigger chunks so that it's still more or less together in the box.
Okay.
But I feel like a lot of these people who are taking it apart like this, they're just going to go right home and do it again. But for fun, and really, look at all the details.
Yeah, I will definitely be doing this one again.
Well, and when you do them as quickly as under 2 hours to be able to get it done, it's perfectly fine to tear it up, because
Yep.
you're right. You can just make it.
You can just do it again.
Really quick. On screen, we can see Emily Lythel in the far left, Mark Richer in the middle, and Richard James Fletcher in the far right.
And we can see Emily having the pieces in the box, which we haven't seen a lot of in individual, since you can generally have the pieces just right out in front of you, but it helps you get them a lot closer to you to look at them, all at once.
It's sort of like a sorting tray with its own bumper guardrail, so that way you don't slide them off the edges and kind of lose where they're at. Do you use puzzle boards at all, Jonathan?
Not so much in solos,
Okay.
unless I'm doing bigger piece counts. But we've got some that we'll probably use for teams tomorrow. It just makes it easier when you're working on different sections of a puzzle.
Yeah. So who's on your team?
So I'm paired up later with Victoria Cox, who's also another London-based puzzler. And then for teams, we've got 2 other Londoners, so Kate and Jennifer.
Okay. And have you guys been able to practice?
A little bit. We did one of the Puzzle Guzzle team competitions a couple of weeks ago, which was our first time puzzling as a 4, but we've often, because we're all London-based, we've often puzzled together. And we did pretty well on that. It was one of the tricky 1,000-piece Gelini puzzles, and we managed it in under an hour. So we were
Pretty
very
good.
happy with that.
Yeah.
Second place in that one. So
Yeah.
hopefully we'll do a similar sort of time tomorrow. But yeah.
Oh, not even hopefully, right? Like, the point of practicing is to get all the jitters out, so that way you can you can do your best on the day.
Exactly. Yeah.
Do you ever get nervous? I know you're mentioning doing like the Puzzle Guzzle, and those are online competitions. Do you notice there's a difference between the online competitions versus being in person?
I find I definitely get more nerves in person. Like the energy of the room definitely kind of gets me amped up, and
But sometimes
quite
that can make you
anxious.
go faster.
Well, yeah, I think that definitely helped today.
Yeah.
Because with everyone having improved since last year, I wasn't really sure like where I would fall in the
Well,
in the
everyone,
field.
including you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. I think this was one of my top first times actually, which I'm obviously very happy with. But yeah, I was a bit nervous about like where I would fall, whether I'd still be at the same position I was last year, whether I'd be lower, higher, what was going to have happened.
Well, it's always so hard to tell with so many new puzzlers coming out and putting up crazy times. Where you are at is more of a how you are at against yourself, not necessarily the whole field.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Well, and quite a few of the fast UK people were in this round.
Yeah.
So I was not expecting to beat quite a few of them.
Yeah.
How
does it? You were mentioning there's a little bit of extra pressure whenever you're sitting around all the other people. Is it different also having a balcony of onlookers?
To an
Like a
extent.
castle guard watching over every move you make.
Yeah. I think the difference that really makes from my point of view is like being able to hear more when people finish. So we had the Cardiff competition relatively recently back in February, which didn't have quite the same level of audience. And the audience was kind of in bleachers at the side of the room, so not kind of looking over everything. and so there weren't quite as many like cheers when people finished and things like that. So yeah, there's a lot more of hearing when people finish.
Right.
And it was quite funny. I could hear about sort of 5 to 10 minutes before I finished. I could hear them saying to move the camera because the Sarah and Rachel were close to finishing. It's like, okay, that's where the finishing bar is today.
Yeah, that's always something I wonder if people know that someone's about to finish or not. Because sometimes, yeah, you can hear them murmuring, and so
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, today I definitely could, but I kind of had my timer on the table as well and could see that, I was sort of definitely within. I was pretty certain I was within 10 minutes of the finish by that point.
I mean, you put up 43 minutes 57 seconds. That's amazing. I do want to give a quick update to folks. We do have our top 100 finishers. The 100th place spot is at an hour 23:05. I can't remember. We do know that there's a couple of people in each of the rounds that aren't going to be participating in the finals because they have other things going on. Okay. So we'll double check on that, but I believe that David Telfer is going to be our last qualifier going into the finals, and we might be able to clear the room here. I think there's
Yeah, it has emptied
it
out.
has emptied out quite a bit. We have another 31 minutes and 36 seconds remaining in this competition, and every piece you get in is just one step closer to hitting your goal of getting this puzzle done under the time, which is huge, right? Jonathan, a lot of these puzzlers are stuck in this murky green. What would you tell a new puzzler that might go out of their way and get this beautiful puzzle and jump right into it? What advice would you give them to try to tackle that?
So the green was definitely the most difficult bits for me. Like what I had left at the end was a bit of grass at the bottom and the trees that we've already mentioned. I would just really look at the details on each piece. So one thing I find I'm quite good at is spotting those tiny little bits of another object that just come onto like the corner of a piece.
Yeah.
And those can help a lot with those trickier areas. And then, each of those sections, once you've managed to identify all of those, you've got maybe half a dozen pieces left. And then it's fairly straightforward to work it out by shape. But in terms of the different greens on this one, the green at the bottom is definitely a bit more flat and just one shade. And the two trees definitely have very, very different leaf shapes and sizes. So once you're just down to that, I found it relatively straightforward to kind of sort those three out. And just tackle each one at a time rather than having 50 green pieces.
I have a hot button question for both of you, and it's okay if you don't want to answer on a stream where it'll be recorded. It's okay. What is your favorite puzzle piece shape?
Ooh.
Yeah, spicy. Spicy.
Is this going to be controversial?
It very well could be. It's sometimes people put people in buckets. It's like, oh, you like mustard, you're one of those, So
I don't know that I've ever thought about it. I mean, some people are learning the image so well that they literally have a favorite specific piece.
Yeah.
It's not even a shape. It's just this one that's kind of curved or has this angle on it.
It's the 4-hole that's the perfect that has the perfect symmetry versus the 4-hole that has the lobsided.
Yeah.
Not that I know those ones. Just if I did, I think I like the 0 knobs. I think those are really fun to try to set up.
Yeah, I find those are often quite relatively easy to place.
Well, there's only 5 of them, right? In a 500 piece of this piece cut. So yeah, people find those easy. I sometimes have started looking at where they go, and I have not always remembered exactly where they go.
Yeah, I will never be a remember the piece cut person.
Yeah.
Well, Jonathan, we don't want to keep you from celebrating and get your puzzle signed or anything else. Do you have any words of wisdom or things you want to say to the world before we let you get on?
I think the thing I would say, I mean, I'm a teacher, and there's a tiny chance some of my students might be watching. I think what I'd say to them is like just try what you want to try. Like I hadn't tried speed puzzling until about a year and a half to 2 years ago, when I happened to have a summer holiday with not much on. I stumbled across some of Karen's videos on YouTube. Like a lot of us came into this world that way and just thought I'd try it out. Really enjoyed it. And now I'm apparently one of the top people in the country.
Oh, in the world, even with those times. Like, it's really impressive.
So yeah, just, if something looks fun, give it a go and, see if you like it.
That's great advice.
Well, congratulations, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Go
Thank you
enjoy,
both.
get things signed, and we will talk to you after that.
Yeah, congratulations.
As Jonathan Nash, third place in solo qualifier A for the UK Nationals Jigsaw Puzzle Championships.
So now we're down to the last half hour. And I mean, everyone that we've been seeing is getting very close to finishing. So everyone who's, both Tracy and Chris who are on screen right now, I definitely think we're going to see them finish.
Hello.
We have a new human coming to the table to join us.
I am indeed a human.
As we support all of these puzzlers in finishing this in under the 2-hour line. I want to clear the room
I
desperately.
know, that would be so nice, wouldn't it?
For those that are listening,
Yeah.
who are you?
I am Vicky from the YouTube channel Vicky Makes and Builds. So a few people know who I am. So, but I don't believe we've had the pleasure, Karen,
Yeah.
obviously, and Jim.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah. No. Hi. No.
I know of you, obviously.
Yeah,
but
we all
we've
know
not
of
met.
each other.
Yes.
No, it's really great to get to chat with you, and I love all of your content that you put up. It's really
Thank
really
you.
fun, and it's inspiring. It's great. I highly recommend people go check it out. But before we get into that, what did you think of today's puzzle?
I really enjoyed it. I struggled a bit because towards the end for me it was very pick and place, and I just could not find the person or blanket.
So
or
you were down at the bottom at the end.
picnics. Yeah, basically. I just didn't think the sky was too bad, and I actually was fine with the trees. Apparently, a lot of people left the trees to the end, but I thought they were quite distinct from each other. So I was able to put those together and like the caravans and stuff. But I just had a lot of pieces with people and blankets and stuff on, and I was like, where's that blanket and where's that tent? And I'm not really a pick and place puzzler naturally, so it was a bit of a struggle. But I am glad I got this puzzle because Angela Holland's from my hometown.
Aw.
Yeah, so I was like, well, that seems pertinent.
And it's
I
such
really
a cute
enjoyed it.
image, right?
Yeah, it is. It's really fun. It is. I've done one of her puzzles before, so I knew I was going to enjoy it when I found out it was Angela Holland. So yeah, what do you think of it? You like it as well?
Just real quick, I want to point out that Chris Ellison is doing the classic Kristen Tove, one-handed on the
yeah.
cheek, getting the pieces in. It's just fun to see that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. It was just
No.
exciting to see. That.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how did you feel as you moved through it? Like, what was your strategy?
I flipped and then I grabbed piece. I separated the edges. I thought the edge was fine. And the stripes, there's like a stripy awning or something that jumped out. So I put that together quite fast. To start with, I'd got a bit of decision fatigue. I was like, where do I start with this?
Right. That's what
So-
someone else said too. It's like there's just a lot of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then I was just like aware that I was taking too long deciding, and then you know panic starts to kick in. So it's just like just pick something up, and put it in the puzzle. So, but like I got into the flow of it, and you know I was sort of relaxed until, as I say, the very end when I just could not see anything.
Yeah.
And it
Well,
was
I mean, by the end, you get fatigued. You've been working on it for a long time.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do, and I do. I can't. These people that can do 1,000 piece puzzle speed runs and stuff. I enjoy a 1,000 piece puzzle, but trying to do it fast, I'm always shattered by the end of it.
So it's a big stamina game. Like not even just from a physical standpoint of like leaning over the puzzle the entire time, getting your
Yeah.
back or your arms, it's a mental game to stay that focused for that long at that pace. It's really impressive to be able to do it. We actually have a little bit of a roll off here between Tracy, Toe, and Chris coming into the last 5 pieces. I think Tracy's going to be able to get these last ones in just under the 37-minute line. Come on, you can do it. Just rotate it a little bit more. Can you get the physicality in? Come on, just one more. I'm so excited. You can do it. There it is.
And
Sink it.
And
Do it.
Yeah.
Tracy.
Oh, she looks so happy.
Tracy has a big fan club up in the top.
Oh, I love that.
I find with puzzles like this as well, sometimes I can't even see the gap. You know, I'll
Uh-huh.
have like 3 pieces left. I'm like, where's the other gap?
Yeah, you just have to
So
run your hand
run.
over it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I see. I always thought puzzlers did that as like the hand running the hand over the puzzle as just a victory sort of swipe.
Well,
across
it
the
usually
board.
is.
Finish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But sometimes it's to find where the last piece goes in.
Okay.
Or if you've ever got a piece on the puzzle or something,
Oh, yeah.
it blends in.
So right now we have Louise and we have Shelley, and they're both finishing up with those trees in the corner as well.
Yeah, see, a lot of people finish with the trees. I got those done fairly early on.
Vicky, do you listen to music? We can see some of the folks have earphones or they have headphones, that kind of stuff. Are you a music person while you're speed puzzling or no?
Yes, at home. But that's only because I can just put music on my Echo.
Uh-huh.
I think if I tried using headphones, I think I'd just be too distracted by them or trying to faff around with them.
Mm-hmm.
So I try and avoid it because I'm just worried it's going to kind of.
Yeah.
And sometimes I don't want to listen to the song. If I've got a playlist on
Mm-hmm.
and a song comes on, I won't be able to help it. I'd want to skip. So I think I do. I enjoy listening to music, but I don't tend to at competitions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just another thing to think about as well. Like to
Exactly.
keep track of. My
Yeah.
secret fear is if I was using AirPods and one of them like fell out or something, and then suddenly was blasting my music to the whole room. That would be a nightmare.
That's true. That's true. And I use my phone for filming the time lapse, of course, because I have my phone on a wee stand. So, yeah, that would probably happen to me as well. My AirPods are just suddenly just.
Right? And suddenly everyone
Disconnect.
hears like the embarrassing music that you listen to that you don't tell anyone about.
Oh, everybody knows I listen to Baby Shark.
That might be a good method.
Oh
actually.
no, don't.
So you can
No,
get it over with as
That was
fast
in
as
all
possible.
of our heads.
I also don't want us to get demonetized or shut down or censor strike. I don't know what happened. Vicky, I do want to say that there are several people that are saying that you are the Queen of Green
Oh.
from Thomas Oak.
Yeah,
And
apparently.
Clark Kent saying that Vicky did the 33,600 piece wildlife puzzle, which
Yeah.
has so much green.
Yeah, it's a jungle basically.
Oh,
It's
wow.
a really big jungle
Mhm.
scene. And I was 3 years doing that. I loved it though, but the green was it was quite.
Is that the
beautiful.
older one with the green in the middle, or is it the newer one where it's just one big image?
It's one big image.
Okay.
It's Adrian Chesterman, and it's
Uh-huh.
one big image, and it's just a big panorama
Yeah.
jungle scene with loads of animals
Yeah.
and trees. But it kind of opens out in the middle,
Mhm.
so there's like water and stuff
Okay.
like that. But
30
Yeah, there's a lot of green.
33,000 people. Who hurt you?
that's
to
kind of
do
my
that.
thing. It is. I mean, I do other puzzles obviously, but my channel's mostly large piece counts, so I love them. I just
It's-
there's something about it. I
Mhm.
mean, you've done large piece counts
Yeah.
yourself.
I mean, I love
It's-
just getting into a big project and like
Yeah.
really getting like deep into it.
Yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
the strategy side of it and stuff like that, you can really get lost in it. It's fun. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, I mean, whenever I'm not working on it, I'm literally just staring at it, standing over it and looking at it.
Yeah, it's hard not to, isn't it?
Mhm.
Because they look so lovely when they're
Mhm.
put together.
I'm just like planning out the next bits of the strategy.
Mhm.
It's so fun.
Absolutely.
Do you find that the pre-planning practice that you get with those larger piece counts
Mhm.
translates a little to the speed puzzling?
If it does, I don't know if it's benefited me. I was kind of hoping it would. Sorting, I think. helps. Like the kind of sorting practice you get with doing big puzzles, like analyzing the image and being able to kind of separate it out. I don't always sort when I split puzzle though, so I think it just depends on the image really. But yeah, sometimes it does help.
I do have several people in the chat asking for a puzzle camp plug. I believe it takes place in Scotland, but they're asking very specifically about puzzle camp.
Tell us about Puzzle Camp. So yeah, that's another giant Adrian Chesterman puzzle. So basically in July this year, I'm holding an event in Stirling in Scotland, which is where I live. And we're going to take 2 weeks and build the 42,000 piece around the world puzzle, which we've mixed.
Cool.
And Sam, my co-organizer, she's helping me sort it pre the event.
Oh, wow.
So we're pre-sorting it, and then we're taking the pieces, and then us and a bunch of
how many people
who
are doing
fancy
this?
coming. Well, I've not. People can still join if they want to. So far, we've got maybe around about 30, but people are coming. Some for a couple of days, some for the 2 weeks, some just whatever they want to do. So yeah,
that sounds so fun.
I know. I can't wait. I actually can't wait. It's a lot of work organizing it. I don't think either of us realized quite how much was going to go into it, but we just are really looking forward to just puzzling with everybody. It's just going to be a fun, chill.
Yeah.
Sounds
puzzle.
And I'm
over the
sure
2
you'll
weeks.
probably do some smaller puzzles just on the side if you need a break.
Yeah, we've collated a Scottish themed puzzle library as well that we're going to have there, and I'm going to have my wildlife puzzle displayed as well. So
cool.
Yeah, we're hoping to have some swag.
Yeah.
Scottish themed swag and stuff. So yeah, it's going to be great. Hopefully it's going to be great. So yes, you are all invited.
Oh, I wish.
Join me in Scotland.
If I knew about it earlier.
So it's beginning of July, 2 weeks.
That sounds really, really magical, and I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm excited for you to be doing that. That sounds like a huge undertaking too, to try to organize all that.
It is. I mean, it helps that it's in my home, like where I live, so that kind of makes things a wee bit easier. There's just this stuff that you have to think about that you didn't really. When you first come up with these ideas, it's like, oh, that'll be fun. That won't be too hard, and then you start doing it. It's like, oh, yeah, well, I never thought of that. I never thought of that.
But that's how you know you're going to have a good event, that you are thinking of those things.
Yeah, I mean, there'll probably be hiccups and stuff like that, but I'm sure it'll be fun. I think as long as we're all puzzling together, it doesn't even matter if we don't finish.
Yep.
The main thing is that we're just all having a fun time doing a puzzle.
Well, Vicky, I don't want to keep you from getting to like celebrate and hang out with everybody. Do you have any shout outs, love you want to give to anybody before we let you get on with the day?
I will give a shout out to Chris, who's my pairs partner. I'm not sure if he's still puzzling actually. I can't see him, but shout out to Chris, who's my pairs partner, and he's in this round. And also a shout out to Donna Louise, who's visiting from all the way from New Zealand. Chris Moyer.
He finished 127.40.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, well done, Chris. Yay. Okay, good. So yeah, shout out to Chris and shout out to Donna Louise, but Donna Louise is not in this round. She's in round B, so I'll be cheering her on. And yeah, just everyone, I hope you'll finish.
Yeah, we have 15 minutes left, and it looks like we just had another finish, and we have a few people who are, getting close.
They're cooking. It's entirely possible. Well, Vicky, real quick, what was your YouTube channel one more time for folks that were listening?
It's called Vicky Makes and Builds.
Fantastic. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Lovely to meet you. See you next time.
See you. Her stuff is genuinely wonderful and wholesome. I highly recommend everybody go check it out. Emily Badine just closed that out, and now we can see Gemma Bradley Fortune over on the far left and Angela Jones working through that middle. We have, like Karen was saying, we have about we have about 14 minutes and 7 seconds remaining.
We're not time traveling.
No, we're not. Not yet. We'll see how quickly these puzzlers go. It's entirely possible, but this is the moment where if you have any physicality, if you have any way to shift the lenses in your eyes and look at a slightly different texture, a slightly different background, make an adjustment so that way you can push through to get this done. It's really important.
So we have another guest here.
For the folks at home, tell everybody your name, please.
Hi, I'm Gavin Easby.
Well, nice to meet you, Gavin. Congratulations on some great puzzling. How did it feel today?
Um, just suddenly it was just overwhelmed. I can do it at home, then come here. What's different? Nothing.
Well, everything's different. There's so much more adrenaline here.
Yeah, and that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, I mean, in person is a totally different experience than doing it at home.
Is this your first time at nationals?
Yeah, I did the Cardiff Championship earlier
Okay.
this year.
And how did that go for you?
I was about, I think I was, if that would have been today, I was right on the cusp of the cutoff. So hoping.
Yeah.
Hey, and now you got it well in under the timeline, which is really great. Let me see if I can do a check here. I think you're under the line. I think you're under the line. We'll cross the fingers until it's official. But that's a great time to get it under an hour and a half. Has that been a goal for you?
Well, my goal was to get through.
Okay.
Really. My times are all over from about an hour 10 up to about an hour 40 typically. So bang in the middle, I guess.
Hey, that's still under the 2 hour line, and that puts you in the like elite class of people that can do something phenomenal like this in that time frame. That's really impressive. I'm excited for you, Gavin.
Yes.
What did you think whenever the puzzle first came out of the bag?
Well, my first thought was the campsite puzzle, which we actually practiced on a night or two back.
Oh, this one?
Well, no, the campsite.
Oh, the other camp. Okay, right. There's another very similar.
Is that by the same artist?
I don't think so.
Okay, so just kind of a similar image.
Yeah.
Okay.
Camping related.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's several puzzles that are like this that are some sort of camping scene with a little bit of sky in the background, and so and they all have some kind of like camping camper kind of. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. So that's great that you lucked into doing that. Do you think that helped take some of the nervous energy off of doing this puzzle?
Yeah. Well, I think just any practice helps really. We've been doing all the new puzzles on Discord, so there's the UK puzzle in Discord side. I realise I'm just talking nonsense.
Is that part of the rumored puzzle gym?
Yes, there's a puzzle gym. They do a new puzzle they do a puzzle every week and do as many times as they can. On the Friday nights, we've been doing the new puzzles as a first time Fridays.
Yeah, I love how much of a community there seems to be between everyone here in the UK puzzling community.
Yeah, it's a nice little community we've got going. Really friendly.
Yeah.
How would one become part of the puzzle gym?
They'll need to join the UK Discord, UK People's in Discord. I'm sure there's probably some Hun's going to paste in the chat about now.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, if there's somebody in the chat that's part of the puzzle gym, please put the information for the Discord in there. But you should be able to find the UK puzzle gym. And that can help out.
We're coming into the last 10 minutes now.
Yeah.
So we can see two puzzlers on screen who don't have that many pieces left. And it looks like Corso here might be shape sorting.
Yeah, there's a little bit of shape sort. You can see that the 2s are all above, and he has a 3 and 4. I think he's using the left-hand side of the build field as a piece jail. You can see that the 0s are down there. It's a little split. Lana C. Lee over on the right. A little while ago, they had their headphones on and the music was going, and then they locked in, pulled the headphones off, and just started moving very, very quickly in order to wrap this up. You can see that they are at that point of 0 ambiguity, so anything they pick up can go in. It's just a matter of getting the shape work to line up. There are a few hints in terms of color or little splotches on the novels, but that can be really tricky to see, especially after you've been puzzling for an hour and 51 minutes. But they are doing a great job. I'm really rooting for everybody to finish. This is so close here, and we have about 8 minutes and 46 seconds left.
I always have to wonder, like, how much they know, like, if they know how close it's getting. Because with, the sprinting right at the beginning, people say that they never once look at the clock. If it's, a little bit longer than this, I have to wonder if they kind of keep an eye on it.
Gavin, do you ever check the clock while you're puzzling, or do you kind of go head down the whole time?
I try not to check the clock.
Oh, you have to fight the urge.
Yeah, put the timer away if I'm doing it at home.
Yeah,
I'm definitely guilty of glancing at the person next to me just to sort of see if I'm keeping up with them or if they're, super fast or, or to get some ideas of strategy to see what they're doing.
Okay, screen sniping.
Yeah. Copying off the person next to you.
Seeing what they put down on the bubble letters.
I was like that with the person next to me today and kept looking over, very similar. I was thinking this is going to be too close to call. And I think she placed a minute or two ahead of me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's best case scenario if you guys are really similar. If one person is super far ahead, it can feel kind of bad for the other person.
Well, just finishing within the time is a huge goal. We can see over here on the right, Chris Coomer, he has maybe about 20 pieces remaining that's sort of split all over, or I think there might be closer to 30. That upper left-hand corner tree is still sitting there. And on our left-hand side, that's Helen's Spite, I believe. And you can see that they are trying to close out the bottom portion of their puzzle. We have about 7 minutes left. They can do it. It's going to be a push. So this is where pulling out all of the stops, making that shift and really getting the gears going is going to make it where they can hit that time limit. But this is by no means easy. Gavin, there's somebody in the chat, Sleepy Night, saying, "Well done, Gavin. Hope you're having a smashing time."
Yeah, thank you, Sleepy Night.
Do you know who Sleepy Night is?
I was trying to pretend I did, but I don't.
No, that's totally that. I think it's wonderful that people like shout out and reach for each other, and and are rooting for each other all the time. Do you have other friends that are competing?
Well, it's basically people in this community that I've met through doing puzzle guzzles, through Discord, through Cardiff. And my wife is also competing.
Oh, that's exciting.
Is she this round or
she's in round big?
Oh, okay.
Well,
so she's getting ready.
Well, Gavin, we don't want to keep you from cheering her on and supporting. Do you have any things that you want to say to the puzzling world before we let you go?
Just want to shout out to the Puzzle Guzzle, to Graham and Jodie and Aaron who run that. That's been a big part of me getting here today.
That's
I
really
love that.
wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, Gavin, and so proud of you for hitting a great time on this. I hope you get through and into the next one, and hopefully we'll see you in the next couple of rounds.
Thank you.
Have a good one, Gavin. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, this is it. We're coming into the last 5 minutes. So we have been here for 2 hours. We are down to the last 5 minutes.
It's going to be a fun time closing this out. I think they're gonna let me check. They might be making an announcement that there's 5 minutes remaining.
Well, while Jim does that, I will continue commentating. So we have Chris here on the right side is just about to finish. Oh my gosh, this is going to be so exciting because they're going to finish just before the time is over. Oh, okay. Looks like someone's making an announcement that there's only, a couple minutes left.
I'm hoping that little boost.
Come on, Chris. You got this. You got this.
Yeah, he is being very methodical here. And this is where you can see differences in puzzlers.
Okay, 5 pieces left. Nope. Well, almost.
Are they going to try to go for accuracy or physicality in order to get to those last couple of
5 pieces left.
You can do it.
A piece a minute. We got this.
We're all counting now. 4-minute warning for our puzzlers. You see Lana and Diane getting that little bit of a boost there. Come on, everybody. Every piece you get in now is a testament to how hard you've worked on this entire puzzle. For those watching at home, it is not easy to do this. I dare anybody that doesn't puzzle to grab a 500 piece and try to get it.
And
in.
remember that they're still getting ranked by how many pieces they put in. So it's not like if you don't finish, that's it. You know, you still get a placement. And so everything that they're doing now still counts.
It counts for your ranking, but it also just counts for yourself, right? Like a big thing is doing the best you can on the day. Sometimes you have a great day, and that means that you have 50 pieces left. Sometimes you're having a rough day, and it means that you have 70 pieces left. Either way, you're doing the best you can, and this is really wonderful.
And as long as you're having fun, I mean, you get to sit here and just do a puzzle. What's more fun than that?
Yep. Folks are asking, where can you check the results? If you go to the UK JPA website and hit the Nationals tab, there's a whole button that'll take you over to the results. We can see Diane and Lana, they are moving as quickly as they can. We have about 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. How many pieces can they get in? We can see that Lana suddenly had this burst of energy trying to close out that lower left-hand corner. You'd see that distinction of those greens coming into play now, and she's going to be able to clear out that bottom. I don't know if she's going to be able to get to the tree. Diane going back and forth, trying to decide what she wants to aim on, but she's doing amazing right now.
And I see another question in the chat asking if I am competing in round B. And I am competing in round B.
I am so excited for you. I hope it's going to be a blast. How are you feeling?
Good. I mean, this is going to be my only competition round for the UK. I'm not going to be here for the finals. So I'm just doing the prelim just for fun. And pairs is completely sold out. And so I'm just going to be going around filming and cheering people on. But yeah, I'm really excited to be able to, after watching all this, I'm ready to puzzle.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what unpublished puzzle you're going to get.
I mean, I hope it's something similar to this, because I would have loved to do this one.
Right? Well, fingers crossed.
Watch, next is going to be just like a landscape of, you know, some cliffs or something.
Yeah, the joke that Annika keeps making, one of the organizers, Annika keeps saying that the puzzle is just going to be an all black crypt, which would be a little harsh.
I wouldn't hate that.
Oh, look at Lana using the right hand as a puzzle tray, and then using the left hand to get the pieces in. Great move there. We can see Diane. We're down to the last minute here. Diane is at the point of no ambiguity, I think. There's anything she picks up, there's going to be a spot for it. There's not gaps that are huge or remaining. She's going to be able to try to get a couple more in here. And this is going to be a game of inches over who can get.
Oh yeah, we're in the last minute. Oh my gosh, 40 seconds left.
This is so tough, and all of that green starts blurring together after you've been puzzling for almost 2 hours.
But both of them are still getting pieces in right down to the very last second. No one's giving up. Everyone's pushing through.
I would have given up about an hour and 20 minutes ago trying to do this. This is phenomenal to watch this effort. Just 20 seconds remaining.
Here we go.
We're going to see who can get just a few more pieces in. I think it's even about.
I mean, both of them just made a lot of progress, even just now in like the last 2 minutes.
Come on, Diane and Lana, you can do it.
All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it.
Congratulations.
All right, we did it.
Well, wait a second for the announcements here.
Yeah.
Now the puzzlers are going to count out the remaining pieces, and that will be added to their totals at the end.
Let's just sign out.
Well,
All
Karen, thank you so much for joining me and for coming all the way out here for the UK Nationals. This
Thanks
is
for
really
having me.
exciting.
I mean, this was a very last minute thing for me to plan. I didn't even know this was happening for a while, and I happened to be nearby, and so I'm so happy to be here.
Hey, I'm glad that you could be part of this crime of opportunity. We will be back with solo qualifier B. With a lot of other puzzlers, an entirely new illustration that's going to be released. And Karen, you're going to be competing in that one.
I am, so wish me luck.
Good luck.
And good luck finishing all this commentary. You're
Thank
doing a great
you.
job.
Your shoulders have to be hurting from carrying this whole.
Oh, no.
Well, congratulations to all of our puzzles, and we will see you again shortly. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone. Ears.
That's the whole. Oh, man.
Are we? Get confirmation.
And we're off at the UK Nationals Jigsaw Puzzle Championships Qualifier Round B solo. I am Jim Eakins, and next to me I have Jody Parker.
Hello, hello.
And we're excited to talk this one through. We are about 20 seconds into this, and we're going to take a look at this image, and it is this is a
Oh, wow.
it's a cartoon drawing, very very artistic. It's a jigsaw puzzle competition of the UK Nationals. It's really really lovely.
Oh, that's beautiful. There's so many little puzzle piece details in it just jumping out already. That's beautiful.
On screen right now on the far left, we have Graham Parker of the Puzzle Guzzlers. In the middle, we have Nikki Thomas, UK Nationals number 10 last year. And on the far right, Emma Quirk from Ireland, won the UK Nationals last year in the solo division. And you can see that they are all flipping these pieces like crazy. One of the things that I really like are the different techniques people use. You can see on the far right, Emma is flipping those pieces away from herself, and she's flipping into some negative space. You can see that there's a little bit of a gap from where the pile is, from where that mountain of unflipped pieces is, to where it's going to land a little bit later. So that way there's not this recombination or reorganization of things that have been flipped versus not flipped. It's really, really great to keep that control. You can see Nikki Thomas in the middle, sort of diving into the middle and pulling the flip pieces out to one side. I think she's collecting edges down towards the bottom. And Graham Parker over on the left can't quite see where his hands are at because of that box in the way, but he's doing a fantastic job. A lot of these faster puzzlers, they try to get the flip done in about the 3-minute line. They're on the upper echelon of puzzling, but anything that's under 3:45 is really solid for this.
Yeah, just noticing there's like a lot of white pieces on this. So you can see as you're flipping, there's a lot of white on the white table. So that's going to be really challenging to kind of spot some of the piece shapes later on, maybe even picking out some of the edges at the moment. If you don't pick it on the flip, it can be a bit more challenging to see them white against white.
Yeah, in a moment we'll try to get we'll get a look at the image, because I think there's going to be a really difficult decision as to how people are going to approach this puzzle. Are they going to try to do the full edge, or are they going to try to do some feature building because of where the colors sit? We can see at the 2:42 line, Emma is almost done with her flip, might be about 25 seconds behind. We do have some international folks in this competition, and in this round, the international folks, their rankings and their placement will be recognized, but only folks from the UK are eligible for prizes whenever we're in the final. And I'll remind people at a baseline, the top 100 puzzlers are going to move on to the final from this round, and that's a great goal. And this is a tough round to be in with the number of puzzlers and all the great puzzlers that are in here. Emma Court just started with doing some assembly around the 3:15. You can see she already made great progress there on I think that's somebody's dress, this orange dress that's in the middle.
Yeah, lots of kind of things to pick out on this one, so it'll be interesting to see where people go first. Nothing that big, but yeah, lots of little details.
Jody, what do you think would be a good approach here on this one?
It's tricky, so I always like to start with the edge, but I feel like this would be quite a difficult edge to do. Maybe this red sign across the middle, I think that's standing out to me quite a lot. I feel like the bunting would be quite easy to spot in the pile, but maybe not so easy to put together.
Yeah, I think Nikki Thomas has taken a similar tactic here. You can see she pulled all those edges down to the bottom, but then she pulled that solid red jigsaw puzzle competition banner into the middle, and she's going to work on that. I think she's doing a bigger sort here as well, and is going to try to get some of those pants, suits, chunks together. On the far right, you can see Emma starting to pull out new colors. I think Emma's going to try to go for each of those individual people or shirts, pants combinations, which is going to be really, really solid way to kick off here, because those islands will be good to go off of. And yeah, there she goes. She made that big banner pull early on.
Absolutely.
Graham over on the far left, you can see that he's starting to work on the edge. And I really like what he's doing. He's doing the edge in these smaller chunks where it's, let's make the green balloon that's sitting, let's make the red balloon that's sitting. It's a way to make sure that you're making progress, even if it's in smaller batches. Whenever you have a border that can be a little chunky and a little chaotic.
Yeah, that's right. Just find something that you can do and keep connecting pieces to that. Yeah.
I know there is some controversy among puzzlers about whether you want to start with the more difficult thing first or the most straightforward thing first. Jody, where do you kind of sit on that spectrum?
Always easy. I will always go for the easy thing, just to try and get some momentum. You know, I always think of it as like, you know, when you're driving on the motorway, you set a pace of driving and then you go onto a smaller road and it feels really difficult to slow down. So you just kind of get used to the speed you're doing. So definitely easy stuff for me first. And yeah, try and keep the pace up on the harder stuff, but have fewer kind of options, combinations. You know, take some pieces out of there before you get to the harder stuff. But on a puzzle like this, I mean, I don't know how I would work out what the harder stuff is.
Well, on the left here, we have Ella Fleetham, and on the right, Charlotte Kirby. Charlotte was able to hit the UK Nationals #5 position last year, and you can see why. Charlotte's doing a pretty hefty sort up front. The thing that makes a sorting tactic tricky is that you have to be really accurate up front in order to make the zippering pay off, right? It's really easy for a big sort to sort of become everything that's purple and blue all in one spot, and then you have to untangle it. But it looks like Charlotte's off to a really good start here, because some of those clusters are only about 4 to 8 pieces. Up on the screen now on the far left, we have Karen Puzzles, and she has that full banner almost completely built out. I think that's 1, 2. That's probably about 20, 25 pieces or so just of that banner that's completely worked out. That's really great job by her. She's actually a little ahead assembly wise on that from Emma.
Yeah, it's quite a nice section as well to build down from, isn't it? You can see the green guy there and a few other heads and faces to kind of join on.
So here's an up close look at the puzzle for today. It's called Jigsaw Puzzle Competition. And no, that's not what we're doing. That's the name of the puzzle by Eleanor Tomlinson from East Yorkshire. And look at how cute this image is. And this is what we were saying, that the banner is lovely. The border might be a little tricky in here, but I can definitely see where those islands of people's clothing will stick out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a beautiful image, isn't it? Imagine if we were all gathered around one table having a little competition together like that. Or that could be chaos stricken, to be fair.
Oh yeah. Well, and this is how a lot of puzzling is done, is around a table. In this case, in this room, everybody is separated by tables. You know, there's 2 people on each individual table. It's split out. We have 160. I believe 164 competitors in this round. 100 will move on to the next one. Jody, if you're looking at this, what kind of times do you think we might see for completions?
So I think this one will be probably a little bit slower than the last one. I think the details will be easy enough to put together, but I think we'll see a lot of people kind of slow down when they've got a lot of white pieces or pieces with just kind of details that are all over in the background. But I don't know. I don't know. Still, I would guess faster than I could do it for the first few finishes. But yeah, I don't know. What was the last one? 36, maybe low 40s, late 30s, maybe.
I think that's fair. I think it's going to come down to if the puzzlers favor a pick and place or a dead reckoning style more than being really strong on gradients. I'm gonna be aggressive, and I'm gonna say 39-20. And I'm gonna say somebody is gonna beat that with a stick, I hope. Because I always want all the puzzlers to do their best and hit a good time. If you're in the YouTube chat, let us know what kind of times you think we might see on this one. Super Matteo is saying that the white background is more contrast with the elements than the previous green background. Maybe there, and this is a thing that we've talked about before, where sometimes the image looks a little different than what the pieces do in terms of the color contrast.
Yeah, I think you have to think about the table as well. That the table itself is white, as in the table the puzzlers are working on, which can throw you a little bit if you're not used to having to really work to pick out those shapes.
Yeah. These details are really lovely because you can see that the streamers are all hanging out. There's a puzzle box in the lower right-hand corner that has a couple of pieces in it. Both the right and the left have different stacks of puzzles that I think we've all seen at a puzzle party or two. Where
Absolutely. I feel I've seen them just around this building, to be honest. There's a lot of puzzle stuff happening today.
crossing the 10-minute and 20-second line, you can see on the far left, Karen Puzzles cruising through that banner and now moving on to trying to get some of those clothing lines in. You can see Sane in the middle here has chunks of the border and is now working on that banner as well. And in the far right, Emma has the banner and a lot of that edge. What I really appreciate about all these puzzlers is they don't get bogged down in trying to force one thing to happen. I think at high level speed puzzling, you have to be able to move on from chunks that aren't working and try to make progress where you can. You can see on Emma's field, she has a lot of those edges just above where she's working, and then she pulls them in and lines them out almost like one of those 1940s crime scenes
Yeah,
where it's like the body sitting there. So that way she can still make progress. And it's also going to let her line up all of those little islands that she's working on.
Yeah, I mean, it looks incredibly organized. You can see she kind of got a place for her pieces, a place for the edge pieces, and then everything that's in that puzzling area is where it needs to be. So, yeah, that'll make it a lot easier later on when she's just filling in gaps.
Yeah, Thomas Oak is saying that there's an appalling amount of puzzle pieces lying on the floor in this image. There are quite a few pieces that are hanging out down there.
That is true.
But I think that that's also might be a good way for some of our puzzlers to distinguish what's up above and what's below, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's a nice detail, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's really going to come down to what do these puzzlers notice as they're going through this, to what level of detail as we cross the 12-minute line here. Now, for those of you watching at home, a fun fact that we always like to say is that a puzzle, the border of a Ravensburger 500-piece puzzle is 86 pieces, or roughly 17% of the entire puzzle. So it's a really good estimate to see where folks are at. You can see now Charlotte Kirby over on the right-hand side getting those edges lined out, but has made really good progress on these groups of islands of about 4 to 8 pieces all throughout. On the left, we have Ella Fleetum doing a great job getting that banner. You can see that she's making adjustments and has a lot of the pile above where her build field is. And I don't quite have the name for that person that's next to Ella, but they're doing wonderful. You can see they have that full banner along with a lot of that edge kind of lined up. It's going to be a little tricky to see how they get on because that spacing is going to be a little awkward. But they're off to such a quick start that I'm not too worried about.
Yeah, and I think Charlotte's hot off her third place at the Cardiff Championship a couple of months ago, so that's a really, really good performance, and looks like she's doing a great job again today so far. One to watch.
Absolutely. Well, and if you're watching the stream, a really fast pace for puzzling is about 14 pieces per minute. And that's going to put you on the scale of being able to do about 35 minutes for this 500-piece puzzle. So I think if you're watching, you can kind of hit the tick marks and go from there. On the left side of the screen, we have Eva Zimmerman. It looks like Eva has that banner and is sunbursting off of the banner in chunks as best as they can. I think that's a really cool tactic to use one of these big anchor points that you have and work off of it. In the middle, we have Ann Kirk Gullman, and they've done a lot of that border. And on the far right, we get another look at Emma, who is cruising through this very, very rapidly. And in these small, discrete steps, usually you see big, wide chunks all at once.
Yeah, great progress all around. Very impressive to see.
We have a special guest coming to the table here for a moment, so you might hear a little bit of shuffling as we get them set up. There we are. Oh yeah, there's some extra wires hanging around. Hello there.
Hello.
Would you mind telling the world who you are?
So my name's Eleanor Tomlinson, and I do have to.
Yeah,
Can you
yeah.
hear
It's
me?
just yeah. You can just angle it a little more.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Apologies for all this technology.
Oh, there you go.
Is that okay?
Oh, that's
Can
lovely.
everybody hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Good. My name's Eleanor Tomlinson. I'm an artist and illustrator, not far away from where this is all taking place. I'm in East Yorkshire, and I am very proud to say that I draw and paint. That is what I do. I'm an artist and illustrator, and I love it. This is very different, though, to my usual kind of work that I do. I normally um, capture and celebrate a lot of wildlife and animals, very much inspired by my home in East Yorkshire. So this, full of colour, people, a jigsaw scene is very different to what I usually do. But is that enough of an introduction? A little bit.
No, that's lovely, and thank you for making such a lovely image for this. It's
Glad you like
really
it.
really cool. One of the things I'm always curious about is how long does it take to make an image like this come to life?
I must say, this is probably one of the pieces to create that's taken the longest. And there's a few different reasons for that, I suppose. I mean, yes, it was all about getting lots and lots of detail. Typically, my pieces, if you were to look up my other work, it might be have a less going on, maybe a single core focus and a lot more white space, which of course that's the last thing you want when you're wanting to complete a jigsaw and puzzle. So working with Ravensburger to make sure it was sort of suitable and there was that much going on. But because there's that much detail and the planning bit took a long time. The drawing bit, less so, believe it or not. But when you move to the painting bit, I'm always surprised just how long it takes to paint an image, and it's because of all the different colours that are going on, and that few seconds to rinse out a paintbrush in between each colour mixing.
Oh yeah.
You think, oh, it's a few seconds here and there, but it really does add up. So I mean, it's probably best part of a few days, and then the bits of edits, and we had to sort of add in more balloons to fill up little spaces and gaps that we felt just needed more to them for it to be something that everybody would find enjoyable to put together, really. So it was a lot of hours. I'll have to actually go back and sort of tot up how many in total, but we'll be looking at 3 days: a day for planning and drawing, a day for painting, and a day for sort of little edits and changes and going back and forth.
That's so cool, and I think a lot of these puzzlers are enjoying it as well. On screen now, we have Anna Ablett on the left and Buai on the right, and they're chewing through this rapidly. We just crossed the 18-minute line. I was curious. You were saying that it takes several days to get through. How does it feel to watch these puzzlers put it together in probably less than an hour?
I'm absolutely in awe, and I cannot stress that enough. I mean, even in the time it took me to walk down a few steps to get off stage, I think they've already like got the jigsaws out, they've opened them, they've already made a start. How? And it's incredible to watch. I mean, it is an art form because I wouldn't have got this far after probably the 2 hour period, I think. It's incredible to watch. I'm absolutely mesmerised just at the speed of everybody, and those that are the fastest in the room. It's on a whole other level. It is such a fascinating thing to watch, I must say.
Have you had a chance to
No,
build it yet?
no. So this is the first time I'm even seeing the box. I said to one of the ladies from Ravensburger that I've been in touch with that my first box, obviously, I was in front, so I didn't actually see the box front, but I could see that the box was red. So my first thing was, oh, they've gone for a red box. So it's lovely to see, because of course I've spent that long over the artwork itself, and it has been quite a few months now since I've last seen it properly, and you getting remembering all those details. Oh, yeah, I remember putting that in, adding that in, and doing that bit. But to see it in its entirety in the box and as a jigsaw, it's wonderful. It feels a bit like deja vu.
I'm really excited for you. On screen now we have Kiara who's one of the fastest puzzlers in the entire world at World Championships this past year. She came in 12th place overall in the solo division. And you can see she has that full border built. She has the banner. She has a lot of those seats and people
Yeah, the
sitting there
figures I
locked
can
in.
see.
And I love seeing the focus that she has. Every time she picks up a few pieces, she checks the image en route to make sure that it's going where she expects. So she's confirming after she picks it up that it's going to go to a certain spot. And that's a tactic that a lot of speed puzzlers have to learn to integrate over time because they get so used to not using the image while they're just relaxed puzzling.
Yes. You can see the amount of steps, like you've just said, that are going on in a split second. You've obviously got where most of the pieces are, and then I've noticed some people have sort of a small, maybe little tablet, something to start grouping them up.
Yeah.
Then of course they've got whatever's going on that they're putting together, and then they're also like glancing, and I feel like you need maybe several sets of eyes ideally, just to keep check of what's happening and what's going on. It's seeing everybody sort of take a sort of noticing that the banner and the edges have sort of been two sort of main starting points from people. And I had wondered how they would start it, and everybody seems to be going for that.
You can see on screen now on the left, it's Sophie Hill. In the middle, Shona Redmond. And on the far right, Roxanne Doherty. O'Doherty. And Roxanne is one of those puzzlers that doesn't always do the border outright. And you can see that they've decided to go for that island tactic of making those clusters of pieces, and then we'll find the joins a little bit later. Sophie has all of their pieces up above the build field and is trying to sift through the pile and bring them down where they're going to live. You can see that some of those little adjustments, because that border isn't complete, are going to keep being made. You were mentioning earlier that whenever you were painting, you had to clean off the brush every single time.
Yes.
Speed puzzlers have to do a similar optimization thought process, because every time they touch a piece an extra time, it ends up being that one extra little bit of a half a second to a second
It
that
all
adds up. Yeah.
Yes.
So it doesn't seem like a lot in the moment, but
But-
every single time you do it over the course of 500, it goes really, really quickly. We had somebody in the chat that wanted to confirm what was the medium? Is it watercolor, oil painting, acrylic?
It's watercolor, yes. So my process can be divided in its simplest way into 3 stages. So everything starts off as a pencil sketch. Of course, pencil's wonderful because you can change things and rub things out until you're happy with them. Because most pieces end up looking on the paper, on the card, like they would in my head, but just occasionally it's good to see something visually laid out, and then you can keep tweaking and really improving it until you know you've got the right composition going. Particularly for this one, because there's a lot of planning, and then I go over all the lines that I want to keep in ink line liner, adding in extra details and textures where possible. So I use really fine liners. They're only 0.05 millimeters thick. And I use them on the side, so you get very sketchy and worn out kind of ink line that's got a lot of texture to it. So you'll notice a lot of my outlines, there'll be multiple lines. It just brings a bit of a softness to it, even though it's black ink. And then I go in with the watercolor, and there was a little bit more of I barely ever do anything on the computer usually, but with this there was a little bit more to that, just to enhance colors and, like I say, just make it as best as it could be for a puzzle. And so yeah, that's the process really. Pencil, pen, and then watercolor.
How big is the original sketch?
It's a little bit bigger than A3, the original, and really I wish, looking back, I'd done it a bit bigger.
Yeah.
Because obviously it's got that much detail.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's maybe a little bit bigger than 2 box lids.
Yeah.
Looking at it.
Oh wow.
Yes, but I do wish I'd done it a little bit bigger. But then, of course, to then be able to scan it in, to then have a digital image and then be able to use it, obviously you're restricted how big you can go until scanning in becomes difficult. So, yeah, hence went for sort of just over A3.
When you're doing the painting, because you can see some of these speed puzzlers as they're going through, they're trying to go for everything that is orange, or they're trying to go for everything that is blue. And like Roxanne, you can see she's Roxanne is trying to clear out the pieces that are the yellow and then orange before moving on. Do you do a similar thing when you're doing the watercoloring, or do you kind of jump around?
A little bit. It really varies. So with this one, I probably did it more because I wasn't entirely sure what colours were going to be where, but I didn't want to have like too much green in one area. You know, I wanted it to be an absolute beautiful, chaotic, colourful medley of just everything. So it was quite good to sort of go through systematically with one colour and think, right, well, a bit of yellow here, a bit of yellow up here, and then to balance it out, really bring another bit of yellow, similar colour down here, and doing that sort of gradually with each colour. But then there is inevitably areas to go back and think, oh, that needs something, I'll go back in with that colour. Whereas usually, so it's a bit more of a simpler piece. I have the colour palette a little bit more set in mind, and then it will be just sort of gradually shifting from one colour into the other colour into another colour, whereas this was obviously very distinct colours. So it was quite nice to mix up a lot of one colour, do those areas, and then shift it. So say it's yellow, then shift it into a nice orange, and then do that. And then shift that orange into be a red, and do that colour. And work through that way.
That's so cool.
So cool.
I think it's funny that the way that you describe going through that is similar to how a lot of speed
It's
puzzlers have to
interesting
solve.
having that similarity, that parallel.
You can see on screen right now Jody Nixon here on the left and Jane Parker over on the right. I think a lot of the puzzlers have rightly and reasonably figured out that that banner is a really good starting anchor because it is so discreet and noticeable inside of the inside of the pile. But check out Jody's tactic here. Close to the screen near where their phone is, they've decided to build several of those little islands of yellows and browns, and then they can move them around to go into the field once they're ready for it. So we sometimes call this working out of field, where you set up little projects that you can then airdrop or slide into the build area. Whereas Jane Parker, they are actively working in that crime scene outline build field area and building those islands right into the space. When you're doing a puzzle, what kind of style is your usual mode of puzzling? Like, do you try to do things a certain way? Do you jump around?
I feel everybody listening to this might laugh at me, but I'm your very typical person where I'll go and do my corners. This is some blue sky. I can do a bit of my sky. There's not really any method to
Oh yeah.
so there's probably like different elements. It's really fascinating, and I think I'm going to be picking up little tips, watching people, thinking, yeah, that's what the pros do. That's what people who know what they're doing are doing, and take those little tips and tricks back to give it a go at home. Because even though I know the artwork, and obviously this was a complete surprise to everybody taking part, I really want to do this, give myself this 2 hours to do it myself and challenge myself. But I think even I'm going to struggle. And obviously I know this artwork inside out. So it is spellbinding to watch everybody.
Oh, it's spellbinding to watch everybody put your beautiful artwork together.
Thank you.
And if for those of you who haven't seen Eleanor's other artwork, like, please go check it out, because it's just wonderful stuff. And this is one
Thank
more in
you.
a long line of the other images that we've seen. And I think a lot of puzzlers are going to say this isn't the most straightforward image, but for people that enjoy kind of busy images or do a lot of pick and place tactics, this is going to be right up their alley. You can see on screen now on the far left we have Abby Bowler, in the middle Chantal De Jong, and in the far right Sarah Dodd. And again, on the opposite ends of the screens, the two different styles of working through just the middle and then out, or putting the border in, trying to lock in a couple of spots and working on the inside. I almost wonder if we can't really move on without mentioning it. I almost wonder if Abby's hat tilts Abby forward just a little bit and helps keep them focused rather than looking around at other things throughout the room.
Reminder, look
Yeah,
straight
yeah.
ahead. Yeah.
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 I think I'd need those. I'd get too distracted what was going on around me.
You'll notice Chantel has a puzzle mascot, which is also very common in the speed puzzling community, where there's various mascots or plush plush mammals that people bring as like good luck charms or project managers of sorts.
Oh, I love that project manager. Yes, give them a really good official title
Yeah.
like that.
And a fantastic collection of pins on the mascot as well.
Yes.
But check out Sarah Dodd. They almost have that full left-hand side worked out. And I think they tried to go for those puzzle boxes because there's text on it. And so being able to see
yes.
that text and glue it into that person's jacket is really slick. And it also gives them the right-hand side that has a little bit of wording as well.
It's interesting. I'd not thought of that because obviously you're looking at it through the eyes of somebody, who's just again so experienced at doing this and knowing the best ways to go about completing a puzzle. Whereas obviously I did it just as a bit of a filler to think, oh, what could we have on around that edge just to add a bit more detail and a bit more colour and a bit more interest, just so it just wasn't sort of a blank empty one. It was a bit different from the existing balloons and bunting that are around. It's how everybody sees the world is very different, and I think that comes alive more when you're watching this and what people like say decide to zone in on and what they see first and what becomes a really good guide for them to then lead on to other things. It's almost like looking at the inside of how people think and how their minds work, which is something very fascinating.
Well, we're crossing the 31-minute and 12-second line, and on screen now on the right we have Emma Quirk, and on the left we have Kiara. Emma's probably down to the last, I want to say 150 pieces or so, and Kiara's right there with her. It's going to be a game of who can do that fill in a little bit cleaner. I don't have a good sense of Emma's piece pile that's remaining.
It looks like Kiara's got the full edge built and Emma's got more gaps around the edge, so it'll be interesting to see kind of how those two pieces come together differently.
Well, Eleanor, I know that there's a huge throng of puzzlers up in the balcony that all want to get their puzzle signed by you. So I don't want to hold you up from getting to that. But do you have anything that you wanted to say to the puzzle world before we let you go?
Thank you for having me a part of your world. It's wonderful, and it's not something that I ever thought I'd see my artwork. When I think like the first jigsaw that I brought out with Ravensburg, it was for Queen Elizabeth II's. It was the coronation. Gosh, no, the coronation of King Charles III back in 2023. And when you think 3 years later and I'm sat with you lovely people and being a part of this wonderful community, so thank you so much for having me a part of it, and I really hope you love the jigsaws featuring my artwork.
Well,
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's perfect for the competition as well. It's so lovely to have a
I'm so
special
glad you
puzzle.
think so.
Thanks for making it, and congratulations. It's really
Thank you. Good luck, everybody.
Thanks.
It's Eleanor Tomlinson, the artist for this beautiful puzzle in round B of the solo competition. On the left, we have another look at Debbie Turner on the and on the right, Scarlett Granger, making really good progress here. We can see that there's starting to be more and more fill-in between those islands that have already been made. And you can see, I think Debbie has a set of same color pieces that they're going to try to knock out all in one shot here to try to get that little cluster going. And this is where doing pick and place can pay off if you're really strong on it, because you can get those tiny little anchors going and then build out from there.
Yeah, absolutely. Great progress. And the Scarlet Sky from YouTube. So check out her video. She's done some really great stuff recently, training for the World Series, trying different puzzle styles. So definitely recommend that if anyone hasn't seen it.
Yeah, I'm so used to not thinking about Scarlett's last name.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
Highly recommend Scarlet Sky. It's just fantastic content. But look, see how she just went in to slam those last couple of edge pieces. That's what we're talking about, getting the line of it set up, and then you can make adjustments. And then she immediately just put it in piece jail after she tried it in 3 different spots, because it's not worth the extra time to try to get one piece in over the course of 15 seconds. There's lower hanging fruit that you can move on to. So using that piece jail of try it a couple of times and then move on, really, really slick tactic to keep moving as we cross the 34-minute and 34-second line.
Yeah, and very, very organized as well. That kind of extra organization can really, really help you with especially a puzzle like this, where there's so much going on.
On the left, we have Cameron McGrath. In the middle, Sophie Foster. And on the far right, Huey Scott, all trying to take down this meta puzzle of a puzzle. And you have to wonder, do they like puzzling while they puzzle a puzzle?
Who doesn't like puzzling while they puzzle a puzzle?
I don't know. That's a puzzling question. You might
It
have
is
to-
quite puzzling.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, some different approaches. You can see Sophie's really gone kind of middle out, and then we've got a couple of kind of more edge completions and bits all over the place as well.
I think being able to keep your nerves under control on a puzzle like this is really important, because there is so much texture, there's so much color that's split in different places, that being able to take a few seconds and really look at what's in your pile and not panic grabbing things. Because we've seen a lot of puzzlers do that, where they get nervous and anxious, and if a piece hasn't gone in, they're like, I'm just gonna grab things and start throwing in. But these three sets of puzzlers, Cameron, Sophie, and Huey, they're so accurate and discreet with what they're aiming for. And even if they're wrong, they just move it off to a side that's controlled.
Yeah, I think if you look at the back of Sophie's t-shirt today, you'll see it says Sophie, the silent assassin. So she's really living that one through now.
I totally believe that. And look at how well built out that field is. Oh, and we just had a finisher. That's Emma.
Fantastic.
Just over the 36-minute line.
Oh, we were way out with the guess.
Hey, my second favorite thing in the world is to be wrong.
Yeah, by such an impressive margin as well. Oh, fantastic.
Huge congratulations to Emma on that. I'm really excited to chat with her, because I know that these busy puzzles are tricky for a lot of folks. We can see that more and more people are moving on. At this stage, after you hear that first round of applause, everybody gets that jolt of energy of, oh gosh, I gotta keep moving. And this is where you have to really stick to your strategy and your strengths in order to proceed.
Yeah.
I like how Kiara here put several pieces on a puzzle board and then put it onto the puzzle itself, so that way it's easy delivery to where it's going to live. You can see that she has that entire middle built out, and so now there's just a lot of shape work that can be done in the bottom, as well as placing some of those more busy pieces.
Yeah, nice and close. So you don't have to move your hands, you don't have to move your eyes that much. Everything just kind of easy access. It's great strategy, especially when you've got that middle bit underneath just fully dealt with. You don't need to look at it anymore.
Well, my partner Mari and I, we often say that sometimes speed puzzling is a bit of a misnomer, and we should be calling it efficiency puzzling.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, with a lot of the fastest puzzlers in the world, they look totally graceful. They look like they're barely moving, and you kind of look away and the puzzle's completely done. So, it's impressive what people can do.
Well, and I just adore Kiara's puzzling, because again, you can see that she's checking the box to see where it's going to end up, and then it sinks in right away. Over on the right, Emma just worked on that puzzle and then put it right back in the box. I know some puzzlers are super zen about it for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I still can't. What are you a immediate?
Well, yeah, I am now, because to do the next puzzle, you need to put the first puzzle away, right? But before speed puzzling, I was definitely finish a puzzle, take a long time, don't look at the box, and then leave it on the table for kind of 3 or 4 days, which my husband was not happy with. So he was not into puzzling until we found out about speed puzzling, and now he's fully in. So I think putting the puzzle away at the end is a good thing to him and to me now.
Looks at a quick count, I think Kiara has somewhere between about 35 and 40 pieces remaining as we're getting ready to cross the 39-minute line. Really, really impressive go here, because this is not straightforward at all. And being able to figure out where each of those little tiny adjustments are going to have to live is really, really difficult.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the pile, there's not a lot to kind of differentiate them. You have to use every skill you've got at this point to get those final few pieces in.
This is, we often say that fatigue is really going to start setting in around the 35-minute mark. And so a lot of these pieces are going to start looking very samey to all of the puzzlers, and it's already busy and difficult to discern.
Yeah, but lots of impressive stuff going on.
It's one of those moments where you want to remind people it's okay to blink. You're
Yeah.
allowed to breathe,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. Oh wow.
In case she doesn't catch it later, uh, Patricia Karen says, "Well done, Emma. Love me," and I hope you see that.
Oh.
Ken Adam is also cheering.
Oh, lovely.
See on screen, on screen now on the left, Cameron on the middle, Sophie, and on the far right, Huey, all doing great job here. Cameron last year at UK Nationals in the finals, in the finals round, came in 42nd overall, and now he is cruising to do an excellent job in this preliminary round. You know, the number of competitors has effectively doubled and a little bit more
Yeah.
from previous years. So it's got to be exciting and a little nerve-wracking to know there's this many new people.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, since last year, I think there's a lot of people that have got a lot faster. You know, speed puzzling in the UK has really kind of taken off. It's so exciting to see where we are this year compared to last year. So, yeah, so many people kind of new to the game, but so many people really improving, and it's lovely seeing everyone kind of work together and get faster together as well.
We've heard legends of the UK puzzle gym, as it were.
Yes, yeah.
How would people find out about the puzzle gym and join it if they wanted?
Yeah, so we have a Discord channel on Discord. Don't quiz me on what that actually is because I don't know. But yeah, if anyone's interested in joining, so you can be added if you contact SJ Bedell on Instagram, or if you can't find her, you can contact me on Parky Puzzles, or you can contact the Puzzle Guzzle and we'll be able to point you in the right direction. So we can send a link for anyone to join. And yeah, it's a lovely community. There's kind of loads of UK puzzlers. We do a puzzle gym where we practice the same puzzle all week together and have a kind of final race on a Sunday night. But there's lots of other stuff like people sharing other speed times, different tips, and just getting to know other people in the UK as well. So definitely recommend, if you haven't already, reach out.
Look at the amount of progress that Sophie's made in just the last minute and a half or so. You can see that Sophie's really in cleanup mode and is finding individual pieces and then syncing them out. And here's Kiara with the last two pieces or so, closing out. Congratulations.
Fantastic.
I think it's 42:26 or so. That's a great time on a very difficult puzzle.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, very impressive.
You know, we say it all the time, doing a puzzle in under 2 hours, a 500-piece puzzle in under 2 hours is impressive at a baseline.
Yeah.
And so being able to crush it in under 45 minutes is just an insane work.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's so easy to forget, isn't it, when you're in this crowd, how abnormal it is to be able to do a puzzle even in 2 hours. It's so impressive. It's really, really exciting to see such a full room of so many wonderful people doing their puzzles.
Yeah. You can see on screen now, Karen Puzzle's doing a great job with this one. It has that full border built out, a lot of that middle working in. You know, seeing the outlines of this, it reminds me a little bit about how a lot of puzzlers approach the cherry blossom.
Yes,
I can't remember the name
from
of it.
Worlds.
Yeah, with the
Blossom Walk?
kimonos. Yeah, the
Yeah.
cherry blossom walk. Just from a tactic standpoint, how a lot of them built the individuals that were standing there and then had to do the fill in based on what was busy or what was back.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of reminds me a little bit of Time for Tea from last year. Again, quite detailed, white background, lots of pick and place, and also beautiful and British. It's lovely special puzzles.
I got a question from Philip Capable 8953. With your wide experience of speed puzzling across the world, with the times the top Brits will be recording, how competitive might they be at Worlds? Very competitive.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think that it's going to be anybody's game in a lot of ways. I think that folks from the UK do a little bit more Gibsons at a baseline than some of the other places.
Yeah, maybe. And I think maybe not as much as you'd think. We're definitely big Ravensburger fans. We do obviously have probably easier access to Gibsons than other people going to
Right.
World Series. Yeah, but from what I've heard, they've been quite hard to get hold of recently because everyone is trying to train.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think definitely, competitive. Emma, who just won the round, came 9th at Worlds last year. Rachel Chambers came 10th last year, and she did very well in the previous round as well. And I think Sarah Mills went to Worlds, one of the early ones, and did very, very well as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very, very strong contingency, and it's just going to come down to who can persevere through all of the rounds.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's a mental game, isn't it? There's a lot of pressure, a lot of rounds, and it's just who can hold up the best in that.
On screen now, on the left-hand side, we have Charlotte Kirby, who was 5th at UK Nationals last year, is at the point of doing fill-in, and on the right, Nikki Thomas was doing a great job there. Oh, and we had a finisher, Mara Hall. Congratulations!
Fantastic. Well
Snuck
done.
in under the radar there. Right around the 40 minute line. Yeah, now we're going to be bouncing around a little bit. We can see the judges starting to confer with each other significantly on where things are going. It is difficult to determine how close some of these puzzlers are because of how tricky some of these sections are. It's entirely possible somebody can suddenly switch the lens that they're looking at and go, shape work, and blast through 30 pieces, or they might go, brown, and they'll get go through 15 very quickly. It all depends.
Yeah, and really interesting to see those different techniques because it really different people are just going to switch onto different things, aren't they? Some people love to do a shape sort, and when they get in the zone, they can just knock pieces in super duper quick. But also still quite a lot of detail to look at.
Look at this. We 3 people up on the far left, Nyla, in the middle, Helen, and in the far right, Flory. Nyla, you can see that they have a lot of physicality going, and they are moving rapidly. They have that whole center section worked out, and a lot of the edges on both sides. So now it's going to be a game of how quickly can they get some of those low-hanging balloons worked out. And on the far right, I think Flory's down to just the last 15, 20 pieces or so. I think that's just fill-in down in the bottom.
Yeah, that's it. It's like when you got a crumpet and you just gonna spread some butter in and fill in all those gaps nice and quick.
Oh yeah. No, this is really really fascinating to watch, and you can see that they're using their left hand to try to find it. I remind people, it's weird. It's different having people come up to your table with a camera all of a sudden. And so you have that sudden pressure line up on top of you to finish it out. Flory's doing a great job here, though. Let's see how they get the last little bits of this in. Helen holding their left hand out, almost like a puzzle tray, to get those couple of more pieces done. This is going to be so close. I think Flory's going to be able to keep this under the 49-minute line. Let's keep our fingers crossed for him. If you're in the chat, cheer for whoever you see on screen. Cheer for the people you know. Cheer for people you don't know, because this is an amazing thing to be doing, and support goes a long way for all these puzzlers. Oh, there we go. You just saw the shift. Flory made a shift in how they were looking at it. It's just shape. Now they can accelerate into the end. They're at the point of no ambiguity. There's no huge gaps left. So now they're down to the last 5 pieces here, I think. They get that one. Yep, everything is going to go in right away. Can they keep this under the 49-minute line and claim a top 10 spot in this competition? There it is.
Oh, fantastic. Wow, that's so exciting.
Very, very well done.
Oh, that's an incredible time.
Oh, absolutely, especially on something that's, real busy and tricky like this. And Graham.
Oh, he's that tall glass of water.
I don't know, but he is guzzling down the rest of this.
He looks like he's doing very, very well.
Oh, wow, there it is. Get that last one in just under the 49. Can he? A little extra, couple extra rotations, but he sinks
yes,
it. Congratulations.
Well done, man.
It's an amazing time.
Oh, he did great. Well done, mate.
Oh, he did.
Very proud.
That's better than great. That's
Yeah.
phenomenal. That's really exciting. We have a couple
Yeah.
of cheers in the chat for Lacey. Go Lacey, from Mortimates. Go Nyla. Jenny is getting a shout out as well, and a shout out to Puzzle Pair Christine from Australia, who we haven't seen yet but is around. And Shona's mom is there cheering her on as
Oh,
well.
lovely.
But you can see Nikki Thomas on the right has reached that point where they're doing a lot of shape work and going to close that out. Oh, we have some applause in the back corner. I don't think we saw the finish that was over there, but there's some cheering going on. Far right, Catherine Wass is down to maybe the last 25 pieces, and this is where having that physicality and the accuracy goes such a long way. Can they keep this under the 51-minute line? Couple extra double checks, trying to make progress. You can see Nyla bouncing back and forth, trying to get a foothold in that bottom, but it is very, very difficult with all of the extra puzzle pieces that are sitting there, trying to line that out accurately. Helen doing a great job here, also at that point of just getting little bits of progress here and there, trying to get the tidbits. And this is definitely a puzzle where you almost have to do it. We sometimes call it in layers.
Yeah.
Where you make a little bit of progress on a certain set of colors or textures, and then you shift to the next one. Then you make a little bit of progress, and then you shift to the next one. So the more aggressively you make those adjustments, the faster you can get just a couple of pieces in.
Yeah.
And here, I think Catherine's down to the last little handful. Oh,
Oh wow, the box as well. That's awesome.
We were boondogged. We were bamboozled. And that's what happens sometimes whenever you have a white puzzle on a white table, is the backgrounds get a little tricky. So Victoria may have a couple of more minutes to go, but she is doing really excellent. Being able to get something like this done under an hour is phenomenal.
Yeah. Still not many gaps to fill, are there?
Dude.
And these are some excellent times as well. I think this is I think it'd be quite a hard one. And yeah, we're seeing lots of different strategies, aren't we?
Oh yeah, well, not even just like high level strategies, but also sometimes what we call mechanics and techniques. You'll notice that Nyla tends to use just their right hand to grab a piece and sink it in. Sometimes they're using their left hand to point at where the hole is going to be, which is a really good way to stabilize some of those pieces that float around a little bit. Helen is using that left hand almost like a tray, so that way they can bring it over, sink a few pieces in, and then go back. Sometimes that also ends up being a piece jail for some puzzlers, where those pieces go in and they hang out, and it's I don't want to look at these for a little while, and so you make that floating that moving like Superman control tower.
Oh yeah,
But
definitely.
look, Charlotte Kirby and Nikki Thomas, we have a roll off here going on.
Yes.
I think Nikki has about 7 pieces remaining. Charlotte right next to her, going piece for piece. Who is going to be able to see those backgrounds a little bit tighter? I think Nikki has this locked in on the shapes, but Charlotte just made a big kick. She's using both hands to sink them in. Nikki gets it in just by a second or two.
Oh.
Charlotte closing this out. Congratulations to both.
Oh, fantastic.
When you have a puzzle that goes on for that long, sometimes that extra second can just come down to an extra few pieces that are face down on the flip versus being face up. That's so amazing.
Yeah. No. Yeah, it's awesome seeing all of our best puzzlers coming here and having a race.
Well, and just the level of technique and competition that's grown in UK puzzling over the past year is phenomenal. And I know you're no small part of that, which is really wonderful. How many of these puzzlers have taken part in the Puzzle Guzzle?
Oh, quite a lot, I'd say. I think in total we've had maybe 150, 200 different people join our competitions, and we started just over a year ago now. But yeah, there's definitely names we recognise. So Helen in the middle here, she's one of our regulars. Yeah, she always does very well. Naila's joined a few as well. And yeah, it's just been amazing seeing how much faster everyone's got over that year as well. You know, the competition's been tight the whole way, and everyone's been kind of nudging each other up a little bit, and everyone's been working really hard, training hard to stay kind of competitive. So yeah, it's very exciting.
And that's it's so fun to see that. You know, Mari and I coach a lot of puzzlers, and you can see how practicing regularly really does affect your puzzling.
Yeah.
And doing the reruns goes a long way too, because it lets you focus on mechanics rather than getting bogged down and doing 12 things at once while learning it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think having, being able to talk through strategies with people as well, that's definitely something that's picked up quite a lot in the UK Discord, and it's so helpful to just understand how other people think about it. How could I approach this differently? If you're hitting a wall on something, asking for help and finding different ways. It's brilliant.
Well, we're all learning from each other. The speed puzzling community keeps growing and keeps learning new little ways to be slightly more efficient. And not just for, like an overall singular meta that's perfect. It's also figuring out what works for you and your eyesight, your reach even. There's some folks like Sophie Hill here. They're standing and completely hunched over the table. Not everybody can do that for a whole 55 minutes straight.
Absolutely, yeah. But yeah, it's nice being able to meet different people, try out those different things, and you will find that everyone has a different style. I mean, like even in my house, my husband and I both big puzzlers. He's very much a shape sorter, and I'm very, very much not. So there's that contrast even just within our pair.
Well, you can see Sophie just got a burst of a burst of energy there, seeing that lens shift into, oh yes, I can just do the shape work. I can do that little bit of chunk. Yes, there it is. And you can see just going through rapidly, closing out the rest of this. Can she keep it under the 5610? There it is. Congratulations. See Abigail Lawrence here on the left, checking that box every time between sets. On screen now, that's I don't believe that's Nyla. We'll have to double check the name.
Nyla.
On the far right, Katie Phillips is doing a great job here. You can see that Katie has decided to pull out the poster that comes inside of the box and holding that really, really close to the image as opposed to using the box itself.
Oh yeah, very smart.
And Helen coming into the last couple of pieces here. Got about 5 pieces remaining. Can Helen get it in under the 57-minute line? Let's cheer her on. She's got 15 seconds here to get those last ones in. Only a few more. You see, that's using the left hand to try to find the holes. It's a really, really great tool whenever you have any kind of uncertainty to just be able to use that physicality to lock in the spot. There we go. Sarah Rowe closing out on the far left there. You can see she's also she can also smell the end in sight, and so she got that burst of energy in order to move on.
Oh yes, Helen.
Well, congratulations, Helen, just over the 57 line. Well, at our table, we have a special guest. Emma, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hey, I'm Emma from Ireland.
And you might want to add the first place finisher in Qualifier B for the UK Nationals 2026.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, congratulations on that. Tell
well
us a
done.
little bit
Thanks.
about what you were thinking whenever you saw this one.
Yeah, it was pretty tricky. I think the white background on the white table was quite hard. But yeah, it was okay. It was a lot of pick and place because you kind of had to find the flags, and there was so many flags the same color, so it made it challenging. But it was good. It was good fun.
When you were working on this, did you try to do a group of things that were the same color for the pick and place?
Yeah, I think so. I tried to kind of do all the purple balloons and then all the green flags. Yeah.
That's it was fun watching you get on because that border is also not easy to do.
No, and I always start with the edges, but this time I just left it till the end. Yeah.
Did you find it similar to like last year with the teapots and all the white gaps as well?
Yeah, a little bit.
Right.
Yeah, it was pretty similar. Yeah.
Yeah, the artist was really excited because she was saying whenever she does the watercoloring, she tries to do the similar colors at once and then goes back through. And it's like, oh yeah, that's how the speed puzzlers approach doing this.
Yeah,
things.
definitely. Yeah, it was quite a different art style for a puzzle. So it was lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
on, Sarah Rose. Is she going to be able to keep this under the 59? It's going to be just over. Sorry, I was super excited for her. You can see that physicality kicking in, that shift whenever people see that they can go straight into shape work. Oh, got it. Oh, might have an extra piece, an extra switch. Is she going to call time? Is she going to call time for that extra one?
Oh, she
Oh,
got it.
there's one missing one, and we're not sure where it is. But she might. Oh, I hope. I think they
Yeah.
hit the timer. Congratulations, Sarah. That was that was courageous puzzling there towards the end, being able to push through that. And see Abby just finishing strong, and Abigail Lawrence just behind. Only about 20 pieces left, and closing out under an hour is really impressive on this. Emma, for busy puzzles like this,
Yeah.
a lot of people get intimidated right away whenever they see it.
Yeah.
How do you handle seeing an image that may not be in your wheelhouse immediately?
Yeah, I think I did panic at the start for a little bit. I was like, oh, what do I start with? But I did the red banner first. And then I kind of sorted by colour. So I did like the browns or the yellows or the oranges first. But yeah, I think it's kind of just take your time. And even I did bits of the edges, like I did the edges that had the balloons on it. So I think it's just kind of break it down and just get even small parts done. Definitely helps.
Yeah. Interesting to hear you said you panicked at the start.
Yeah.
You looked totally like cool and calm, and you like steady progress the whole way.
Yeah.
And obviously a fantastic time, and well done.
Thank you.
You mean you're immortal like the rest of us? You're not.
Yeah,
you're not
definitely.
superhuman to the extent that you're untouchable and
No,
just
definitely still panic
beyond.
a bit as well.
Is it? I know you also compete in a lot of online competitions.
Yeah.
How different is it being in person at a big national event like this versus
Yeah.
just at home?
I much prefer it. I think it's nice meeting everybody and getting even the noise of the crowd and stuff. It makes you go faster for sure. I think I would have done it half as fast at home.
Well, and up in the balcony, there's a whole army of puzzlers just
Yeah.
watching every little move people are making.
Yeah, you can't mess up. It makes you go faster for sure.
It's actually amazing the view you get up there as well. You get like a proper bird's eye
Yeah.
view on everyone's puzzle. It's
Yeah,
awesome.
you do.
Yeah.
See on screen now here, Ann Kurt Goldman, maybe about 40 pieces remaining. Eva Zimmerman over here on the right, down to like the last 15 or so. And I think that's a zero ambiguity line. If Eva switches into shape mode, is going to be able to just pound the rest of those out very, very rapidly. When you were coming in towards the end, did you get we see it often, but did you feel like a jolt of energy that
Yeah,
kind of pushed you
definitely.
through it?
Yeah, I think that as soon as you see the camera near you, you kind of get sped up and yeah, especially for the last like 50 pieces, I feel like they went quite fast.
How did you deal with those last pieces? Did you do any kind of shape sorting? Was it just on the little
No,
details?
yeah, just the details. I think there was no piece that was just white. Every piece had some bit of colour, which was good. And there was lots of like jigsaw pieces down the bottom.
Yeah,
So you
yeah.
kind of knew they were all the bottom half, which was quite good. Yeah, I think it was quite helpful. But you did have to look at the box a bit, which I don't normally do.
It's fun to see. And there's Karen Puzzles has finished somewhere around an hour or two. Congratulations, Karen. We know Karen was doing this one for fun. And that's also like a tricky style of puzzle for her. She did excellent. Eva closing it out as well. Really, really well done. Well, Emma, I know that you want to go get your puzzle signed and
Yeah.
hop in line for that. Do you have any words of wisdom, things you want to say to the puzzle world before we let you go?
No, I think just enjoy it and have fun. Yeah.
Rock on. Well, congratulations
Thank you.
again for putting up a really good time.
Thanks a million. Bye.
See ya.
Fantastic. See you later.
And yeah, you all will probably hear in the background there is applause going on as folks finish because the balcony can see a lot of people. Our camera team is running around, seeing what they can. And Kurt Goldman getting ready to finish this one out from Denmark. Let me. There we go. From Denmark, I don't believe they're participating in UK Nationals last year, so this is a pilgrimage for them to be here in a really, really cool way. And even though they're placed kind of towards towards a corner of the room, they're doing an excellent job here. They're down to the last 15 pieces, and they're using both hands pretty rapidly here, which is unusual for a lot of speed puzzlers. Usually they're right hand or left hand dominant. They're flowing through here. You can see Dan Martin here on the left, Lucy Nash in the middle, and Kate Phillips just finished over on the right. And there's Dan Martin
Oh,
closed
well
in
done,
half.
Dan.
Congratulations. Well, we have another human that has teleported here towards the table. Human, please tell us your name, good sir.
Hi, I'm Graham Parker, confirmed human.
Allegedly.
I have witnesses.
Well, congratulations on putting up such a fantastic time. How does it feel to have like crushed it in this round?
It feels great, honestly. I was a little intimidated by the sort of artist's preamble before we started the round. She sort of seemed to signal impending doom in the terms of the puzzle, and then when I opened it, it's a little bit overwhelming. Like obviously very busy. Lots. I'm sure you've been over there, like discussing the puzzle a lot over the last hour and a bit. But yeah, it's like several repeated colors and yeah, repeated sections. And yeah, a lot going on. Also a white background, which remembered from Time for Tea last year is like a struggle when you get into the last sort of sections of the puzzle. You genuinely just finding the spaces where the pieces are supposed to go, just because it's like white on a white background, right? But yeah, I think there's enough clues there that I just kept sort of plugging away, finding something slightly different to look for, a different feature to try and pick out. And yeah.
Did you shape sort?
I did not shape source.
I could not be more surprised. Honestly, I would have. I think I know this man well, and I would have bet a lot of money that he'd done a shape sort like early on. But
I was like the whole time I was like, all right, I'm gonna have to shape sort in a bit. I'll just do this one last thing, and then I'll just do. You know what? I'll just do this one last thing. Then I'll go for the shape sort. I'll just do this one. You know what? I've spotted this now. This is quite nice. I'll do that, but then I'll get down to the shape, and then I had 10 pieces left, and we were basically done.
fantastic. So yeah, the artist was telling us that she'd spent a lot of time kind of putting in extra little details to make sure that everything kind of had a place. So
they were appreciated.
That really worked. Even Graham Parker didn't shape sort it.
Yeah, it's like stuff like the puzzle, like the loose puzzle pieces that are on the bottom half of the puzzle, and obviously not like on the wall at the top of the puzzle, like stuff like that I didn't notice for probably 42 minutes, and then I found it. I was like, oh, okay, well that's at least that gets me. I can thin the pile. I can just grab out those bits with pieces on and put them down the bottom. But
well, for people that are listening at home that may not necessarily know the two of you, how do the two of you know each other?
Yep. So we are married.
Oh, legal contract.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yes, we know each other in a formal way. The legal contract of marriage. And we also, along with Aaron, run the Puzzle Guzzle together, which is the UK online competition.
Yes, he says that's very generous of him to say we run it together because Graham does all the hard work. I do the Instagram and Aaron does he turns up and does a bit of stats, but Graham does all the hard work. Like without him, no one would get those puzzles delivered.
You're very kind.
Graham, do your shoulders hurt from carrying that team?
It's agony, honestly.
It sounds tough. It sounds tough.
We're very grateful.
Well, and I not just you guys, but like the entire puzzle community really adores the puzzle. Like I watch it and just get a kick out of it.
We genuinely love it when you pop up with the YouTube chat. It's the highlight of our evenings. Like it's yeah, it's so nice. Just like honestly, like the sort of community that we've helped build, like the people that we know now through running these competitions. It's like it's very rewarding.
I think Boo's coming in for the last 5 pieces here.
Come
Come on, you can do it. Keep it under the 825. There it is.
Oh, and yeah, shout out to Boo's mascot as well. She crochets these like adorable little puzzle pieces.
On screen, you can see Jane Richardson on the far left, Lucy Nash in the middle, and Lucy Brown over on the right. I think it's really cool how you all have built such a big community for speed puzzling that's also clearly translated to the number of people here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's not to like, I mean, like JPA are doing a lot of work, and like
fantastic.
and they are the life force of the UK jigsaw puzzle community. It's not to be understated, but yeah, we try to do our part, and yeah, it helps people to sort of like doing an online competition is slightly less intimidating, I feel, than like traveling to Bradford with 400 other people to compete in real life. But so yeah, I think it helps people get sort of like an on ramp to live competitions, and at the same time, like yeah, people who do a live competition, there's not one of those running every week for the most part. So then it sort of feeds each other, right? It's it's a nice situation, I would say.
Yeah, and we still get kind of, a handful of new people at pretty much every competition we do, which is just awesome to see new people joining all the time, having a go. And yeah, seeing the progress. It's wonderful.
There is a shout out for our big dog from Park for Runners in the chat.
I mean, that can only be one
I
person.
accept the moniker graciously.
I believe that makes it official.
Yeah.
Exactly. It is indeed official. Well, Graham, I want to make sure that you get to like get your puzzle signed and you get to go celebrate because you did a wonderful job here. Do you have anything you want to say to the puzzle world before we let you go?
No, not specifically. I would like to obviously shout out the mums because they may or may not be watching, and yeah, just thank you to everyone around, and also shout out to my wife for doing a wonderful job commentating.
Me?
As a completely unprompted shout out, just want to be clear.
Did I prompt that?
No,
I didn't.
Jim
Okay,
prompted it.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, well done. You made me proud.
All right. Enjoy the next 50 minutes, guys.
Thank you. See you later.
Congratulations, Graham.
Yeah, well done.
Wonderful
That's an
job.
awesome performance.
Graham Parker with a very strong finish. We're trying to get the results loaded up, but they're doing great work. You can see Jane Richardson getting ready to close this out just over the hour and 11-minute line. Does the pat down, feels the entire puzzle, and Lucy Brown right there with her. Oh, I think Jane had a missing piece. Oh, there's a corner that's going to go in. There it is. Lucy Brown closed that out in a wonderful fashion. Jane Richardson just behind, getting some of those loosey-goosey pieces locked in place. Congratulations. You see Nash in the middle there, trying to finish this one up. You can see there's some puzzlers that use these big box top holders, and Lucy is going for a classic just slide the box a little bit off of the box and tilt it. Some puzzlers really like that shallow angle, so that way whenever they look down, it matches what they're looking at, as opposed to being a little more tilted up. They also avoid it makes sure that sometimes the glare matches what you're looking at. It really depends puzzler to puzzler, and if you're standing or sitting, and how you want to approach it, which is fun. But we do have another human, I'm not sure confirmed human just yet, that's at the table.
Yeah. I am human, yeah.
Okay, well, it's official. Would you mind telling the world who you are?
I'm Hannah Little, and I guess I just came, third amongst the UK puzzlers.
Congratulations.
Or sixth overall.
Fantastic. Oh, I would say Hannah is like the master of the busy puzzle.
You're that Hannah Little. Okay. Sorry. I know folks watching, I get a little starstruck too, because I see people in different contexts, and so it's different to like see them in human form.
Yes.
No, well, tell us a little bit about what you thought whenever you saw this come out of the bag.
Yeah, it's a Hannah puzzle for sure. I call them Hannah puzzles when they're busy puzzles. And I thought when I saw the one from Round Day this morning, I was like, that's busy. That'll suit me really, really well. But I think crucially that puzzle would have suited a lot of people well, just because it was quite blocky and very colourful. Whereas this one, I think, suits my very specific skill set and is otherwise quite difficult. So I think that's why I did well on it.
Did you like pick and place the whole way?
I pick and place the whole thing.
Oh,
I didn't flip at the beginning, and I didn't do the edge.
Madness. Madness. You just went rogue on this one.
I just went rogue, but it worked. It worked.
Rogue for like people, but we've seen that a lot in the puzzle guzzle. It's definitely like very awesome to see.
It's a style of puzzling that I'm just enamored. It's
Yeah.
really, really fun to see.
But this is the first time I ever finished a puzzle and I was out of breath. And I think that, like, until now, I have not really been taken puzzling seriously because I haven't been out of breath. And I was like, I finished it and I was like, whoo.
If there was ever a time to do it,
Yeah.
now is the day.
Well, maybe tomorrow.
What was your time, Hannah?
It was 49 something. I can't remember the seconds. Yeah, it was under 50.
That's
Very, very
fantastic.
pleased with that.
Yeah.
Very pleased.
Yes.
That's really impressive. Were there any elements in this puzzle that you particularly enjoyed? Like, I know a lot of people like knocked the banner out and did that kind of
Yeah, I always enjoy text. That really suits my style well. I really enjoyed the fact that there's pets in it, but the pets are all really different colours. So I found a bit of a dog and I knew which dog it was immediately, which isn't always the case with puzzles with lots of dogs on them. And I really like that everybody's wearing really different outfits because, again, that really, really helped with the placing. But tell you what was really tricky, though, the fact that I saw the bunting and I thought that'll be super, super easy to pick out or pick and place, but there's bunting all over the floor.
Oh, yes.
So that was actually really, really tricky to work out, is it bunting on the floor or is it bunting in the sky?
For those of us who might not know what bunting is,
Oh, is that a British thing?
is there another way to describe bunting? It might not be a British thing. It might just be a me thing.
Okay.
Let's assume it's that one.
So
because
bunting is
I don't know a lot.
strings of little triangular flags.
Fantastic. Yeah.
But we put them up a lot during royal-based events.
Claire with a great finish.
Or any occasion.
Any
yeah.
excuse.
Yeah, because at the marathon in France, you all had bunting, didn't
We
you?
had an excess of bunting.
Yes.
We did, yeah. Yeah.
I do want to say that from Australian Holiday 2025, can you shout out to Danny Finley? Her first competition. All her family are on YouTube watching. The family WhatsApp group is going crazy. Yeah, Danny, go
awesome.
fast. The family WhatsApp is going to go ham as soon as you finish. So, Hannah, do you have like a crew of supporters that like cheer you on like crazy whenever you're puzzling?
So I think my family are watching. Well, at least my mum texts me right beforehand, so I assume she's watching to know that it's about to begin. And my partner Ben, his family are also watched. They got very, very obsessed with Worlds when it happened last year, including his nephews who were all watching it and crying when they were made to leave the house because they just wanted to carry on watching puzzling, which is great to see. But other than that, just the UK crew are very, very supportive. When I went upstairs after finishing, everyone was cheering at how well I'd done because they knew that was like a super good time for me because historically I've not been that fast. And yeah, it's just been quite recently that I've got a lot quicker.
Yeah, she's being modest. I mean, like the last couple of months, Hannah has just, I can't even put into words clearly, like her progress has been
it's been
insane.
a numerical cliff.
Yeah.
Right? Like a lot of puzzlers, it's like a slow downhill grade, and there are times, it's straight up a plateau into a bottom.
Yeah, and do you know what I changed? Because everyone's going to ask this. I stopped puzzling like all of the fast people puzzle and just started puzzling like I puzzle and just didn't flip, just take it straight out of the box and just put the pieces where they went. And suddenly my times just got so much faster. So I think that's a real testament to the fact that different styles really suit different people differently. Yeah. And there's not one way to puzzle fast.
Absolutely. I adore that, and I think that's wonderfully important for people to remember is that you can there's so many different ways to do this, and you have to find what works best for you, not necessarily what works best for somebody else.
Yeah.
Because you can try to copy other people, but if you're, people's arms length are different, your height's different, what your eyes see is a little different. So you have to, even just the way that you think about things can do it. So that's really, really exciting that you tried that out.
Well, it was because we did the puzzle gym that we do on the UK Discord, that I think Rachel was talking about in the last stream. And once you know a puzzle, people are much more feel like it's much more acceptable to just take pieces out and put them where you know they go because you know the image already. And so I was getting incredible times once I knew an image and I was just doing that. And then I just thought, well, what if I do that on images I don't know just by looking at the box, and it worked. So
What if you just use the working memory in order to apply it immediately?
yeah, because like the thing when I thought about why am I so much quicker once I know an image, it's because I'm not wasting time flipping, I'm not wasting time sorting, I'm not wasting time like trying to find specific elements to build and not moving on until I've built that. I'm just chaos puzzling, and now I've cut all that time out of my puzzle. I'm much quicker. I don't think that works for most people though.
And that's okay, but it works for you in a really wonderful way, which is fantastic. We just had Fawcett finish, and now Lucy Nassen and Danielle McGinley are coming in. Hannah Bolin is saying, at least we can divide ourselves into Hannah and Hannahs.
Yeah, it's funny because on the Puzzle Guzzle, there's another Hannah that competes quite a lot. And they always say it's the Battle of the Hannahs, and she was actually sat really, really close to me with Shona Redman in between us. And before we started, Shona was like, "I'm right in the middle of a Battle of the Hannahs here," and I was like, "Don't worry, we're not going to be like throwing missiles or anything. Like you're not just going to end up."
Just little
Caught in the
rainbows of
crossfire.
puzzle dust
Yeah,
as
yeah.
you guys throw pieces at each other.
Yeah.
Well, I'm really impressed and glad with how this went for you. I don't want to keep you because I know you want to go get your puzzle signed. I assume, because why wouldn't you want this immortalized in every way possible? Do you have any shout outs you want to give to the puzzle world before we let you go?
I'd like to shout out my partner Ben, who's been volunteering today, taking everybody's time and helping in between the rounds and doing an amazing job. He's not a puzzler, but I heard he's joined a team that's happening tomorrow.
Yes,
It's like
gonna
a
be the best team.
partners of British puzzlers. So I think it's Rachel Chambers' partner, Ruby Valavender's partner.
Ev's partner. They all have names. Let's
They
just
all have
name them.
names.
Come on.
Holly, Ben, Mike,
And Brian.
and Brian.
And it's the team we all want to be on.
Yes.
Honestly, they're
They're
gonna
a
have
really
the
fun
most
team. But apparently on the where you put people's names in the system, somebody's called him Lovely Ben.
Yes.
Because he is lovely and everybody agrees.
That is what we all call him. Like across the UK.
I mean,
he's
when it's
known as
true, it's
Lovely
true,
Ben.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, and congratulations again on a
Thank you.
fantastic time. We're really thrilled. for you.
Thanks, guys.
Brilliant. See you later.
See ya.
Bye.
It's Hannah Little crushing the chaos puzzling, a true beast of the puzzling world, and only getting better, which is great.
It's true.
We had a couple of shout outs. Snip5S is saying that they're watching from Sweden. And my best friend Jenny is in the competition, and it's her first. Well, good luck, Jenny. We're super excited for you.
Oh, sorry, I just have to shout out. This is Sue training this.
Yes.
It's Rachel's mom.
Go, Rachel's mom. Come on, Sue.
She's
Yeah,
recently
Sue's going
got
to be able to
into
finish this
puzzling.
up. She's going to be able to finish this up. There's maybe
Yeah.
about 10 pieces remaining, doing the controversial pieces on the puzzle tactic, but if it works, it works. We've seen the best in the world do this. We've seen people further behind do it. So it's a tactic where if it works and it makes sense and you're getting pieces in, that's great. I'm really hoping that she's going to be able to keep this under the 124 line. We're at 122.14 now in this competition. Josie Kennedy over on the right hand side is also coming into the end. You can see that she's holding the box in her left hand and using it to be really, really accurate on the pick and place. I wonder if she's going to switch to the shape of the piece in order to lock that down. But Sue Chambers is down to the last little bit. Come on, you can do it. There it is. Congratulations.
Oh, well
Sue.
done, Sue.
Wonderful job.
lovely.
Well, at our table, we have another human. Human. You need to confirm you are a human.
I am a human, very much so. A
Okay.
human who loves puzzling. very much.
Totally believe it. Could you tell everybody who you are, please?
My name is Scarlett, also known as Scarlet Sky online. You might know me.
We do very, very much so.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was a funny moment where I didn't connect your first name to your last name.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, oh, there's Scarlett. Okay, cool. It's Scarlett. Oh, right. Okay, cool.
That's Scarlett, yeah.
Yeah. I was like, oh yes, this all makes sense now.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on some fantastic puzzling today.
Thank you. It feels good to like actually puzzle because obviously being in qualifying round B, I felt like I've done a lot of like waiting around and watching other people puzzling. So there was definitely some nerves going into it, but I feel like breath of relief now that I've puzzled and I've done my individual qualifying round now for sure. Yeah.
That's really cool.
What did you do in the morning? Like, so while the other heat was going on, did you go?
So I actually volunteered for the first time ever. I've never done any timekeeping at any competition. I will say it was slightly stressful. There was one point where everybody seemed to finish within seconds of each other, and there was not enough of us, but that's okay. It was great to be able to see how people puzzle. That was my first time actually walking around and not participating in an event. And yeah, it was great to see people's tactics. I will say I was very, very jealous of the puzzle that they got in qualifying A. That would have been my ideal puzzle. And the one that we got in B was maybe not so.
And it's okay for certain puzzles to be trickier for different puzzlers, because I'm sure there's people that are in B that were wishing that they were in A, because that happens all the time.
Yes.
You can see that we have Tom, Julia, and Daniel. I think getting ready to finish this up. Daniel's maybe about 10 pieces away. Tom about the same. Julia maybe about 20 or so. Scarlett, what was it like whenever you reach that point of the puzzle where you know you can get it done and you're down to like that last 20 pieces or so?
Yeah, definitely. So I like to start with the edge usually. And with this puzzle, I knew it wasn't going to be possible at the start. So I just had to put it to one side. And I think it was the point when I finally decided to put the edge pieces together. Everything was more compacted than I thought it was going to be. And then all those gaps just started to become a little bit more visible. And that was the point I was like, okay, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. I can do it. But before, I should have done the edge earlier for sure. I definitely delayed that way too much.
Well, I mean, you delayed it enough that you still got everything done, which is the important part.
Absolutely. I just missed the hour mark. I was an hour and 30 something seconds. But to be fair, I am very shocked that I was that close to an hour, because as soon as I pulled that puzzle out of the bag, I thought it was going to be well over the hour mark for me, because I knew it was going to be a much slower puzzle than the one that I'd been in the round before. So yeah, I mean, I would have loved to have got under an hour, but I'd still qualified. I think I maybe got 16th place potentially. I think I just checked on the. I know obviously times are still coming in and changing, but I mean a top 20. I would be ecstatic with that 100%. So
yeah. We're trying to get that to load to double check everything, but that's really cool. How did you keep your cool, knowing that it was a more difficult puzzle for you and already kind of imagining that it was going to be slower? Like what kept you kind of rolling through it?
I wasn't keeping my cool at the beginning there. So I was filming my reaction to the puzzle, and I think I opened the bag and I did have a moment of panic. This was not, again, what I was expecting, but I mean, it's so hard to predict what is going to come out. I was almost certain we were going to get a photo, like a photo of just some location. And that's what I'd kind of braced myself for some sky, for some grass. And so no, I must admit my hands were shaking. I was panicking. I pulled out the border because I didn't know what else. Even though I didn't start with the border, I then obviously started with the red, which I'm pretty sure everybody started with that red banner. It was only once I'd started to put a few, maybe 4 or 5 different objects together, then I started to take a breath. It was like, okay, just take your time. Everyone's going to struggle. That's the thing. If it's a harder puzzle, everyone's going to have slower times. And so once I told myself that, reminded myself of that, I did calm down, but I wasn't calm at the start.
Well, I think it's really impressive, and it's important for a lot of other puzzlers to learn that skill of like being able to regulate yourself when you get that like adrenaline spike of what do I do now?
Absolutely.
Because it
The
often
nerves of a
comes at different
competition.
times, right?
Yeah, the nerves of a competition. I've spoken to a few people today who this is their first competition. They've never been to one before. And if you've never experienced something quite like this, it's very difficult to explain just how nerve-wracking it can get. The hands are shaking, which is not what you want when you're trying to speed puzzle, obviously. But it's just learning to kind of embrace those nerves, settle into it a little bit, find your rhythm, and I just kept my hands moving as much as I could.
I know for some people it becomes a positive feedback loop where like they get the adrenaline spikes, they get excited, their hands shake, and then while they're trying to put a piece in, it's not going because your hands are shaking, and so that causes it to like keep rolling.
Absolutely.
Sometimes I tell people like just stretch your hands out for a second, like just kind of
Sometimes it does.
the muscle.
Even if you take 5 seconds,
Mhm.
just stand up, just give yourself that, regroup, and then go back to it and kind of just take that moment. I think, yeah, I probably needed to do that more in that puzzle, but of course it's the first time I'm puzzling today, so
I mean, you put up a fantastic time. So whatever you
very
did
proud
clearly
of
did work at a baseline.
I will say that this is, I guess, a little bit pick and place,
Mhm.
which is the style that I think I do kind of excel at a little bit more. I like a little bit of busyness to it, but not too much. This is maybe a little busier than I would prefer, and a little more white than I would prefer with all the background. But no, I think this style did definitely suit my style of puzzling for sure.
Saw Julia Lawrence just finish up and put that puzzle away. The zen of being able to work on something for well over an hour and then just crumple it in a few seconds is always amazing to me.
Absolutely.
See on screen on the right hand side, that's Charlotte Brown. At that point where it's a little difficult for us to see some of the where some of the gaps are because the white table with the white background. I think they have maybe 30 pieces left that are throughout, and a lot of those are going to have hints on them based on color. On the left hand side, it's Jenny Ilari Skakunova doing a great job here. You can see that they're trying to get the rest of that edge worked out. They've also separated a lot of the border pieces that have just white over onto their left hand side of the table. Hopefully that little bit of organization helps them wrap this up pretty quickly.
Do you know what kind of percentage from your viewpoint started with did anyone start with the edge, or was it sort of 50? Because I didn't start with the edge, which for me, I normally always start with the edge, but it was just too white. I was put off almost instantly from it.
It was quite mixed. So there were some people who just ignored the edge, started right in the middle, and some people who did the edge. Quite a lot of people seem to do just the edge bits with things on and
just
then
leave the
just
white.
move on.
Yeah.
But yeah, we did see a really strong mix of people finishing with the edge and having the edge done quite early.
I was very intrigued. I can't wait to go back and watch and see how other people tackle this puzzle, because, like I said, I'm such an organized puzzler. Usually, if I can do the edge, I will do the edge. But I instantly saw just how much white was on it, and I panicked. I did. And I should have done it sooner for sure.
Well, I mean, it's sometimes a bit of a coin toss on whether to do or not. And I know some puzzlers, especially with Ravensburger puzzles, they've been working very extensively on trying to learn what the cut is like on certain parts of the border. So it's a pretty straightforward dive in to go, okay, I can see which ones of these are probably top, which is probably bottom, and then kind of shape work it out from there. With that little bit of memorization, that's a great bump. If you're not entirely sure, it can be a quick time sink that eats away. So it was really split, though virtually everybody did do the
red.
banner pretty early.
It was such an obvious thing. As I was pulling out the edges, I was like, I have to pull out this color as well. It's kind of a given, and that actually came together a lot faster than I was expecting. So that was, again, a little bit of a confidence boost there at the start. If you can pick out a nice bright color just to give yourself that confidence boost at the start, I would definitely recommend it.
Well, the handy thing on that banner is that the letters are relatively clear, and they only fit across about 2 pieces.
Yeah, it was only about 2 wide.
If it was any more than that, you would have to treat it like an abstract. We sometimes call it the Wizard of Oz principle, where the words for Wizard of Oz are usually way bigger than the pieces, so it takes forever to try to dig through. But that's really clear to work on. You can see Charlotte Brown here on the screen trying to get these last ones in. I think they're going to go color by color and then try to use the image to pick and place the rest of these, which is really tricky. I have a hard time doing pick and place procedurally. Like, theoretically, I understand what the process is, but my brain just doesn't let me go through it. Do you tend to feel like a pick and place puzzler at times?
I definitely, because obviously last year, the time for tea puzzle, of course, that caught everyone off guard. Since then, I've managed to get that quite a bit further down time-wise. And I've done lots of other kind of pick and place busy puzzles. So this time last year, maybe my pick and place skills were not the best, but I feel like I've definitely improved. And the fact that I did this one like 13 minutes faster than the time for tea last year, my kind of personal goal was to beat my time from last year, so I did that by like 13 minutes.
Massive,
so I'm very pleased with that. 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I've been watching your times and you've been improving all year, haven't you? I think
I've really been,
yeah.
obviously, I am going to Munich in 2 weeks' time. And so I've been doing a lot of training, obviously, for UK Nationals and then Munich, which will be even faster than this with even more challenges thrown in. But it's nice to just come to this first and just go to a speed puzzle competition. This is the UK Nationals last year, was the last big event that I went to. So it's been exactly a year since I went to a large puzzling competition like this.
Do you feel faster? Do you feel taller? Do you feel like
I feel like
whole
my
year
back
goes by? So.
my back muscles are definitely stronger
Yeah.
because I am a stand-up puzzler. And the faster I try and go, the more hunched my back gets, which is not the best, but my back has become accustomed to it, shall we say, my terrible puzzling. But no, I've been doing some online, some Puzzle Guzzle, of course, and some EJJ competitions, and I can see my placements on them. I even got like a really good placement. I think I got like top 10 at EJJ. I was so happy with that, and I know I have been improving and getting faster, so it's just nice to see. And I just want to say, if anyone's listening as well, when I first started speed puzzling, before my times started off at an hour and a half, and then last year obviously I got an hour and 13, and then this year I've managed to get it down to an hour. So if you do just practice and become consistent with your puzzling, you can. It does take time, but I feel like if enough people give it a lot of time and practice, then you can bring your times down for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait, you mean to tell me that doing a jigsaw puzzle isn't an innate craft or some sort of like genetic thing that's just given down? And
Casual puzzling for sure.
Yeah,
Casual
yeah.
puzzling, absolutely, so much fun. But then to take that to obviously speed puzzling is just its own breed completely.
Well, and there's all sorts of like advantages, disadvantages with number of rods and cones in your eye, those little things. But like the fact that you were able to make that huge descent time, that's really impressive.
Yeah.
You can see on screen Charlotte Brown putting in the last 3 pieces here, try to keep it under the 135.40, under the 136. There they do. Congratulations, Charlotte. Anne Holohan in the middle here, and on the left, Jenny getting ready to try to get the rest of these white pieces out. I know we only have, I think it's about 24 minutes remaining in this competition. I think we're getting, if we're not at the number of qualifiers, we're pretty close. I can see at least 72 finishers so far, probably close to 90. So this is where a lot of these puzzlers need to dig deep and try to find that next gear to make sure that they can be one of the 100 that go into the next round. Scarlett, do you have any advice for folks that have been puzzling for an hour and a half, that are feeling the fatigue, that just want to make it, want to finish it under the time limit? What do you say to them?
It's just keeping that headspace, and I find the more positive your attitude is, the better you'll just do naturally. So it's not letting that negative thought into your brain that, oh, I'm not going to finish this. Ignore that. Try and really tell yourself you can do it. And you'll find that your hands will go faster when you tell yourself to go faster.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. And you'll have more fun along the way, which is what we're all here for, isn't it?
100%. And I must say, I did, even though obviously the image is very difficult, I loved that it was a jigsaw competition. I actually went to a Gibson's event a couple of years ago now, and the puzzle that they chose was also a jigsaw puzzle competition, and I love it. Even the ones that have shown up at Worlds previously as well, where they actually feature the competition in it. I think that's so great because it's really unique, and it's a great like memento of your day, obviously. As well.
We have Richard getting ready to put
Richard.
the last. Come on, you
Richard,
can do it.
go,
There it
go,
is.
go.
Congratulations. Oh, there's one extra one. Yeah, he felt out where that.
Well done,
Richard.
Very, very well done. Joshua Cassidy also using that patented left hand like a tray technique, trying to get those last 4 in, moving the whole apparatus around to sink those in. I think there's 3 pieces left after this one. Just needs to dunk them in. You can see the rotating it in the right hand as quickly as he can. There's only so many spots left. He's down to that last one. Just needs to find where it lives. There it is. Congratulations, Joshua.
It is very difficult when you have everyone obviously finishes with the white pieces, And puzzling on a white table with white pieces,
Yeah.
it is very tricky to find those gaps that you still have left in the puzzle. I do find it helps if you kind of move your hand over the puzzle and try and feel for those gaps if you can't visually see it straight
That's a
away.
really good idea.
So just start, see if you can feel where they are.
Just use the tactile sense. If
Absolutely, you'll find it because again, like it might not be immediate. Especially, I've noticed a lot of people finishing with that bottom section there. There is a lot of just white there and a lot of tiny little string pieces. So it's very difficult to find at the end there.
On screen, you can see Jenny on the left and in the middle, and Lynn Thompson over on the far right. We have about 21 minutes remaining. There we go. That's how math works. And they're all doing a really solid job here. This is difficult. I know a lot of folks their backs are hurting. You were mentioning that earlier.
My back's not feeling too bad at the moment, but like I said, it's used to standing in a terrible position.
I've got a lot of rounds to get through the next couple of days.
Absolutely. Although I'm really, really looking forward to pairs later today. Yeah.
Are you with Sarah?
Yes, with Sarah Nichols. So shout out Sarah.
Yeah.
And also shout out to my mum, who I dragged along to this competition last year, and she is now watching at home. So sorry, mum, that you got bumped for Sarah, but hi.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Scarlett's
Shout out the
mom.
mums.
Yeah. Always want to cheer them on. Oh, come on, Jenny. Is Jenny going to be able to keep this under the 141 line?
I believe.
Believe. I'm always team believe. Yes, use the hand. Use the hand. Come on. Put your finger in the gaps. There it is. Oh. Yeah, and this is where sometimes when you're not entirely sure what to do, shape sorting is great. You can see Anne is doing a great job using that left hand almost like a tray. Anne's using it more like a Pez dispenser, where instead of keeping the hand totally flat, you're skimming the piece off into your next hand. It's a good way to keep control of everything. Jenny's coming into those last two, just needs to rotate it. Where is it? There it is. Yep, using that tactile sense to get there. 140, 33 or so. Congratulations, Jenny. And it's got to be nerve-wracking for a lot of these puzzlers because you don't entirely know who all has finished and who all hasn't, or where the number's going to end up.
Yeah, when I finished and kind of looked around and saw that I must be towards I was really, really shocked because when you are so in the zone, I remember hearing the really loud cheer, and I even said to myself, "That's Emma." I was speaking to her outside just before we came in as well, and I kind of knew that it'd be her, but I had no gauge. I'd heard a few claps and cheers, but again, when you're so focused and zoned in, I had absolutely no clue. There could have been another 30 or 40 people before me, and I wouldn't have been any the wiser.
Yeah, it's always a nice surprise, isn't it? You stand up and you
look
see
up,
there's not that many people.
I had no idea. It's actually quite nice because I didn't have my timer, which I usually have on my table. So I had no idea what my time was when I finished. I had no idea how many people had finished, but I just knew that I had finished, so I could just take that breath. Job done. Job done for that one. Thank you.
Well, we don't want to hold you up from getting your puzzle signed and
Could grab a snack, but it was lovely.
Nice talking to you, and congratulations on a wonderful time.
Thank you so much. Can I grab a picture with you? Yes, please. Okay. I know this is very meta if you're listening to it, but I'd love to just grab a little selfie because this is really cool.
Yeah. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much, guys. And have a really nice chatting with you.
Thank you. That's Scarlet Sky putting up a fantastic time on this puzzle in round B, solo individual of the UK Nationals Jigsaw Puzzle Championships.
Oh yeah, and check out her YouTube channel as well if you haven't already. It's fantastic.
It really is. All right, we can see on the right, Lynn Thompson using a lot of the pieces above the build field and towards the left. And I think the ones that are on the right, that's a little bit of a piece jail. I think I saw a couple of those tested and then put off to the side. This is definitely one of those quagmire kind of sections. Jody, how do you even attack something like this when you've been puzzling for an hour and 42 minutes?
Oh my goodness, very slowly for me, I'd imagine. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just a case of picking a piece and trying to find the detail on the box. I think lots of people have mentioned the little pieces that are on the floor, and so they're all quite unique. So I think I'd be trying to kind of just focus on finding what is that one detail that I can use.
See on the left, Kyle Long also down to like the last 15 pieces. Even if, and this is one of those moments where even if you only got one piece in every minute for the next little bit, you're that close to being done. So you just have to find that juice.
Absolutely. And you quite often feel like as you're getting towards the end, things speed up a little bit. But actually, with this, where you might have to look for a bit more detail on every piece, it doesn't speed up in quite the way you want all the time. But yeah, you just have to keep going, don't you? One piece at a time, and you will get there.
We often tell people that one of the things that you have to do is at some point shift the lens that you've been looking at everything. So if you've been looking for the things that are blue, and suddenly you've run out of moves and it's been 30 seconds and something hasn't gone in, switch that lens to maybe things that are green, things that are red, or into shape or background, right? You have to be really aggressive making those adjustments whenever you're coming into the end like this, and it's a slog.
Yeah, it can be quite hard, can't it, when you're already tired to actually remember, oh, this isn't working, let me try something new. So yeah, definitely want to practice.
If you're in the YouTube chat, and we can see that there are a bunch of people in here, how do you handle the tail end of a really tricky puzzle? Because I'm sure it's gonna be encouraging to folks. We want to make sure that we bring everybody in. We also have a new human coming to the table. Human, I need you to confirm that you are a human.
Yes, I am. I'm Sophie Foster.
The silent assassin. She's here.
That was very loud for an assassin, and I'm now kind of nervous.
Yeah, watch out.
So, congratulations.
Thank you.
How does it feel to have gotten through this puzzle?
Quite happy because it was a tricky puzzle, especially with the bunting and the bunting at the bottom. It's quite hard to realize which, but I'm quite happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you say that again? Just angled a little at the.
Yeah. So I'm quite happy how well I did. Especially it's a tricky side of the puzzle, so I'm quite happy.
Yeah, we saw you have that big just block in the middle assembled pretty quickly, and then kind of finish with it around the edges.
Yeah.
Did you know you were going to do that straight away?
Yeah, pretty much. I thought I'd leave the edge towards the end because I'm not a massive fan of the edge. So.
Yeah.
It was really cool to watch you get through this.
Yeah.
And this is definitely a tricky puzzle, but the image on it is just beautiful.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Did you catch that it's a bit of a meta puzzle?
Yeah.
And that they're puzzling at a puzzle competition for the
yeah. It was stressing me out that the puzzle pieces were all over the floor though, not on the table. I was like,
that's a very good point. It is chaotic, isn't it? Oh yeah, no. If you were at that party, you'd be like, "Come on, guys, let's just tidy up a little bit."
It depends on the puzzles. Like sometimes you have a puzzle that like you were planning on getting rid of.
Yeah.
Be a little loosey goosey. You can see on screen we have Bryn Wolf, and over on the right, I don't believe that's not Richard,
no.
but they're doing a great job. You can see Bryn almost just at that point of needing to finish up the shape work here, and they're going to be able to finish this up. So Sophie, tell me a little bit about how you attacked this thing from a professional assassin.
So I pulled out the people in the colourful jumpers, and then did the chairs, and then did the big banner top, and then did the bunting either side. I worked that way.
Yeah. Did you think it was going to be tough when you opened it up?
Yeah, I thought it was on the tougher side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can definitely be a little wacky for sure to try to dig through. Are busy puzzles usually up your alley?
Not really. No, not really my kind of thing.
Wait, it's not really your kind of thing, and you still did that good?
Yeah.
I am even more terrified of your abilities now.
Yeah, I just did really well in competition pressure. I think it just kind of spurs me on that everyone else is doing here with me, kind of spurs me on to go faster. And I think at home I'm a bit slower, but definitely in a competition I'm a lot faster. You got that pressure of everyone here with the time kind of more than do at home.
Yeah, I'll definitely say Sophie's another one of our UK puzzlers who's just got massively faster in the last year, and maybe our most loyal puzzle competitor, and it's paying off, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I know that sometimes for online competitions, people are using like their own music or stuff. Like, wouldn't do you do anything differently from online to in-person competitions?
Yeah, I don't listen to any music when I do online stuff. I
Okay.
just listen to Graham, Jodie, and Aaron chatting away, and that kind of helps.
It is a lovely time.
Yeah, it's a lovely time. And then I just listen to music when I wasn't in competition.
I
So.
know the immediate question that always pops up on here whenever somebody says that. What kind of music?
Mainly musicals, lots of musicals. So like Les Mis, stuff like that. So I listen to lots of like musicals and stuff like that.
I now have a goofy version of like empty chairs and empty novels. go go through my head. Or like bring that edge piece. I apologize. I really hope we don't get a censor strike for me partially singing terribly in that. I wouldn't have thought musicals on that, but and congratulations to both those puzzles within a few seconds of each other. Very, very well done.
And how would you feel if they brought like a ton of cats into the competition room so you can like recreate those
Yeah.
at home conditions?
No,
No,
wouldn't enjoy that.
Nice to not have the cat.
Yeah.
Like, do you have
Yeah.
Skimbleshanks going? Like, what kind of musical?
Mainly like Les Mis and stuff like that. And then what else do I listen to? Come From Away and stuff like that. And like Paddington Musical, I listen to that a lot as well. At the minute, so.
That was our lead hero, Annika, letting the puzzlers know there's 10 minutes remaining, and you can see as soon as she said that, Ralu in the left, Polly in the middle, and Alex over on the far right all got a little pep in their step, knowing that the end is in sight and they can make it. They are within striking distance of finishing this 500-piece puzzle in under 2 hours.
Absolutely.
Oh, come on, Ralu, you can do it. You can see that they already did a sweep in order to find where some of the gaps were. You can see right where that black dog is. Are they going to be able to sink it in? There we go. Oh, we have a missing piece. Are they going to be able to hunt down? It is in the bag.
Oh, in the bag.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh, is there another
still
one? No, they're gonna call it there.
Yeah,
no,
you
I
gotta
think
call it
they're
there.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, congratulations, very, very well done, Roland.
Yeah, it's tricky with the opening the bag and the pressure is always just like always double, triple,
Yeah.
quadruple check and still don't always get the pieces.
Yeah, as a heads up, all of the judges have been instructed that before they pick up any of those puzzle bags that are sitting, to thoroughly check them for any extra pieces. If there is anything in there, they put it right back where it was, and they make sure to put one of those those post-it notes under the piece, sometimes called a Shandling shim, to make sure that that puzzle piece is knows.
A good amount of volunteers as well. Got, yeah, lots of lovely people helping out, which is wonderful to see.
Screen now we have Roxanne over on the left, has definitely done a shape sort. You can see those rows of standards versus ones, fours, and then I think three. Yes, there are threes at the very, very bottom, which is a slick way to divide things. Sometimes when people go into shape sort, they divide out the standards, those across pieces, rather than pulling out the different shaped pieces like the threes, fours, ones, and zeros. And more often than not, it's more straightforward to go the other way because it's a lower percentage of those other pieces. So fun fact for those of you who are listening at this point.
Yeah. Every now and then do a different puzzle brand, and it completely throws me when there's like different kind of proportions of those pieces. So yeah, Ravensburger, you're going to get lots of 2 ins, 2 outs, and some beautiful like distinct different shapes.
See, Magdalena over on the right has maybe, I'm going to do a quick estimate, has maybe about 25 pieces left. We have 7 minutes remaining in this competition. They are totally able to do this. We talk about how sometimes even if you only get 2 pieces in a minute, that's still 14 pieces in the next 7. They're so close to being able to pull this off. And they're also at the stage where if they really shift that lens into using the shape of the piece, they're going to be able to wrap this up. So Sophie, whenever you hit a chunk of the puzzle that's really tricky, what do you do?
I normally either move on to something else or like try and shape sort.
So just don't do the hard part.
Or leave it till last, and then once a bit more got a bit more flow of puzzling, I kind of leave it to the end and see. After having a fresh look at it, it might change my perspective and help me find a different way of working out which way they all go together.
Makes sense. Sort of let the back of your brain cook on it for a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of like get to learn the image a little bit more, don't you, as you're going? But yeah, sometimes it's just hard. And you just have to power through, find a way.
Oh man. Well, and these 2 puzzlers, you can see they are definitely finding a way. Roxanne chipping away at this one little by little. You can see that unlike Magdalene, who has what we sometimes call a Swiss cheese close, because those holes are spaced throughout the entire puzzle as individual little gaps, Roxanne is kind of clustered in that one little section as a relatively large group. So she's going to be able to, there we go. Now she can just use that shape in order to close out that one chunk. Come on, we're coming up on the 1 hour, 54 minutes, and 56-second line. And they're making excellent progress here. They got 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 pieces remaining, including the one in their hand right now. Magdalene, you can see, got that little boost of physicality and is now shifting into using that shape work. You can tell because it's so accurate at this stage. Everything she picks up is going in somewhere. Of course, you know, the cameraman's curse. As soon as somebody says that, they have to mix the next one at least.
Absolutely.
Well, Sophia, I don't want to keep you from getting your puzzle signed or going and celebrating or getting ready for the pairs round that's coming up. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to the world before we let you go?
Maybe it's my pairs partner, Aaron. He's really helped. He always gets me through stuff like this. He's really a great pairs partner to have. So shout out to Aaron.
Nice.
That's lovely. Well, thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
See you later.
Sophie Foster, aka the puzzle assassin, the silent assassin, the murderer of novels. Walking away before I can give more accolades to that name. You can see on screen we have Baz on the left and Alex on the right. We have about 3.5 minutes remaining. They can do this. It's just a matter of who wants it, who can put that little extra physicality in and keep the focus after puzzling for almost 2 hours straight.
And that was Anna next to Alex as well. Shout out to Anna.
Go, Anna, go.
You can do it.
We can do it. Everybody's doing a really slick job. You can see Jillian there using that left hand almost like a puzzle board. Again, trying to drive things about where they're going to go. Alex shifting into shape mode. You can see he just made a run of pieces. And Baz, this is one of those controversial tools, is a clear puzzle tray.
Yeah.
I know people have mixed feelings on it. Because part of the idea is that you are able to see underneath of the board itself to see the pieces underneath.
Mhm.
The drawback is that you don't get a color differential from the pieces that you're looking at into the next layer. So that can sometimes be a little confusing, but for a real busy thing like this, that might even be a little helpful because then you can discern about where it's supposed to live just by shoving that whole thing along. Baz is doing a great job here getting this finished up.
Yeah, it looks like the tray is slightly frosted, which kind of helps a little bit with seeing that there is a piece on top of it and not in the puzzle.
And look at the progress Alex has made in just a short time, switching into that shape lens. You can see that he really targeted several of those 3s and 4s that were remaining and knocked them out. Jillian coming in on the last 2 pieces here, gets that one in. There's only 1 remaining. Are they going to be able to keep it just under the 158.10? There it is. Congratulations, Jillian.
Fantastic.
Big
Oh,
sigh
how
of relief.
exciting.
A lot of people's goal is just to finish within the time limit. So that's a huge achievement.
Oh, that's brilliant.
That's so exciting. And Baz is right there. There's 2, 4, 6, 8. I think there's 10 pieces left in about a minute and a half. This is doable. It's just going to be tricky. Alex has 2, 4, 6, 16 pieces left. It's gonna be tight for Alex, but it is possible. It just needs a little bit of a boost physicality. And this,
It's really hard to stay focused when you know, you can hear the kind of like buzz growing in the room. You can feel, you know, we've had the 5-minute countdown. You hear other people finish and just trying to stay focused and just get those last few pieces in. It takes a lot of concentration. Oh,
and the announcement for 1 minute. You see Baz hearing it. Come on, you can do it. There's 6 pieces remaining. Alex doing a great job. This is the double-edged sword of in-person competition, is that it gives you adrenaline that's helpful, but it also gives you adrenaline that's a little difficult to work against. So being able to control it is really important. Baz has those last couple of pieces, just needs to sink them in. Rotates it based on blue. Even if you don't finish the puzzle, getting as many pieces in as you can is really, really important, because it goes to your overall ranking at the end, but it's also about doing your best right now. We have 20 seconds remaining in this competition. We have a couple handful of puzzlers remaining. Come on, Baz, you can do it. Down to the last.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, and Kate Wilson and Magdalene both finished.
Oh, fantastic.
Congratulations. Wonderful. With 3 seconds remaining. 2, 1. Congratulations to
Well done,
everybody.
everyone. Oh, that was so exciting.
That was
Last couple of finishes at the end.
Lovely image to be doing this competition.
Yeah, I mean, this is beautiful, and this is the qualifier. Like, imagine what we'll get for the final as well. This is so like specific to the competition. Lovely.
They're just giving the instructions to count out the remaining pieces that folks have. That'll go to their little rank. Well, thank you so much for joining us here for the UK JPA solo qualifier round B of 2026. Everybody's done a fantastic job. Jody, thank you so much for putting up with me and hanging out
Jim,
this whole time.
A pleasure. It's been so much fun.
You're just an absolute delight, and I really appreciate you being here through this one.
Oh, thank you, Jim.
the next-
We're all lucky to have you as well.
Go on. I believe the next round is the pairs final that's going to be coming up shortly. I think yes, there it is, right on there. At 15:30, we're going to have the pairs final, and that's going to be an absolute blast. So I should let you go.
Yes, yeah, I have to go and find a pair quickly.
Oh, go. Thank you, everybody. Congrats to all the puzzlers.
Thanks, everyone. Bye bye.
Welcome to the UK JPA 2026 National Finals. This is for the Pairs Finals Division, and you can see that these puzzlers are going crazy. My name is Jim Eakins. You might know me as Nerd Puzzle, and next to me we have
Mari Black. You might know me as Mari Loves Puzzles.
And excited to get to be here with you, Mari, for this one.
Usually we are on opposite sides of the table, so this is a treat. And look at this puzzle. Ladies and gentlemen, the circle of colors are back.
This is exciting, and having a circle in a pairs round is really, really impressive. You can see that we're about a minute into this. On the left-hand side, we have Sarah and Claire. In the middle, we have SJ and Dan. And on the far right, we have Nikki and Kasia. These are all fantastic puzzlers that have consistently been in the top 10 of pairs, if not have won the divisions outright. This circle puzzle is probably going to take about a minute 45 to get all the pieces flipped at this stage. And then the question is going to become, how do you approach it from this point?
Yeah, especially a circle on a half table. I think experienced puzzlers all know those circles take up a little more space on the table, the Ravensburger circles, than the rectangles do. So it's space management all the way. And we're going to see a lot of really strategic decisions from these pairs if they're going to assemble the entire border, if they're going to try to pitch the whole border together, which will give them a nice frame to work off of, but really cramp them from space in the early stages as they're trying to get that pile down. And they're probably going to also evaluate how tough that border is to do, because from what I can see, this is a rainbow wheel of birds. I hope you know your birds, folks. I just know chicken, penguin. So the bird experts here are going to be really happy.
Yeah, I will say that there is a really nice gradient in the background. However, some of those yellows and greens blend together a little bit, especially on the bird bellies and which way they're facing. So that could be a little bit of a snag. The other thing is that you have to make sure that you're working with your partner on the sectors that make sense to you, or if you're going to be in the same zone, how that's going to apply as well. Oh, so we have an up close look at the puzzle here.
Yeah, so the tricky part about this is the gradient is not in the background. It is a white background that we're dealing with.
So this puzzle is called Bird Color Wheel by Jim Moore, aka Vic Reeves. From Kent. Jim Moore, if you've looked at his Wikipedia page, it is bananas. I highly recommend it. It's a good time. But this he has two favorite birds, the robin and the blue tit. I'm not sure where those are on this, but check out the orientations that are on here. That is a big swatch of blue, purple, and red. This is a really, really cool set of colors, but you're absolutely right, Mari. That white background is going to be tricky.
There's a lot of space. And if you're looking at the fun about the front of the colors, circle of colors box, is that you can see kind of the cut. It doesn't help you when you're speed puzzling because you don't have that kind of time. But for those of us who are watching leisurely, we can notice how many pieces are really white. This is going to be a tough close for everybody. I predict that everybody's going to finish filling in all that white stuff, and it's going to be scattered all the way around. So this is going to be a great challenge of communication for pairs, making sure they can keep track of where those holes are and get them filled quickly. It's going to be an exciting finish.
Absolutely. And on the table next to us, we have a human. You need to confirm you're a human.
I am human. I hope I'm human.
Okay. Human, would you mind telling the world who you are?
Hi, guys. It's Annika. Yay. Oh, what a day.
One of our fearless leaders of the UK JPA, making sure that everything runs smoothly. On screen now, you can see Finley and Gary over on the left and Aaron and Sophie over on the right. Annika, there's been a huge amount of excitement about this event the entire weekend so far, and even just today, people being jazzed for it. Why did you guys end up picking a circle for a pairs final?
The puzzles that we got to choose from were so beautiful, but we wanted something with a bit of an extra challenge for pairs. I think normal 500 rectangle for pairs is almost too easy, these days. And we explored the option of looking at something bigger like a 750, but at the current moment, the 750s by Ravensburger, they don't have the whole image on the box. So we decided to err away from that and go with a round instead. This piece of artwork was presented to us, and as soon as we saw it, we're like, this is it.
Yeah.
We knew it was going to be on the more complex side. The birds are small, but also the color gradient, people enjoy that, right? So we're hoping that sort of helps them. They can build a strategy off of the colors. This just felt like as soon as we saw it, this was the choice.
Have
the
you
pairs.
have you done it?
I haven't. I've been so busy. I haven't had time to do any of the puzzles this year. It was literally like, oh my gosh, let's just hope it works.
I think it's going to be great. If you were looking for a challenge, this is a great way to get it because you're right. It's a lovely gradient, but right away, if I'm looking at this with my pair's eye, there are some snags in this gradient that there's, in the middle of the yellow birds, there's a toucan whose beak is very yellow, but his body is blue. And if you sort indiscriminately by color, if you try and pull all the dark blues or all the yellows, you're going to get some surprises.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, there's a big space management component to this because if you do a whole sector, that cuts into the amount of room that both you and your pair partner have to maneuver. You'd see Finley and Gary over, they've decided to take a whole sector and put it on its own sorting tray, so that way they can adjust or move that entire chunk. Which I think is a pretty slick move. Over on the right, Aaron and Sophie are also going for that sector kind of build. On screen now, on the right-hand side, you can see Nikki and Keisha. It looks like Keisha's going for an entire border build, so trying to get that whole outer ring. And SJ and Dan are doing a similar tactic here. I know, I'm pretty sure that SJ is going to be going for those for those pinkish red birds early on, and then Dan is going to try to connect the rest of that outer ring together. If you look in the lower left-hand corner, you can see that SJ has also built the center of that circle, so that way it can be airdropped into the middle. Those are pretty distinct pieces.
Yeah, so you're going to see the space management strategies happening early on here. Like Nikki and Keisha are already preparing for the fact that they're going to pitch that entire border by, that, like you were saying, Jim, assembling the center, but also you can see the sorting going on boards. They're trying to have sectors sorted out to bring the pile down so they can move pieces more easily. It is a big risk to pitch the full border on a circle for pairs, but this is a puzzle where it may very well pay off.
Now, why do you reckon they've got their box upside down?
For this kind of thing, the better question is, does it matter what the orientation is, right?
Well, so for me with the circle of colors, it does matter. And so anybody who's going to try and build sectors, when you're dealing with space and trying to minimize movement, what I will do as a soloist and also with a lot of my longstanding pairs, we will put the smallest quadrant of the circle up top as 12 o'clock. And so that's the farthest away from the puzzle. From the pile, and we assemble that first and then work our way around like a clock.
That's fascinating.
Yeah,
so there's method to the madness.
Absolutely. So you'll see, I suspect, boxes in many different orientations, and they're deciding what is 12 o'clock.
Yeah, that is so cool.
That's actually a big part of the strategy here. Just doing the puzzle as presented to you with right side up isn't great because the 12 o'clock here is the middle of the red. So you don't want to start there. Much better to start in the smallest sliver. To me, that looks like the bright yellow.
Yeah. And then I guess communication as well, it plays a factor, right? Because there's no clear up, down.
Right.
Everything's a bird.
Everything's a bird.
Yeah, and if you're not an ornithologist and aren't familiar with every particular bird species, it could throw you for a loop. So being able to be as specific as you can without throwing your partner under the bus becomes really important. SJ and Dan over there on the right, they are a well-practiced pair. They've won several Gibson's competitions over the years. They came in 4th last year for the pair. They are doing so well. And over on the left, we have Sarah and Claire who are cruising through this. I really like that tactic of creating chunks where you can, but moving on. The snag, and we always talk about trade-offs in speed puzzling. One of the trade-offs in pairs is that you can end up leaving lots of little projects that can clog up the field. But they are such strong puzzlers, they're going to be able to dig their way out.
This also, I don't read that as like a pile that's chaotic there. I'm seeing the strategy that they're kind of, when you're doing a circle, you can think about doing it in slices like a pie or in ringlets like a dartboard. And look at Rachel and Emma. There's a great example of that. You can already see the layers starting to take shape here. And they are not, this is actually a good strategy. They're pitching as much of the border as they can away from the pile, but they're going to save closing the border that's closer to the pile until later on.
Because you don't need it until you need it. If you keep it disconnected, it saves you space so that way you have that room to maneuver. It's so slick to be able to do that.
And it's interesting to see that they have gone with that border rather than the inside out strategy.
Yep. It looks like I think they may have already pulled the center the center ring. It's on the tail of the
Yeah,
light
I'm not
purple.
sure I see a
yeah.
true
Yeah,
center
no,
there.
the-
Oh, there it is.
yeah,
Okay,
yes,
yeah.
yeah, it's
hard to see white on white, isn't it? Like we're having a hard time. It's certainly going to challenge the pairs.
Mhm.
White table, white pieces.
Yep.
Over on the left, you can see Chloe Hemsworth and James Fawcett. They've done a big sort up front. Look, they've pulled all of that yellow and green over to the lower right. I think they've left a lot of the blue in the middle, up into the upper left-hand corner. I think that's going to be some of the red. So I think they've tried to divide this a little in half, or at least in a set of quarters, and then they'll kind of rotate and combine those two.
I'm going to make an estimation though here. Like usually, Jim, that's your game, estimating numbers of pieces. But like if I'm evaluating this thing, imagining doing it myself,
Yeah.
I bet you, even if you did what amounts to a full sort of like the brightest colors, I bet you there's still going to be over 100 pieces left that are non-sortable, like
Yeah.
miscellaneous feet.
Yeah.
Right? And
Yeah.
that's a really big pile. Space management is going to be such an issue here. So I'm fascinated to see early signs of space management strategy, because you're
Yeah.
going to need it down to the last piece here.
Yeah. Oh. Can I just take the moment to say thank you both for being here today? I love listening to you both on the live stream and just sitting here. I'm just like, I feel like I'm watching baseball or something. It's incredible. I love you guys.
Well,
So
thank you
thanks
so much for having us. It's a real honor to be a part of this, and like I'm just overjoyed to be able to share puzzling with everybody. So it's really great.
You guys really know how to throw a party here. This is just such a
party's
fabulous
later,
fun game.
Mari. The
Oh,
party's
big,
Look at the
big
big
connection.
joints.
Yeah, Rachel and Emma, we just got the first full from the center to the outside ring.
Nice.
If I remember right, I think it's a 13 13
13
pieces from
rows.
the center to the outside in terms of rungs. So that's at least that. They have probably about four lines around that. So they're probably about 120 pieces in at the 12-minute and 11-second line.
incredible.
And I'm seeing more than the piece count. Like they're doing what I was talking about, that it's a pie
Yeah.
slice
Yeah,
idea,
yeah, it's a
and
wedge,
they've
isn't it?
decided
Yep.
that the smallest is the purples, which is another great decision,
Yep.
as long as you don't accidentally get the pinks mixed in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this is really good discernment. And then so they're going to work like two sides of a clock, that Emma will go down one side and Rachel down the other.
Great strategy,
really
isn't
cool.
it?
Yeah.
We had a couple of comments. Christy Marie Will is saying go Annika. Hannah Hoaxham is saying go Lizzie. There's a shout out for good luck for Elsid and Jim. Not me. I assume somebody actually.
It could be you. It could be you. Take it.
And Jessica Henderson is saying miscellaneous feet is the next team name.
Oh yeah.
Which I think
Love
is great.
that.
And Kay Torrance says hello from Minnesota. So some people in the States woke up very, very early
Oh, I love that.
to watch
To
the speed
hear and to
puzzling.
hear you guys.
I think it's to watch this. Look at Sarah and Claire here. They've decided to put most of that border together, and they're working out that yellow and green. They're trying to get that similar kind of sector work, and they have a lot of that pink and purple lined up too.
So that's the trade-off, right? They've compromised the space to get the full border. So now what we want to see is them really use that advantage. And it looks to me that some of the bigger birds are out on that outer ring. So maybe they're going to try to build, they have their center in, so maybe they're going to try to build both in from the border and out from the center.
And it's cool to see that they've gone with different colors to Emma and Rachel. So it will be so great to see as they all encroach in on each other's colors, just who is ahead later on.
I know there's always the long-standing tradition of trying to guesstimate what finish times might be. Pair circles doesn't have a lot of precedence for it, especially in competition. I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I'm going to say we'll see something around 25-30.
Oh, you think this is going to sub 30?
Oh yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, Emma and Rachel are looking
They're
good
looking
at
so
the
strong.
14-minute mark, aren't they?
Yeah, if they don't get bamboozled,
But
I
10
think
minutes?
Bamboozled.
I'm gonna be optimistic. I think we're gonna see it.
Okay.
I want somebody to even beat me.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah. That
If
would be
you're
cool.
if you're in the chat, let us know what times you think that this circles pairs puzzle final will get completed in here for the UK Nationals 2026.
I'm terrible at the guessing game. I am always too far over or too far under.
I have a hard time guessing the overall, like to me, because the way I experience puzzles is one piece at a time. So I will guesstimate sections, but the whole thing is hard to see how it's going to come together.
I mean, if they got a quarter finished, do you reckon? And if you included the edges, they're
if you include the edges, that's a quarter. Yeah,
maybe
for
more.
sure. And so they're putting in, Rachel and Emma are putting in the anchor birds. They're getting the ones the easiest to put in first. But you can see, like, both of them are so accurate, and how many tries it's taking for pieces for both of them. Like, these are two of the most accurate puzzlers anywhere. It tells you how tricky this is. So well done picking a challenging pairs puzzle. You're right. The 500 pairs rectangle, it's too fast, right?
I want people to get their money's worth. You know,
There you go,
I want you to come in and have to spend time doing your puzzle.
Well, and even that, this is a really good skills puzzle because there's a lot of pairs that where the individuals might be tempted to try to do pick and place on this or try to do some dead reckoning, because that's how you might try to solo this in terms of setup. But as a pair, that can make life really difficult for your partner.
You can see some dead reckoning going on here with Nikki and Kasia, that they're holding up a piece to the box and trying to get some anchors in. So I think there will definitely be parts of that. But if you're dead reckoning with a pair, you have to be so incredibly disciplined about the center of your field, so that way one person doesn't inadvertently move something that somebody else was doing. Now, the other thing that's interesting about Nikki and Kasia here, I just saw it when Kasia's arm moves. She's working. We're not going to interrupt her, but you can see they're actually doing opposite sides as opposed to Rachel and Emma on the other side, who kind of agreed on a 12 o'clock, and then they're both spiraling out from that. Nikki and Kasia have chosen across the way.
Which is smart.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's a bad strategy in terms of how you set this up as a pair, other than no strategy.
Yeah.
You really have to have a distinct idea of how you're going to do this, but then if you really follow through with your early decision of how we're going to attack this, you know, a top strategy could come from anywhere.
Over here on the right, you can see Graham and Jody Parker both doing a fabulous job. They decided to do that full border. I think they're going to try. Yeah, they do try to connect it, and they're working almost opposite directions, doing that that bright green down to one and the red to the other. I want to point out. I think that they are setting this up where the puzzle is oriented not in like a landscape. It has one true vertical orientation. They're not each taking their own side for it.
There's a lot of strategy with the circular puzzles that sometimes you can rotate them. And you have to decide early on as a pair, you have to agree on the rotation if it's going to happen. And you also, if you suspect it might happen, you will have to set things up a little bit differently to give yourself that flexibility later on. If it's me, this is not a puzzle that I would rotate, because it's dead reckoned. It means you need to know where things are. And if the circle moves, you're in trouble.
A lot of trouble. A lot of trouble.
So what you might actually get, that there's a certain amount of strategy to completing the border, and then making sure the border, sometimes it can drift.
Somebody was pointing out, and correctly so, the Emma and Rachel, they're trying to make some of the individual birds in chunks and then place them afterwards.
Not a bad idea.
It's a really good bridge between trying to do pick and place, which could be really chaotic in here, but also getting some of those features built.
A little more island building. I think I would probably go that way, considering it's white on white, right? The table and then the background, considering it's pairs. No, it's great. Like, why not, right? It's better than black on black.
True.
But I think island building is a little safer, because
I think so too.
Easier to tell that it's like this is a thing, as opposed to one piece could be anything.
I mean, you're like, oh, I've got a yellow tail. That could be the tail of 20 birds on this puzzle, right? So if you can make an actual bird out of it and then place that, I think that would be the ideal way to go.
Well, Mari and I do a lot of puzzle coaching. And one of the things that we often find is if you can get a group of about 4 to 8, then you have an anchor that you can work with.
Oh, absolutely. And if you don't finish the puzzle, it counts in your completion anyways.
Yeah, that's a great point. I never think about that. And that is...
You always finish the puzzle?
Well, not always. I've gotten myself into some situations, but that is a great point. Absolutely.
Look at the burst out that Graham and Jody did in that pink and purple region. It's not locked in, I don't think, but they really did a good job of expanding off of those really distinct colors. And I think that's one of the goals that's going to be really important here is, can the individuals change the lenses that they're looking at this with, from going just red into red with a texture or blue with a texture? Like, can they make those adjustments on the fly fast enough to put up a really good time?
That's a great point. That, like, this is called Circle of Colors. A lot of puzzlers really love to look at color. This is the puzzle that is going to punish looking only at color and looking at indiscriminate color, right? Because if you just pull blue, oh my goodness, like we coined a term by accident doing a circle of colors, getting bamboozled.
Love that.
Because you do, that's one of my prouder moments. But you know, you do these sections that are completely like fine. The yellow is contained, the green is contained, the red is, you know, it's big, but there's nuance. And then you get to blue and it's just like, blah, like, gosh. So you can't just say, oh, it's blue, good.
I think some of the pairs here as well will have decided on strategy based on who sees what color the most vibrantly. And I feel like maybe Kasha and Nikki here have done that. You know, Nikki's called, I'm seeing purples, I'm seeing pinks, they're jumping out at me. And Kasha might have her eyes on the yellow more.
Yeah. And those are two good sections to start with because, again, they're a little more clearly bounded and smaller than the others. So you want to get sectors locked in. Once it's locked down, it's going to move a lot faster. Look at Sarah and Claire here. It looks like a chaotic field, but actually I think they're managing space.
Yep,
right?
it's pretty controlled. Part of the question is how many of those bluebirds are actually built together well, but just rotated oddly for what we're looking at. Is there control in the chaos? And I'm pretty sure that there is.
There must be.
It looks like it. Yeah, we don't have to know what it is. They have to know.
Yeah,
that's the important thing. I will say that Nikki and Keisha, Nikki last year in the UK pairs final came in eighth place overall with their partner, with their husband at the time. So now this new dynamic that's here is always really exciting for testing out a new partnership under finals conditions is really exciting.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so here's where we're going to start seeing things. We're at the 21-minute, almost 22-minute mark here. I think that's sub 30. When you said that, Jim, I was like, wow, that's optimistic. I would be so hard pressed.
Sub 25, probably not, but sub 30, I don't doubt at all.
Sub 30, is it possible for Rachel and Emma? I don't.
100%.
He says 100%. Do we put money on that, Jim? Are you a betting man?
I want it. I want it really badly.
Yeah.
They're doing incredibly.
You can see over on the right, Anna Menges and Mara Haller, they are doing excellent as well.
Wow.
You can see that there's some gaps in the blue and the red, but they've also done a really good job starting off on those yellows. It looks a little more patchy to us. I like that they're using two different sorting trays. I wonder if that's going to pay off for them, so that way they can zipper through towards the end there a little bit.
And one of those two girls, I'm not sure which one it was, did really well just now in Qualifier B for solos. So it's great to see them doing well together as a pair.
We're on the left-hand side. We can see Vix and Jonathan Nash. Jonathan Nash just came in third in the solo round a moment ago. Has consistently been a fantastic puzzler in the UK, and puts up times that are world class. So they are doing a really good job. You can see that they're doing a little bit more of a placement outright rather than trying to expand back here. Yes, there it is.
This is a beautiful field. It's so clean. That is dead reckoned, ladies and gentlemen. If you're wondering about what's the difference between pick and place and dead reckoning, it's just how tight you're pushing things. Dead reckoning is the piece is placed within a piece width of where it actually goes. Pick and place is, well, this is generally where it goes.
We saw Emma excel in that in time for tea last year. You know, those teacups in our solo puzzle. Yeah. She was dead on with it. It was amazing to watch.
She's very strong with this. And look at they're just shooting right through their box.
I want to point out how often Rachel checks the box.
Yeah.
That's one thing that a lot of speed puzzlers forget to do during the transition from being casual puzzlers into being speed puzzlers, is that the solution manual is right there and you are indeed allowed to look at it most of the time.
I used to think that looking at the box was cheating. So when I was a casual puzzler, I was like, oh, it's too easy if I use the box.
I was in the same crew,
For me, speed puzzling, and I'm guilty of not looking at the box.
Yeah.
I know that it slows me down.
It's a reflex, but it also, when you're going at pace, it feels like a slowdown, because anything that isn't physically putting a piece in feels like it's going against the goal.
Oh, absolutely.
So you have to overcome that reflex and really allow the trade-off of 2 seconds of looking at the image can give me 5 seconds of assembly on the other end.
Yeah, and sorry, Mara. It's the same with a shape sort, I think, as well. You take that extra 15 seconds, 20 seconds to sort those pieces out. What you gain in the end can really pay off.
Look at Sarah and Claire. That is really coming together. So that was we were talking about. Is it chaos that they understand? I think pretty definitively
Yeah,
yes.
lots of little islands of birds there, right? In the red.
And
blue.
they're actually, because they're mapping it as they go here, I think that's going to fill in really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So with a puzzle like this, you have to kind of get into it once you figure out how
Yeah.
it's working, like what is the system that it's asking of you. Then the assembly really accelerates. We're seeing that happen with Emma and Rachel here, that each section is going faster. We're seeing it with Sarah and Claire. We're going to say, I think down the board, we're going to see.
I mean, Rachel looks like she's having a good time, so she's smiling. So
Yeah.
happy with that. Somebody's enjoying the puzzle.
And that's a huge feature of speed puzzling, is that if you go in, we often say your hands and eyes focus on what you repeat. So if you're saying this is terrible, this isn't working, then it's not going to go anywhere. But if you're having fun and you're like, oh yeah, this one goes here, it flows. I want to point out Sarah and Claire, they were the UK pairs national winners last year, and they're doing a great job. Murray, you're absolutely right. It's taking shape over time. It may not, it looks like there's some gaps, but they are making progress here. But I think Rachel and Emma, because they did this wedge tactic, they can keep sunbursting off of each area and making a feature and then connecting that interstitial area.
They have more locked in at the moment, it looks like, but you can also see, you got to kind of squint because again, the white background on the white table, but there's that, look how much is missing because it is not air quotes blue or red. Like there's a lot of pieces missing, and that's not because they missed it on the sort. That's because it's not sortable.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Those are the miscellaneous feet.
Yeah.
We are coming up on the 26-minute and 40-second line here. In this pairs final. There are some shout outs for Desiree and Shona, Nyla and Roxy. A lot of folks are getting excited. We know that you want to see some of the other contestants, but we are also focusing on a lot of the UK contestants that are right now. We're jumping around. There we go. You can see here on the left, that's Boo and Emma. They're doing this wedge setup as well. You can see that Emma has started to place some of those yellow and orange birds about where they're going to go. With the circle, sometimes it's a little easier to do pick and place, depending on certain elements. But because you can see radially where it's going to line up, you can use a couple of extra external cues on.
You just have to be really careful that the puzzle doesn't rotate. It is so easy to get drift when there are two people, and when you've got the whole border, so you're tight on space and things nudge. The drift is very real. And it happens a lot, but I think Boo and Emma are doing a great job here. This is a really beautiful field. They're controlled, and there's going to be lots to build off of here. Well, I think I'm not usually doing a number, but I think it's 32.
32.
Okay. I'll say that. I don't think there's a 30 on this. I didn't think there was a 30 on it when it came out of the box. I would be thrilled to go sub 30 on this. On my fastest day with my best pair. This is very, very challenging.
I'm going to say just under 35. I'm going to push it out a little bit.
Yeah, that's also entirely possible. This is a puzzle that when you leave the floor on this, even if you end up with the top time on the day, you're going to leave the floor exhausted. This puzzle, you have to fight for this one piece at a time. There's not a whole section that you can just do.
I'm getting really nervous. Rachel and Emma's puzzle, it is right on the edge.
Yep, and it's moving.
And like the circle puzzles, they're relatively stable whenever it's connected in a couple of lines.
Yeah.
But that is certainly nerve-wracking for me. It's probably okay. But you can see that Rachel tends to lean on the puzzle with her left arm a little bit. And so that's going to inch it away little by little over time. And those are the kinds of things that when you're in pairs, you don't necessarily worry about as individuals because you make the quick adjustment on your own.
Yeah.
Also with their puzzle, it's at first glance when we look at that, we're like, oh, they've just got the green and the yellow and a bit of orange left. But actually, when you focus back on the blues, purples, pinks, there are quite a few gaps in there still waiting to be filled.
Yep. Oh, there's a switch.
Oh, there's a switch.
From Emma. I love a switch.
I love a switch.
Because fresh eyes, right?
Yeah,
like even if you're clicking on something with pairs, the idea is to use the other person's brain, and you want to make sure that you're fresh with what you're looking at.
Yeah, when that fatigue starts to set in, you just need to close your eyes for 10 seconds, move around, get a different perspective.
Well, and I want to remind folks at home, these some of these puzzlers just got out of the last round. before jumping into this, some of the almost all these puzzlers have been in at least one of the rounds previously, so there's a lot of fatigue going with this amount of excitement and the oscillation curve of adrenaline of being in the round and super hyped and then being out of it, and then having to go back up again.
And a huge shout out and kudos to those puzzlers that are also doing some volunteering here today, because when they finish that puzzle and they jump up and help judge, you know, it takes it out of you, keeps you in the excitement, keeps that adrenaline high, but it really does wear and tear you for puzzling later.
I love this move Rachel and Emma are doing. Instead of trying to keep working the gradient all the way around, they went, fine, we'll get the yellow line in, and then we'll be able to work out from both sides. It's going to make it where they can use a lot of shape work to fill those to fill in those back slots that are a little sloggy. But look at Sarah and Claire. They've done a great job getting that red sector in, and now there's a little bit of fill in that needs to happen on the yellow and green. I think piece count wise, Rachel and Emma are ahead probably about 50 pieces right now. Maybe a little bit more, but Sarah and Claire, they are so quick once they reach that point of just pure shape work that they can catch up under the right circumstances.
It's so interesting to see, like, Rachel's right hand dominant with her puzzling, right? Everything she does is solidly that right hand, whether it's putting pieces together, and she just manipulates them so easily just into the main piece of the puzzle without needing her left hand at all.
I want to point out Sarah and Claire, whenever I believe it was Sarah just went through that piece pile, a lot of puzzlers in pairs, they tend to shuffle the entire pile. And Sarah was so clean on that it didn't move everything around, and that could potentially mess with your partner if you shuffle those pieces quite a bit. So that's just pro level puzzling, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
The communication is really interesting on this. I keep thinking about it because we always talk about with pairs, you have to be able to communicate what you're working on, and you can't just say the blues. And unless you are one heck of a bird expert, like, and actually your partner would have to be too. You can't be like, oh, I have the northeastern slightly gray jay. So we always say when you're naming stuff, you just have to agree on what it's called. It doesn't have to be right.
No.
So I can imagine myself knowing chicken, penguin, naming these birds like, okay, this one's called Bert, and this one's called Sarah, and this one's called, something like that. So the weird hair guy, right? And there's also when you're placing birds, you're gonna have to agree what to call them. But when we come down to the clothes, the shapes are not standard. In the circle, you have some that you can call, this is a one prong or this is empty or whatever you call it. There are a lot of ones that's like, it's the weird ones, right?
Wonky.
So the communication is going to be slow in the fill-in as well as in the building of the frame.
What I do love about pairs and teams is just that general buzz across the whole room of that communication. You know, the solos is so, the silence is deafening, you know, but in pairs, you just got that nice hum across the room the whole time, and I love it. And it doesn't even look like people are talking that much, but it just creates that little buzz in the air. Oh, it's my favorite.
Well, and especially in this venue, which is really fun, there's kind of this balcony line that people are looking down over these puzzlers, studying every move and cheering on their friends and family that are going. I think Rachel and Emma, they're probably down to about the last 50 or 60 pieces here, and a lot of that is fill in that they're going to be able to do that shape work for. But look at the progress Sarah and Claire have made in just the last minute or so. That's amazing, the amount of work that they were able to just put in.
The acceleration is going to be really, really visible with them now. I've been fascinated watching how fast it's speeding up, right? Because they're also really knowing what they're looking for now. They're spending a little more time in each sector, but that also means their fill-in is going to be faster because they have more information logged.
Yeah.
Maybe not explicitly memorized, but subliminally they really know where things are.
Yeah, and now as they're picking up pieces with color on, it looks like they're kind of dropping into place a bit easier, right? Like, okay, this one's green. The amount of options we've got for green are a lot less now than they were before.
Yeah, it's sort of a game of probability, right? What is the likelihood that I'm going to be able to place this about where it's going to go within a piece or so, and then you can really turn the crank. And that was a great join from the center in through that line of yellowish bird right there at the 12 o'clock slot.
Oh, look at this from Anna and Mara. Holy moly, that's looking awfully good.
This is going to be a really, really top 10, a really close top 10 grouping here. for this UK final. I'm super excited to see this. But you can see Anna and Mara, they're going back and forth. They're working with each other really, really well rather than against each other. Sometimes you see pairs reaching around each other a lot very, very early on. But they're not, they're staying very well controlled. If you look over at Rachel and Emma, they're down to maybe about the last 40 pieces, and this is going to really take off now that they're at that point of being able to use mostly the shape to close this out.
This is where you just have to push yourself. This is an exhaustion point because you look at the clock. It's 35, so
Yeah.
we're past all of our predictions here. And for a pairs puzzle to get close to the 40-minute mark on a 500, like that is crazy.
Yeah.
There are pairs 1,000 puzzles that are going, 45, 47,
Yeah.
right? So it speaks to how difficult this is. And when your eyes are probably just bugging out of your head right now. And so to push yourself, because this close is one piece at a time, and what it takes to push yourself at this stage is really impressive.
I want to point out how Emma rarely looks at the image.
Yeah.
Emma is so good at working out of frame and does a lot of chaos puzzling that she often doesn't look at the box as a default. And now that they're in this shape stage, she's going to be able to go bam, 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 bam. But are they going to be able to reach around each other in order to knock this out? We're crossing the 36-minute line there, so I was very, very optimistic on the finish here.
You were.
But that's okay.
We'll never say no to your optimism, Jim. But
Do you even puzzle, Jim?
Yes, he does. He does.
Once
He
or twice,
absolutely does.
occasionally.
But no, this is also a fun place where you'll see some people. Yeah, here comes the fast fill in. We're looking for accuracy here, folks. This is not necessarily about moving physically fast. It's about sinking the piece. Don't touch it unless it's going in, because where you're going to lose time is the commute back and forth. So you're going to see some puzzlers here looking, when they're doing the fill in, they're going to find a piece and then look for the hole. And then others are going to look at the hole and then go find the piece. And it actually helps to switch from one strategy to another, because it's like switching a lens on your eyes, and it can free up a little bit of RAM in your poor, tired, bleeding brain.
Yeah, look at Rachel. She is super locked in now.
Yeah.
Emma is going piece for piece with her. They are going back and forth. It's almost like they're playing puzzle chess at light speed.
What's going to be really smart for them to do here is to close an entire sector, right? When anybody in this close, they want to eliminate quadrants that they would have to look for a hole. So like if they can get those last two pieces that I can see in the purple and the pink, they won't even have to put their eyes over there.
And this is what makes the judge's life very difficult, is that it can look like there's 20, 30 pieces left, and then these pairs will knock it through so quickly that they'll barely have time to turn around. But they are coming in on the last 15 pieces or so here. Are they going to be able to keep this under the 39-minute line? I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to pull that off.
You can feel the tension in the room is going up, because everybody, like, when you're puzzling, you're not looking at the clock necessarily, but everybody can feel how much longer this is than what it's air quotes supposed to be. And nobody's finished. And it's like, oh my gosh, is there something wrong with us? Is there something wrong with is it just that hard? Right. So that tension, and everybody in the room knows somebody's close.
Like even down to those last few pieces, it's not a definite, like this piece goes here, right? It's where does this piece go?
Yeah. And like where is the whole, there it is.
Get
There it
those
is. All right. 38. Monster puzzle. And what a job. Yeah, they're saying to each other, holy cow, that just took forever. But that's so blasted good. Are we even going to see another sub 40 time? That's what I want to know.
I don't think we are.
I would love to.
90 seconds.
I think we're going to see the pack coming in like 45,
45,
48.
yeah.
And again, that's where a lot of the world's finals puzzles for pairs that are 1,000 pieces come in at that time.
I am loving that the pairs puzzle is going to take some pairs longer than their solo puzzle.
I think that's a great point. That's a great point. It just did for both Emma and Rachel.
Yep.
That I didn't even do that math. Wow. Well done, Annika.
Love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
It's really cool. You can see on the left, Sarah and Claire trying to decide how to proceed at this point. They do have a little bit of a blocked box. We weren't entirely sure earlier if some of those blue pieces were placed or grouped together, but it looks like they're doing a little bit of a clean out here.
Guys, they've rotated that puzzle.
Yes.
They've absolutely. I was like, am I going crazy? The blues were in front of Sarah, so rather than switching, they chose to rotate, and they chose to do it without everything joined. Well, intentional. You don't make a move like that unless you got a real reason for it.
Over on the right, Boo and Emma, they have that red, purple, and a lot of that orange, orangish red lined out and placed pretty well. You can see that I think it's Emma is using the left hand kind of like a puzzle tray and is trying to drop pieces out of that hand to where it's going to go.
Yeah. And you might be surprised if you're watching and you don't do a lot of pairs, circles on a half table. You might be wondering why aren't more people using trays, and it can be a way to save space, but it can also be a way to lose space when you start getting that double deckering.
Yeah.
It can be really hard to see what's going on, and it can work early with a puzzle like this, but once you're down to miscellaneous feet, getting the boards off the table is really important.
Somebody was asking in the chat if some of the artists are there. Does that mean Vic Reeves is in attendance? Unfortunately, no. He couldn't make it on this one, but we are super thrilled. Look at Anna and Mara. They are coming.
Oh my gosh.
They are
And look at
good.
Claire and Hannah. Like, this is great. Are we going to, is Anna and Mara going to finish next? It's pretty close. They have kept the boards on the tray, the trays on the table, the boards on the trays. There's a hole in the bottom of the sea. Yeah, and what I love about these guys, Anna and Mara, you notice every time they've come up on screen, physically they're not moving super fast.
No.
But they're very, very accurate.
Yes.
You like every
Yeah.
time she puts it in, it goes. Right? So you don't have to be physically going like, a whirlwind. You have to be accurate. We talk about all the time that speed puzzling is misnamed. It should actually be called efficiency puzzling.
Yes. Yeah.
Because the name of the game is put the pieces in.
Yeah.
And sometimes if you're moving so fast, you lose accuracy. It's
Absolutely.
another one of those trade-offs. So I love their control. I love their accuracy. It's going to pay off in spades here, I think.
I think it's so interesting as well. You look at some people's puzzles and it just looks clean, and you look at other tables and it just looks like chaos. But both can work.
Yep.
Because
it doesn't matter what we see; it matters what they see.
Yeah.
If the chaos is informative for them. Oh, I'm very excited about this.
I'm really surprised that they decided to go one white background, one black background.
Yeah.
Usually you see pairs kind of consistently pick the same color, whichever it's going to be. So I'm kind of surprised by that, but it seems to be working for them. I think that I think it's Mara that's kind of going from both trays kind of back and forth. Oh no, they're both hopping around, but I think Anna is mostly working off of the white tray and then trying to place pieces in. And when it doesn't work, it goes over to the black one like a piece jail.
I like that. I
Yeah.
do like that strategy as well, because then you know who's tried what.
Yeah.
The system of passing and moving pieces instead of just randomly picking up a piece and putting it back down at a different point on the table, and you don't know who's tried what piece where. So I do like that. I wonder if they brought a white and a black, just not knowing what color the puzzle would be. So instead of committing to just both black or both white, they said, you know what, let's take one of each.
It is a big thing though when you switch that background color, because your eyes adjust. It's like hitting a bump in the road that your pupils have to go, wait a minute, what's happening here?
Yeah.
Oh, we just saw the trays moving around a little bit for them. You can also see that now that they have more of that circle completed, you can put that tray onto the puzzle itself, as long as it's not covering up any gaps that are gonna become a snag later. Claire and Hannah are doing a great job. I want to point out their mascot. I think it's a tomato T-Rex of some kind.
I'll tell you what that is. That's their little dragon from Cardiff, I think.
Oh,
that's the little Cardiff dragon keychains that we got everybody.
Oh, and tables moving, that happens sometimes.
I'm gonna jump out of here, guys. I'm gonna let our pairs winners come on in.
Thanks
Thank
for
you
hanging
for
out,
having
Annika.
me. I'll
Thank
see
you
you
so
all
much.
soon.
Yeah, thank you so much, Annika.
All right, so here they are. They're coming into the close. Anna and Mara, I think based on what we've seen, that's probably our next finish.
They have about 15 pieces remaining between the two of them, and you can see that they're both working in concert around each other. It's really difficult whenever you have those gaps that are in the same side, because your hands often collide. So sometimes trying to communicate with your partner to reach around into different spots is really important, but there's not always a good way to do that whenever it's a Swiss cheese close in the same.
You get a rhythm going, right? I go, you go, I go, you go. So you're putting in a piece while I'm picking one up. But the rhythm is hard to maintain if there's misfires. Okay, here they come. This is it.
There it
This
is.
is it. Yes.
Congratulations.
44 minutes for a Paris 500. Absolutely amazing what a challenge this is, and well done.
Congratulations. That's a really impressive task. And we have a couple of people joining us at the table here. Would the two of you mind confirming that you're humans? It's now
We don't
Especially
feel like it
after
after that.
That was a tough
That was
puzzle.
really hard, yeah.
Let me start off by saying congratulations.
Thank
That
you.
was very, very well done. Tell us a little bit about what happened whenever you opened the bag and you saw this come out.
We were a bit shocked, I think, weren't we? Yeah.
Yeah,
We
'cause
kind of
it's-
thought we'd do it by colour, but even that was really hard.
Yeah, because each bird is by itself maybe 2 or 3 pieces. And like, unless you've got the box orientation exactly right to how you're looking at it, trying to then put that 2 or 3 pieces into the like circle,
Yeah.
especially with 2 of you trying to do that at the same time and have it oriented the right way for you.
Yeah, it was
it's
very hard.
tricky. Yeah.
I started making birds and just hand them to Rachel, and then she was putting
I
them
was
in the
just
right
shoving
place,
them in,
so
yeah.
It kind of worked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was
Cut,
one of
cut,
kind of
cut.
But it was one of those puzzles where even towards the close, it didn't get massively easier. Like the end was still really hard because you just had all the beaks, the like legs, and like you had gaps still all over the puzzle.
Yeah.
This came out, I saw it, I'm like, this is a 1 piece at a time puzzle, and you're gonna you
Yeah.
fight for it down to the end. You
Definitely.
guys just never gave up. It
We
was
were just
awesome.
cheering. Like at one point, we were like, every time we put a piece in, we were having a
Yeah.
little cheer because it was like
Every
we hadn't
little
put one in for quite a while.
It's the only way to do it, something
Yeah.
like this. So that was awesome. A great.
Oh, Charlotte and Ruby are going great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, there's Benjamin and Kiara
Kiara.
are looking great.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's
Yeah,
Because
sure.
these are 2 quite new pairs. They've never really puzzled together before.
But they all
They're
have
doing great.
very, very strong puzzlers on it.
Yep.
Kiara's a world class puzzler. So is Ruby and Charlotte Kirby. This is really impressive seeing how everybody gets on. But at 46 minutes, that fatigue really starts to kick in,
It
and I'm
does.
sure a lot of those pieces start looking very samey at a certain
Especially, yeah.
Start. They never weren't looking samey.
There's a lot of white ones at the end, wasn't there?
Yeah,
Just
a
plain
lot.
white, yeah.
Or with like a little tiny bit of something on.
yeah. We were talking about the
Yeah.
miscellaneous feet.
Yeah.
And then there's like odd bits that will throw you off. Like, do you see like in the green section, there's a green bird that's got like a red tail.
Yep.
So then you put that piece with all the red pieces,
Yep.
and like it's all
Yeah.
that kind of thing where it really throws you off.
Yep.
Or like this guy in the like red, he's really blue, so he doesn't look like he should be there. So like it's all those like little things
It
you
was tricky.
have to constantly be looking at the box.
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah.
Were there are either of you ornithologists? Do you know a lot about birds? Did you recognize any of the species?
No.
I think there was a flamingo in there.
I was just about to ask about the
Yeah.
communication, like it not knowing the birds' names. How did you talk about it with each other? What did you call
Didn't really, did we?
We weren't really talking about the birds because
No, more the colour,
we,
maybe.
we started off doing colours, and
Oh,
then
just
towards the
pink
end,
and
Emma was
purple.
just building
Yeah.
birds and leaving them in a pile, and then I was just slotting them in.
Yeah.
So I was just looking whatever was in the pile.
Yeah.
Pile of birds.
I want to point out here real quick over on the right, Heidi and Christine,
Yeah.
both from Australia,
Mhm.
came all the way up here for the UK
That's
Nationals.
crazy.
That kind of shows you what a
Yeah.
destination puzzling location this has
Yeah.
become. Which is
And those distinctive Aussie jerseys that we
Yeah,
all
they're
have
so great,
jersey
aren't they?
envy, right?
But we had some pretty nice UK ones as well last year
You
at the World
did.
Yeah, you
Championships.
did.
So
Did indeed. Was there a particular part of the puzzle that felt like at any moment where it's like, hey, that was a group that went faster or well, or
Not really.
no.
Honestly,
not a
no.
moment that's like, oh, thank goodness for that.
No.
I tell you one thing, because we Emma started with the edge, and I
Yeah.
actually found it really hard to get going because I was doing blues,
Yeah.
and on the box that is the exact part where the edge is missing.
yeah.
So like all you've got is the edge to work off. So trying to orient from like missing pieces, that was kind of hard.
I think doing the edges right was first thing was the right thing to do.
It was definitely
Yeah,
the right thing to do,
definitely.
because we
Yeah.
kept it in 2 halves for a while,
Yeah.
and worked on our own halves, and then
Yeah.
eventually joined them.
To save space, yeah.
Yeah.
What was the discussion around that? Did you guys go for the edge pretty early, or did you have a
Yeah, we kind of
Negotiate.
We
decided to
knew
do the
we
edge
were
straight
going to do
away.
the edge, yeah.
Yeah, it's a big trade-off.
Yeah.
in a puzzle like
Yeah.
this. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it
Because
helps a lot.
we had talked before of like if it's segments, maybe we just do colors. But then as soon as you see
Yeah.
this one, it's like it's not so bright and colorful, and like
Yeah.
the sections aren't so easy to sort. So
It's definitely a new type of circle of colors. Like we're used to circle
yes,
colors having
very
a little more
different.
color.
Yeah, exactly. It.
Definitely. Yeah, it's not like any of the other ones we've done.
Yeah.
No way.
Yep. A new era in the circle of
Yeah.
colors. Here we go.
A tricky
I
era.
like the old one better.
Well, we got too good at the old one.
Yeah,
Now
true.
try this.
It was too easy.
I want to point out real quick, Benjamin and Kiara, they're doing a little bit of a rearrangement of those pieces. They're trying to split it in half a little bit, so that way they both have a good grouping for them to work on. I think they might have gone like beaks and feet versus not beaks and feet.
Oh, interesting, to sort by body part.
Yeah.
So what part of the bird am I looking at? I wouldn't have thought of that.
No,
That's really cool.
that's clever.
Yeah.
Aussies are looking strong here too.
Yeah, this is really a point where I'm sure a lot of these pairs are, Mari, you were saying earlier, thinking that this should be done by now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you
But
start
this is-
freaking out,
this is a
right?
You do,
grind.
don't you?
Did that happen to you
Oh,
guys where
absolutely.
you're like,
I
this
thought
is
someone was going to finish any second. Yeah.
Because we were saying we practiced a puzzle earlier and we did like 19 minutes.
Yeah, I was
and
gonna
like
say.
that's kind of like
Yeah.
a usual sort of pairs time for us. And this one is just, it goes so much longer. So you just
Yeah.
do always have that thought in your mind that like, is it just us that's taking this long?
And that's the thing, because we know our times as people.
Yeah.
We know
Yeah.
the range that things should be, and we know how to kind
Yeah.
of calculate. Maybe not the number, but we feel it in our gut,
Yeah.
right? And when your gut's like the alarm is going off, like you should be done now. You should be done now.
Yeah.
Definitely.
We have half the puzzle left. What's wrong?
Yeah, basically.
It did feel really long.
Yeah.
It was.
On the right, you can see Katie and Lucy, and they have well over half of this puzzle already cranked out. Yeah, and Shaban and Deborah over on the left-hand side,
Also
they are
looking good.
cruising. You can see that they are trying to do a little bit of pick and place. They're double checking the image very carefully to try to get those in. That blue section, like you were mentioning earlier, Rachel, because it's blown out on the image, becomes very, very difficult to try to be accurate with.
And Katie's on my team tomorrow, and her mum is on a team with my mum tomorrow. So I've got to give them a little cheer.
No, that's a really nice looking field that it's very disciplined. They know
Yeah.
where things in the field go.
And Katie's a real good pick and place puzzler, so she'll want everything in there to be like where it's meant to be.
Mm-hmm.
I'm part of me isn't surprised, but the other part is that we haven't seen more pairs pull out the poster to get a more detailed look at some of those
Yeah.
birds.
It's another trade-off, right? Because
Yeah.
the posters on these circles are huge. The box
I
is
was
too
gonna say,
small and the poster's
yeah.
too big. I did see earlier, I don't remember who it was, somebody took out the poster and folded it and put it on their lap, like a
Yeah.
napkin at dinner
Oh,
table,
so they could
which,
look-
yeah, not a bad idea.
Yeah, you don't have much space at the table, I suppose, to have the poster unless you're holding it in the hand, and then you're kind of
Yeah.
not able to puzzle as fast.
We
yeah.
were saying there'll be a lot of people coming just to do the pairs today, like with someone who might not even be a puzzling person, like maybe a husband or a partner or a son or a daughter. And this is quite a tough one for those people, I think.
It is.
Look at this runoff between Benjamin and Kiara and Sarah and
Oh
Claire.
my gosh.
It's
Piece for
relatively
piece.
it's relatively close. I think Kiara and Benjamin have a piece count advantage right now, but Sarah and Claire might be able to accelerate into this close if it's just shape gaps, but they do have that line in the blue, but it all goes together.
They have a space advantage because the holes are less.
Benjamin and Kiara just swiped all those pieces closer to her. I think it's so that way those reds are right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
This
look
is
at the
gonna be so
acceleration,
tight.
Claire
It's-
and
this is-
Sarah.
It's going to be
This is like me
who's
and
more
Sarah.
organized pair.
Okay,
I think
there they go.
Sarah and Claire are going to be able
It's
to
Sarah
get
and
this
Claire.
there
It's-
two pieces
oh,
ahead.
oh.
Such a great move. There it is. Get that. Oh no, there's three on the left. There it is. Congratulations, Sarah. And Benjamin and Kiara are just a few seconds behind.
Oh, I love an exciting finish. It's the
Very
best.
tight.
Well, and we've said it before. Whenever the finishes are within a few seconds of each other, that can come down to even just a handful of pieces being face down in the pile at the very start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's rarely ever one momentary moment. It's a whole series of things.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
that's really, really exciting. Congratulations to both pairs there.
Really, really great.
And Sarah and Claire were the nationals pairs champions last year.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they've got to be thrilled to put up a solid time
Yeah,
and,
for sure.
and
Yeah.
stay well under the hour. I know there's a lot of folks that might be at home that would want to try to do a 500 piece puzzle with their partner.
Yeah.
A lot of times I tell people it's perfectly fine to not make it under the 2-hour line the first time you do it.
It is.
If I remember correctly, both of you didn't start out at like the 50-minute line right away whenever you're puzzling. Is that right?
I don't know. I think I never really timed myself until we started competing. Yeah.
I mean, my first proper time was in a competition, and I think I did 47 or something.
Yeah.
But I had done some at home in the lead up that I hadn't really timed properly.
Yeah.
So I don't know how fast or slow I was really on
I was
those
kind
ones.
of the same. I just did them
Yeah.
for fun. I didn't time myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you do them for fun and obsession.
Yeah,
Now we do, yeah.
It's like my favorite thing to say when there's somebody new. And I say, "Oh, it's your first time. It's fun." And they're like, "Yeah." And I say, "Welcome to the cult."
Definitely.
And for us now, like this is great because we're gonna pair up at Worlds this year.
Oh,
so like
lovely.
this is just like
Let's
our like
actually
first
go.
road test in an actual competition,
Yeah.
like as a pair.
Everything that comes after this puzzle, you just
It should be easier.
Let's
not jinx it just yet.
We noticed a couple of interesting statistics while we were watching you guys. Annika said that to look at many pairs are going to finish this puzzle in longer than it took them to do their solo.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it did.
And it did for both of us. Yeah.
Which is crazy.
And then a lot of these times, like we are now in the range that we see for pairs thousands.
Yeah.
At Worlds.
Yeah.
Right? That
It shows you how hard
it
this is.
shows you
It does.
how difficult it is. Yeah. It's like you were saying, Rachel, that each bird is maybe 3 pieces if you're lucky.
Yeah.
But none
And
of
if
them
you
are
can
one
sort out
piece.
those 3 pieces, that's even luckier.
Definitely. It's Siobhan and Deborah's first time competing together as well.
They're
So
doing great.
Yeah. Very proud of them.
Here's Nikki and Keiju, who we haven't seen for a little bit. It's looking very good. They're down
Almost
to
at
the
that
fill
point,
in.
just the fill in.
Yeah. And exhausted, right? Like
Yeah.
to push yourself more and more over and over every 10 pieces.
Well, Rachel and Emma, I don't want to hold you from like going to celebrate and just take a breath. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to the puzzle world before we let you go bask in first place victory?
Yeah, I'll say hi to my mom and dad and my brother who are watching in Ireland. They weren't able to come, and this is the first competition I've been at where they haven't been here. So I'm missing them a lot.
I've already shouted out my mum and my dad, but I'd better shout out my boyfriend Mike, who is here and has been a star all day, looking after bags, giving us lifts, and just generally being really positive all day long.
He's been great.
Congratulations to both of you.
Congrats, you guys.
Very well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye.
Talk to you later.
See you in a bit.
That was Rachel and Emma, our pairs 2026 UK National Jigsaw Puzzle Champions.
And say that 10 times fast.
10 times fast. Or sorry, that.
Oh, this is looking good. Everybody's trying to push hard. You can see the acceleration come into hands when they realize, oh, we're actually getting close here. We could be done in just a few minutes. Nikki and Keija are putting on the gas. You see the hands are moving a little faster. Siobhan and Deborah are looking great.
This is the stage where that Venn diagram of accuracy and physicality really wants to overlap whenever you're coming into the close, so that way you're as efficient as possible while trying to minimize the number of extra touches. You can see that Keisha is picking up pieces into the left hand and then trying to deal them out where they're going to go and searching through one piece at a time. We sometimes call that a brute force solve, where you take one piece and you move it around until you see exactly where it goes in. It's a computer algorithm term, not a physical shove. And you can see Nikki doing a little bit of a sort up at the top before she picks up the piece, so that way there can be a little bit of an advantage there.
It is wild. I'm scanning the floor here, looking to see, and we're just crossed the 58-minute mark. And usually you expect in a pairs 500 division that you see over half the room is gone at this time, and almost the entire room is still working here. And we keep saying it, how challenging this puzzle is, and it cannot be understated. So I'm so like, my whole stomach is rooting. My whole body can feel how hard you're working, all you pairs, and you're doing great. So just keep pushing, keep
Nick and Keisha are going to be able to keep this under the 59-minute line. We're at 58:37 right now, so they're going to have,
Let's see if they can do
have
it.
about 20 seconds to close out these last 10 pieces. It's going to be really, really tight. We can see that they're all in about the same zone, and this is where doing those extra image checks become kind of that trade-off. Is that extra look going to save you time because you can see it, or is it going to cost you time because you're looking away from the solve? You can see that they got those last ones in. We just hit the 59 mark, and they get just rotated it. There it is. Congratulations.
Oh, missing piece.
This piece down.
Piece down.
We gotta
Piece
find
down.
it.
You can hear the mad scramble of chairs in the room. They're looking for it. Call it, guys. Call it. It's only 5 seconds. There it is.
There it is.
Nice.
Hey.
Okay. For those of you watching the missing piece rule, the dreaded missing piece rule, if you're missing a piece, at the end there's a 5-second penalty for a missing piece, but your time doesn't stop until you say done. So if you have a hole and no piece available, you want to do a quick check on the floor, but if your check is going to take longer than 5 seconds, you don't bother. Just call it and take the penalty.
And that's one of those tough calls to make whenever you're adrenalized and moving
Oh.
at speed is
And-
where that's going to set.
And time dilated like crazy, right? You can't tell how long is 5 seconds. It could be a month. It could be a year. Could feel like it. And here we are.
You can see over on the left, we have Simone and Jay Catarina Coops. They're coming into the end. As we cross the hour line, they have all of their pieces on a puzzle board. This is what we were talking about earlier, putting the puzzle tray on the puzzle itself to save that transfer time.
And you can only do that if well, you can, but you only are rewarded for doing that if everything underneath that board is filled in. So here they come. They're fighting for it. They're like, we want out, we want out, we want to be done. Come on. I'll say that to my pairs partner when we're really struggling with a puzzle. We'll say, do you want to be out of this? I want to be out of this. And they're out.
There it is. Congratulations.
Just over the 1 hour line. Guys, that is crazy for a pairs 500 to go to an hour and then for that to be a really spectacular time. The entire field is just so shifted here because of the difficulties. The challenges presented by this puzzle. It is such a great thing.
And this is definitely one of those aspects of whenever we're trying to estimate finish time for puzzles, what the image looks like is always is always one factor, but how it sits on the cut becomes a totally different animal.
Yeah, if you shifted this image even a couple of centimeters on the cut, you can kind of imagine it looking at the box because the pieces are drawn in. If you play along at home, I guess this is a brand new puzzle, so you'll have to play along
You'll have
at
to do
home
that
later
in a-
on the
in a-
replay.
in a week or two.
But if you shift it just a little bit, suddenly the birds are on 4 and 5 pieces instead of 2 and 3, and it would make it so much. I'm again use invisible air quotes easier. How it sits on the pieces really matters.
As a quick plug for those of you who are wanting to try these puzzles, they will be on the UK RAV site on Monday. So get your mouse fingers ready to order them pretty early because I have a feeling they will sell out quickly.
Yeah, or hope if you've got a UK friend in the room here, it's time to say, "Oh, will you get them for me here?" Because the shop upstairs has been very busy. People are buying duplicates and triplets.
We see Heidi and Christine finished just over an hour too. We'll double check that time, but a fantastic time for the Australian pair. They are jet lagged like crazy.
Look at the look at the relief. They're like, "Holy moly, what just happened?" Here comes more finishes.
There we go. This is Sane and Anne. They are coming into the last little bit. You can see that they only have that one little gap inside of the yellow, and then there's fill out of the white around. I think they've decided one of them is going to fill in the yellow, the other one's going to try to do the fill in of the white, and that's a really good division of labor. You're going to notice that that one of the pair is sort of swiping the puzzle, and they are looking for where those gaps are with their hand. They're trying to feel where the hole is, which is really handy whenever you have a white background on a white table.
It's much easier to feel it than it is to see it. I'm actually noticing over here on Sivan and Deborah's table, do you guys see the piece on the blue border? That means that's a piece they're not sure whose it is, theirs or their neighbors. And so everybody's going to have to remember where that is. There's more
They're
trying to
looking for
feel
the
with their
hole.
hand. Where's the hole?
Oh,
Where's
do
the
they have an extra one? We'll find out shortly, but they were very close to being done. They might have had a piece swap.
Here comes Ben and Emma are getting awfully close here. Oh.
And this is this is one of those things where if you were puzzling in any of the earlier rounds, you already put a lot of juice into your speed puzzling today. So now it's a matter of getting through this slog and also relying on your partner to help get you out of it.
Oh my gosh, no pair is prepared for this. Like I'll come out and say it. Like if you had asked me an hour and 4 minutes ago, is this pair puzzle gonna go to an hour and that still be a top 10 time? I'd be like, what? No, in speed puzzling that doesn't happen. So it's just crazy, right? And everybody's gonna sleep really well tonight. having done all this work. And yeah, Jim, you're right. Relying on your partner and cheering each other on and saying, we can do this, we can do this. And the belief in yourself, even though the alarm bells in your body are going off for exhaustion and for this is too long for what we think a 500 should be. It's really just such a great thing. We see the strength of the partnerships this way. Earlier in the day, I was talking to so many folks who, like Rachel and Emma were saying, I met many husband and wife teams for pairs here, and like parent and kid. I didn't meet any sibling teams, but I bet you they're probably out there. And so that's so fun to get to puzzle together. But this is where you really want to cheer each other on. And you hope you're not the bickering couple because this puzzle would be even longer.
It can make life a little difficult. But everybody's doing a solid job here. This is definitely one where the times are just going to be right shifted. You'd see over on the right-hand side that SJ and Dan, they can tell that the finish is in sight, and all they have to do is keep the physicality and the accuracy going a little bit. They've cleaned out the greens, yellow, reds, and oranges, and so now they have mostly just that blue blowout section that's going to be left. Over on the left-hand side, Siobhan and Deborah, they only have that white background to fill in, but that's really, really split. So the question is, are SJ and Dan going to be able to reach around each other to fill it out? I think Siobhan and Deborah have a little bit of a piece count advantage, but this is some really solid puzzling for both of these pairs.
Yeah, this is actually a cool comparison because I think you're right, Jim, that Siobhan and Deborah have the piece count advantage, but SJ and Dan have the field advantage, right? That their holes aren't so spread out and more they've almost parts of birds left, not just miscellaneous feet. There it is.
And SJ and Dan, they're such a well-practiced pair that is showing really well right now how they're able to choreograph around each other and not into each other all that much. You can see Siobhan and Deborah, they are hitting each of these pieces. They're down to about 15 or so. SJ and Dan, they have caught up quite a bit. They have about 15. This is a tied piece race. So it's going to come down to who is going to be able to push this just a little bit more as we cross the hour and 6 minute and 30-second line.
Oh my gosh. I love a tight finish, but man, it's so easy to empathize what this feels like.
Oh, the Swiss cheese close for Siobhan and Deborah is going to be really tough because of the white table background. They can't see where the holes are. SG and Dan, they know exactly where these gaps are because they're all about the same place.
I think it's the field advantage.
Yep, there it is.
It's the
They're
field
down to the
advantage.
last 2, 3.
They've got it.
Last one. There it is.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Well done.
That was a fantastic finish. And now Siobhan and Deborah, they have 2, 4, 6, I believe 8 pieces remaining in total. Are they going to be able to keep this under the hour and 8 minute line? You can see over on the left-hand side, San and Ann, they are trying to fill in the rest of the rest of those blues. And coming up here, I don't have the names for these folks just yet, but they're doing a great job coming to the close. Siobhan and Deborah, they get that last piece in. They're trying to rotate it around. Sink it. Where is it? There it is. Congratulations. They have a fantastic finish for a pair that have not worked together before. That is a wonderful time.
Really, really great. Oh, and here's another finish coming from Madeleine and Jillian. Yes,
Yeah,
there we
there
go.
it
Okay,
is.
so here comes the pack, as we say. The pack is coming in much later than I predicted. Again, the difficulty of the puzzle, but this is fun when we start getting puzzles finishes coming in on top of each other, and then the energy in the room starts to really build because everybody feels that the finish is near and possible. They're gonna get it done.
So we have our top 10 placements right now, but we don't necessarily have our full top 10 UK component just yet. So everybody is going to keep on puzzling as quickly as they can to see where they can end up stacking up. It can be really disorienting whenever you start hearing applause from different sides of the room to know where you're at in the standings. So it becomes wildly important to keep pushing through. You can see over here on the right, that's Vix and Jonathan Nash getting ready to come to the last 15 pieces or so, trying to get these ones in. You can see that they're trying to almost brute force this. If they don't get it in, they put it off to the side like a piece jail.
You're right about you lose track of time at this point, especially when it's outside of what your body clock knows. And everybody can keep track of the first 2, maybe 3 applauses, but then it's just, noise in the room. And so every piece counts, everything you push for.
Janie and Zach, strong finish there, just over an hour 9. They did a wonderful job last year and at Worlds. They both worked with other people last year and at Worlds. They did a great job. Vix and Jonathan Nash closing out
there it
just
is.
over an hour 9:25.
Well done, you guys. Very well done.
Looking around the room, there are a lot of pairs that are starting to get very close.
Yes.
To being able to finish up this puzzle and call it complete. It is not easy by any stretch of the imagination.
That's a nice shot of the room that we're seeing here. You can see how full it is at 109, right? Because everybody's still working, and you can see a lot of puzzles getting close, getting very close. It's fun watching when people finish. There's like phases. There's the like eyes bugging out of your head, like, what just happened to me? That was a year I've been puzzling. And then you see them go, holy cow, we finished. And then big smiles and relief, right? as they're like, we made it. I think this is going to be a puzzle that people talk about for a while. Like there's puzzles that end up going down in legend. Like you hear a lot of folks here invoking last year's solo final, the teacups, as like an experience that we all went through together. And so I think that the bird circle is going to be something that gets talked about. Even people who weren't here are going to be like, oh my gosh, the birds.
See on the left, this is Trina and Andrea getting ready to finish this puzzle up, and Helen and Catherine over on the right. They're maybe about 25 pieces out, and you can see that they're trying to really pick certain sections of the puzzle out. And as a general reminder, it gets the pressure cranks up whenever you suddenly find a camera right at your table.
Yeah.
It can be a little surprising, and there's that moment of, oh, I have to get something in now, and it can throw you off a little bit. I sometimes joke with people that we coach that your ability to puzzle goes down by about 6% once a camera shows.
For sure. And then there's the thing where, the camera comes up and you're like, oh, does that mean I'm close? But then sometimes they'll come close and they'll have a shot and then they'll walk away and then you go, oh, maybe I'm not. And so you have to feel independently from the camera, but it's very difficult. Oh, nice pick up there on the circle. Oh, and a put down too. Harder than it looks.
I do just want to give a shout out again to this artwork by Jim Moore / Vic Reeves. It's such a cool design to be able to have picked all of those different colors and hues and also have accurate representations of those birds. This isn't just they took a pigeon and then recolored every pigeon.
Yeah, no, it's really beautiful. The detail is stunning. Might be hard to appreciate all of it at speed. This is a puzzle that if I were speeding it, I'd be ready to like go home and do it slowly and really appreciate every little bit of every bird. So the miscellaneous feet become, oh, look at the elegant toes of the flamingo.
Clark Kent in the comments was saying that the composition of the birds and the teacups is very similar, objects on a white background.
Mm-hmm.
And that may be a little bit of a consistent theme between some of these puzzles. And this is really slick because it's a gradient kind of puzzle. It's a gradient kind of puzzle without it necessarily being a full-on gradient.
Yeah.
And I love it when you have to use different tools from the different skills from the tool belt in order to be successful.
Because this isn't a gradient assembly at all. The assembly is blocks and fill-in, right? When we talk about a gradient assembly, usually what we mean is continuous color, so we can sunburst, right, build pieces off of pieces that are already there. So this image looks like a gradient and would be called a gradient on a shelf or if you see it across the room, but when you're assembling it, it does not behave like a gradient at all, other than which chunk of the puzzle a certain color goes in.
Let's see, Katie and Lucy here getting ready to wrap this one up at an hour 13:23. Those yellows and oranges causing havoc for a lot of our puzzlers, but it really is a game of how do these pairs see those different shades? Helen and Catherine also wrapping up here.
Mm-hmm. It is interesting looking at the finishes. Like it is a scattered close for everybody, which I think we all kind of predicted. But looking at which quadrants people are finishing in, which quadrants are the last to assemble, it's mixed. We're seeing yellows, we're seeing blues, we're seeing some reds. So yeah, it's not like there was one section that was the way to go. It was about what you saw.
I was trying to think of where, if I was puzzling this one, where I might close, and I think I would close the lid to begin with, mostly because I struggle mightily with these kinds of things.
I was thinking I would close my eyes and take a nap. It's
No,
so
it's a beautiful puzzle, and I think that this is going to be great for a lot of puzzlers to train and practice
Oh
on.
yeah.
Individually but mostly in pairs, because there's a lot of communication and skill overlap in order to make this happen.
Absolutely. No, I keep harping on
Yeah,
how
this is
challenging
gonna
this is,
be-
but a challenging puzzle is such a it's a treat. It's hard, but I think this is something that pairs all over the place are gonna really want to get their hands on and be like, because also puzzles kind of come in series. Is this a harbinger of the next phase of the circle of colors, that we're going to get this like broken gradient, if you will, where it looks like a gradient but doesn't assemble like one?
Yeah, I think I think we could see something like that, but I just genuinely appreciate it whenever a puzzle requires you to figure out how
Yes.
to work on it, and not necessarily have a singular prescribed approach that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And especially in a championship, you want to see our puzzlers do multiple skills. Here's another close coming
We
in.
just saw Katie and Lucy. There was a loose piece that Lucy jumped down in order to snag and trying to get it in. Helen and Catherine, they are in the last 7 or 8 pieces. I think Katie and Lucy are going to be able to pull this one out just ahead of Helen and Catherine. Katie and Lucy, they can see that the close is in line. They're trying to check if there's another piece sitting on the ground. I
Well,
think
what I'm
Lucy
looking
just
for is
did
they've
a
got
dive.
that they've got that 3 prong of the bird. Oh, good, they did find it.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't. There it is.
that
Oh,
was the
she's
piece that fell off
she
the
was
table.
very excited
She did a
about
great
that.
job. Just needs to line them up. I think there's a couple of pieces sitting on top of the puzzle itself. Helen and Catherine trying to get those last 2 in. Who's going to be able to pull this out? I think Helen and Catherine are on the last piece. Katie and Lucy are right there too. Helen and Catherine get it just ahead. It's really going to come down to what the judges saw on the line. But congratulations to both pairs there. That was a fantastic close.
Finishes like that, you look at how many groups of really tight finishes we've had here. That's effectively a tie, right? Because like Jim was saying on the dump, when you dump the pieces out, that's the difference of somebody having 2 or 3 more pieces upside down than the other person, and that's got nothing to do with skill. And that's why in puzzling, it's fun for us to think of our puzzlers in tiers of experience rather than in an absolute ranking, because this isn't a sport that works in an absolute ranking. Like, who's to say if it's a slightly different puzzle, or if the dump comes out slightly differently, or if you have to change strategy in the middle, or you drop a piece. So many things can happen
Yeah,
that are not under your control.
Yeah, there's a lot of uncertainties in speed puzzling, but what is certain right now is that Aaron Madeley and Sophie Foster are going to try to crush the rest of this puzzle. Sophie Foster, aka the silent assassin of puzzling, is doing a fantastic job right here. Again, using the left hand, trying to get those pieces in. We can see Roxanne and Nyla over on the left-hand side working those blues from the inside out. There's a lot of gaps that are left, so I wonder if they're going to try that strategy of splitting the pieces up a little bit, doing a little bit of a sort. We often say that extra sort can lead to a double touch, but if it's helping you visualize the pieces a little bit better so that way you can make progress, that's the way to go.
Yeah, and there's so many ways to sort, right? You could say, oh, I'll take the super white ones, and you take the ones with the blue tidbits, or I loved the feet and beaks that we saw. You could do it by, oh, I'll take a quadrant and I'm gonna fill the hole, right? Look at the hole and then find the piece to try and close in so there aren't sections with loose gaps, and we just know it's done and we don't have to look there again. So it's a decision that everybody's gonna have to be making right about now when they're coming in for the close.
Yeah.
And
we're just talking with a couple of people here. Just a second here. We're gonna try to get some humans to come say hi for just a moment.
Hello. I'm not sure if you'll rate my moment, but I'll talk.
Yeah, Mom,
Go
come on
on.
over.
Yeah.
We won't bite. I promise.
We've been talking about the cool family pairs that are working here. So congratulations, you guys, on finishing. Can you introduce yourselves, please, and tell us who you are to each other?
I'm Katie.
I'm Lucy, and I am Katie's mother.
Yay!
And there's a running bit today. Can you confirm that you're both humans?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, I'll take it.
I love how it's a question mark after
Has
such a challenging
Has the answer
puzzle.
not always been yes?
I can't confirm or deny. You'll have to watch the stream.
Tell us about your experience with these beautiful rainbow birds.
It's a beautiful picture.
Yeah.
But for a pairs puzzle, having the tiny, tiny detail on it makes it really tough. I had to use the big fold-out poster.
Oh, you
which
did
of
use it?
course,
Yeah.
which of course is A, it's enormous, so
Yeah,
comes
it gets
up
in the
the
way a
table,
little bit.
and B, the scale is completely different to the actual puzzle you're doing, so it kind of confused me slightly. But yeah, I'd just like to thank Katie for taking the hit of having her mother with her, and she would have done so much better without me. But I appreciate.
I'm not sure about that.
I can be your good excuse.
I mean, I think we did really well. It didn't feel like we were doing well because it took so long, but
It took everyone quite a bit of
So
time.
long.
yeah, 100%. So
Annika was
we did well.
Annika was saying earlier that it was intentional, that they really wanted a pairs puzzle that was not going to be over in a flash.
Okay.
They were looking for something really
Yeah.
challenging.
Yeah, they found it.
Yeah, they did. They
They
did.
did very well in that goal.
It might be a little while before we redo this.
Maybe calmly.
Yeah.
With a cup of tea.
Not at speed.
Not at speed.
Are you guys bird people? Did you know what these things were? Or you're like, it's
At
poofy head.
all. Yeah, I did say at one point, I think maybe if I knew birds,
Could
this would be
identify
easier.
parts of it, especially if you're communicating with each other.
Yeah.
So
You
when we
knew
were doing
you
the
were
one-
doing the cockatoos. And
I
you
knew,
knew
I knew
that.
the cockatoos.
Oh.
I remember in Cardiff saying pink lady dress, pink lady dress.
Yes. But I knew what you meant.
you
Yeah.
knew,
I think doing it with family is good because you know each other very well. So
Mhm.
you can communicate in shorthand.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
And you don't take offence if
No,
somebody shouts
yeah,
at you.
you just yell at each other.
You either don't take offense or you take all the offense.
Yeah.
Right?
Maybe. It works for us.
See on screen here,
I'll just tell you.
Maneki and Chantel over on the right-hand side doing a really solid job. Have those reds and blues lined out. There's just a lot of that miscellaneous feet, as you were saying, Marty,
Yeah.
sort of floating around. But Roxanne and Nyla are down to the last, I want to say about 10 pieces or
Yeah.
so, and just keeping the hope alive here that they can finish up under the 1 hour 22-minute line. I think they're going to be able to pull off, but it's going to be a little close here.
You can see the smiles starting because they're like, we're close, we're almost free. Everything starts going not to plan when it goes this long. Like even when you're assembling well, it's like, I didn't plan to go this long without water. I should have gone to the restroom. I should have fed the dog. I should have like, you just don't plan for
Rarely
it
puzzle
to
for
go
that
this
long.
long.
So
It's part of why they make
endurance,
it's part of why they make the time limit the 2 hour line, right? Oh, can they get it in before? Come on.
Oh, exactly.
Well, we'll see what the judges marked it at, but that was right on the line.
Right on the line.
Congratulations to both of them. For a puzzle like this that does go a while, what does it sound like on the table? Are you two like joking with each other a lot? Are you
Mostly
like
we're
cheering
saying,
each other
I
on?
hate this puzzle.
We sang a little song together about how much we hated it.
Somebody was humming at one point.
Yeah, someone behind us singing a song.
But,
So
yeah.
keeping the morale up, I guess.
It is always so funny. Puzzlers, like I feel like we use that language a lot. Like, oh, I hate this. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I mean, I famously will whenever I'm puzzling a creature that's being troublesome to me, I'll be like, I hate whales. They should be extinct. And it's like I super don't mean that,
Yeah,
and I
no.
love the artwork, but like the getting pummeled by an image is an
yeah.
experience.
Takes you to a dark place.
Yeah, it really does, and you don't have that experience until you're a speed puzzler.
Yeah,
Getting pummeled by an image is like, wow, you're pretty, but you're mean.
Yeah, you were definitely talking to the birds because I kept thinking you were talking to me. Like, and you were like, "Oh, that's you." And I was like, "What have I done? I'm sorry." It wasn't me.
That's what. Do you usually talk to the puzzler? Did these birds just inspire you?
Oh, I
especially?
definitely
I
talk to the
talk to them,
puzzle.
yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
I ask
Does-
pieces where they go. I'm like, where do you go? Come on.
Do they answer?
Unfortunately not.
We'll make it a lot easier.
Would it be better if they answered, or would that be more
Maybe.
scary?
I
feel
dunno.
like that might be a little more.
I feel like
nerve-wracking.
doing teams with 4 people is enough voices in the room.
Whoa.
Being 500.
That takes the voices to in your head to
Yeah.
a whole new level,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
if you start having 1,004 voices in them.
Yeah, not ideal.
And you could just see some of the pieces, right? Would be if they talk back to you, some would be agreeable and be like, "I go here," and some would be like, "I'll tell you when you're older." Like,
So did people start all with the same color?
No, it was a big
Okay.
mix.
It's a big mix. It's really fascinating to see because some pairs didn't even start the outer border initially. A lot of them like sort of picked chunks and then put the border in later.
Yeah,
Some
we kind of
started
did
out
that.
with that.
I wished I'd started at the middle because I think it's easier then to place pieces as you're going out.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I was putting pieces in all over the place, trying to pick and place, and it's just you just can't do it. Weren't enough pieces joining them up, but at least in the middle you can see from the shape of the piece in a circular one that it's a central piece, so you got more of a clue. But I didn't kind of clock onto that until quite late on.
Oh, they've just got a big chunk in. I love it when that.
Isn't that
So
great?
satisfying.
How did you guys, with early on, I imagine there was some strategy deciding were you going to do the border and
I was
Yeah.
going
to
to
the
do
space
edge.
Yeah, before we saw the picture, that was
Yeah.
always the plan. And
to do
then-
the border?
Yeah. But
What
we
happened
did
once you
not
saw?
prepare for a picture like this. I mean, we said literally as we were sat at the table before we started, we were like, okay, if it's colors, then we ignore edge and we do wedges. And so that's
You just kind of,
mostly.
you picked out like red to pink, didn't you?
Yeah.
So I decided to go for blue and then regretted it bitterly. Quite
Yes,
quickly.
blue I think is the hardest section. 'Cause it's so much white.
We call it getting bamboozled in the circle of colors. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Frequently the blue is the hardest. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it merges into green, and then you've got a purple in the middle of the green, and you're like, what's going on? This is all wrong.
So many pieces that were just like black and brown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful puzzle.
It is a beautiful
I'm
puzzle.
proud of us. I think we persevered very well.
It's a big deal. Perseverance
Yeah,
in something like this.
100%.
Huge accomplishment.
I don't want to keep you from celebrating and enjoying a great job. I think I like we're waiting for the official results, but I think you guys will end up in the top 20 for the UK.
Oh,
Which is
nice.
really best.
Very
Well, like
good. I'll take that.
don't
Yeah,
don't hold me to
absolutely.
it just yet until it's official.
We'll
but
find
like
out.
you guys did a fantastic job.
Really.
Do you have any shout outs you want to give to the puzzle world before we let you go?
Your sister's watching. You want to shout them out?
Yes, Alice, Caroline, and my mum have been watching avidly and supporting us very loyally. So thank you for that. Thank you for supporting us on WhatsApp. Yeah, it means a lot. And thank you to Andrew, wherever he is,
Yeah.
his husband, for being here with us on many puzzling competitions.
He doesn't puzzle himself. He just watches and
Supports.
carries around.
Carries the shopping.
Carries the bags. Yeah.
I feel that.
It's very important. If you don't have that person, life is infinitely more difficult in speed puzzling.
100%.
Well, you guys did a fabulous job. You make mother-daughter puzzling pairs proud all over the place, and well done.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. On screen, we just saw Alex Palmer and Laura Richardson wrap up this puzzle, fighting against the birds. I think Alfred Hitchcock's revenge today for a lot of these pairs. Working together. You can see over on the left, Sally Wield and Jane Parker. They're getting ready to finish this up, and there it is. They give an extra pat down for the puzzle, making sure everything's in. We do have
no, it is.
Oh, we
There's
do have a
pieces,
missing
piece
piece.
down,
Where
piece
is
down.
it?
Oh no, what happened? Oh, okay, we'll find out.
We'll find out next time on Puzzling Pairs Finals. Here
The
at
missing piece edition. Oh, they found it. Okay, good. Yeah, they did find it.
Found
Yeah.
it. They got it. Wonderful. You can see here Ben Pennington and Emma Bettany trying to push through. This is definitely where that slog starts hitting really hard. We're at the hour 27 and 50-second line.
It's amazing.
And
These guys are working so hard.
I'm so glad that this is a pairs puzzle, so that way you can have somebody there with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to imagine what a solo time would be on this. Even people who really know the circle cut, this one's going to throw you for a loop.
It's so difficult. I really like this choice for a pairs final because there's enough in here that you can get going on and make a lot of progress on. But then there's also a lot of elements in here that are tricky and require a lot of skill sets, both individually and as a pair, in order to finish it in the time.
Yeah, and different skills have to work all together, right? You really have to do shape work. You have to do a really good pull and being able to get pieces out. You have to be able to talk effectively. You have to be able to energize yourself and push yourself through physically. You have to be able to work against, everything that your body clock is telling you about what a 500-piece puzzle should be. Air quotes, air quotes. So it's just many, many layers of skills, and you need every single one of them. And we talk a lot about this is the UK Championships, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Pairs Championships, a championship puzzle. I think it's well within its rights to be challenging, and I like it when both the organizers and then the puzzlers who actually do it are brave enough to do something challenging, right? That we can do funsy puzzles at home, but championship puzzle should be an experience.
I'm going to do a quick update. We have about 33 pair finishers from the UK, and I think about 7 pair finishers internationally. So I think we have our top 40 locked up. But we want to. I want to clear the room. I believe in all of these pairs. I know it's going to be cutting it close. I'm putting out the good energy. I know there's probably some pairs that may not be attainable, but I still am rooting for you, and I want it to happen. We're coming up on the hour and 30-minute line, so these puzzlers have 30 minutes remaining in order to complete this 500-piece circular puzzle for the pairs final at the UK JPA 2026 finals.
And everybody puzzling right now just has to convince themselves. They have to convince themselves that there is an acceleration possible as they get closer to the end here, as they get more information, both in the field joined up and also in their eyes, right? The more you do of this puzzle, the more you kind of figure out how it's working. You get inside its head a little bit and you're like, oh, okay, that's what you're doing. I see. And you can start to get things in quicker and quicker. In this image, there's not going to be a nice big group. Like you can't do 20 pieces of the same color. It doesn't exist, but you can start to get some groups going. And so here there's Maria and Alice, and there's Ben and Emma who are really fighting for this. I love watching, we can't hear them on the table, but when you watch their lips move and how they're talking to each other and how they're encouraging each other and figuring it out, and sharing information is also a huge part of things, because as you're building, you're going to make discoveries and you're now in possession of that information, and you have to have kind of a composite brain with your partner that you have to convey that information so that they know it, even though they didn't necessarily see it, and they can use it to build. All right, so we've got more perspectives from the floor stepping in here. We got another finished pair. Hello, hello.
Hello.
So, can you introduce yourselves, please, to everyone?
Hi, sure. We're Lindsay,
I'm Alex.
and we're from Swindon.
Oh, very nice. Well, congratulations, you guys, on finishing this very, very, very challenging
My
puzzle.
goodness. Do you know what? We liked birds before we came into this puzzle. We were just saying as we went through. Not so sure anymore, actually.
Well, maybe you like them, that you've just discovered they don't necessarily like you back.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
that was a challenge.
well, we thought when we looked at our time, we were about 1:28, but then we looked around the room and there's still a lot of people going for 1 hour 28. So we realised it couldn't have just been us who found this a harder puzzle to complete.
We were talking about that so much, about the internal clock that we all have as puzzlers, about what time should, air quotes, a pairs 500 be, and your alarm bells go off in your body like, but we should be done, we should have been
aiming for under an hour as well. So when we got 1:28, we hadn't looked around the room at that point, had we? So actually we don't know where we've placed yet, but we're quite pleased with how we've done relative to how
I'm just glad
difficult
to
it
have
was.
finished it, to be honest.
I think it's going to be a huge accomplishment. Anybody who can finish this, you guys did
I
great.
think one of the challenges is some of the birds, the orientation, they're not all the orientation, some of them are
They're looking left
sideways.
and right and up and down.
You're putting beaks upside down in all different angles, and some of the colours that you colour sort, they're then appearing on completely different parts of the puzzle.
Yeah.
So it does just make it that little bit harder. I was considering a shape sort near the end, but we just plowed through, didn't we?
There's a lot of we in this. To be perfectly blunt, I think I've done 3 puzzles with you in pairs before this.
Wow.
I was like a last minute sub.
Alex is the passenger princess for the trip
Yeah,
today,
yeah.
so he's
I've just come along for the ride.
he's had to come and indulge my hobby. Yeah. So
And what a ride.
You know what? I watched the 2 first like solo heats in one of the rooms around there. It's you get into it much more than you think you will. I mean, I'm coming at it from like completely like she does puzzle, I'm doing something else. But yeah, it was good fun to be
It's been a great
first
day.
hit of puzzle dust is free. After that, you start saying,
It's been a really great day. It's been really well organised as well. We're looking forward to coming back tomorrow.
Yeah, no, it's a phenomenal team. They know how to throw a puzzle party for sure.
Yeah. And all through the day, the team that we just met online through the Facebook group, the two ladies that we met, have ended up sat at the next puzzle table to us through the qualifiers and through the pairs today. So we said it's just serendipitous that we picked them to team up with for tomorrow. We've never met them before, and we've been with them all day. So
Oh, that's so fun.
It's nice, isn't it, to meet new people when you come to things like this.
Yeah, that's the whole point, right? It's an excuse to get together. We race ourselves on the clock, but everybody else is here for company.
Absolutely.
And I might have missed this. Is this your first time at nationals?
I did Cardiff. It's our first time at nationals.
I've never done a puzzle like ever to
Oh, you've done
competition.
puzzles, not a
Yeah,
competition.
not a competition. And I think, like I said, I've done 4 pairs of you at home to practice, and they've all been rectangles. So I've had corners to
Yeah,
work
we haven't
on.
practiced any circles.
Oh, you've never seen a circle before like
I've
that?
seen one, but I've looked at them when she's doing them at
They're
home. And
not
gone,
my favourite.
Over the shoulder scene,
Oh,
not
no,
like
thank you.
have your hands in
And
it.
I said to him before we came in, I just hope it's anything except a circular puzzle.
Oh no!
And we looked at the shape of the box through the bag. We're like, it's a circular puzzle.
Yeah.
That's
But at least it's got the gradient, you know. So it was. That was a good one. But if it wasn't challenging, you know, it wouldn't be.
I think
This
more
is the
puzzlers
nationals,
need
isn't
to.
it? So-
Yeah, I think more puzzlers need to start saying like, "I'm really terrified of nice, happy gradients."
Oh
and,
no!
And like hope that they're working. Oh no!
I hate like, you know,
Yeah.
blocks of colour.
I just as like an unofficial estimate, I think you all might have come in the top 40
Top 40.
for
Perfect.
UK puzzles. That's
Perfect.
really
Really
impressive.
cool.
Yeah.
We are quite happy with that.
The times we always talk about, so harder puzzles can shift the time, and like when we're training, we always talk about, oh, this is going to shift like 5 minutes, it's shift like 10 minutes. This shifted the field over 20 minutes.
Really?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Somebody in the chat was asking how many pairs competitors there are. There are 201 pairs competing today. Just right now, you do have a shout out from the Trudgians for
Hi, Dan. Hi,
Friends
Angela.
have been watching us all day from home. We really appreciate the support.
I forwarded them the like YouTube live, and all of my friends at home have literally been watching her do her heats this morning. And we're there now. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
That's fun about being the person who's new to puzzling. It's new to your friends too,
Yeah.
so it's not like, oh gosh, another one. You get to be the rock star.
I can go and challenge all of them now to go and do it. That's the thing I can do.
That's
been
very
really,
cool.
really good fun. I think I had the advantage of coming into this with no fear of circle puzzles because I've never done one before. So I just got to go, I'll just put some pieces in some places.
You know, fear is the mind killer, really, at the end of the day. So,
Well, and you've
That's a
also
good quote.
you've started at the top of the heap of circle difficulties. Like it doesn't currently asterisk get harder than this with the circle of colors. So you can go home and take one of the old circle of colors where it's a non-interrupted gradient, and you
Yeah,
can
you've
do
done
it and
one
be
of
like, oh, is that what it's supposed to be like?
Yes.
That was good.
It's fabulous. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you for, I will say, all the commentary has been good as well. I've enjoyed that. Knowing nothing about puzzles, it's made it a little bit more. I was thinking, what's it
been
look
a bit
like?
of a learning curve
Just
for you,
watching.
hasn't
Yeah,
it?
I've been sat learning new things and learning new strategies. I thought it was just pick one up and find a spot, but it's so much more complicated.
Well, it's kind of the beginning and the end of it, but now you can, when you're watching over her shoulder, you can be like, oh, I see a sunburst going on there.
You
Yes.
think you're going to carry on practicing, ready for next year?
I'll have a breather first of all, but yeah, why not? Why not?
Well,
that was good. I enjoyed it.
Congratulations to both of you. Very, very well done.
Thank you,
Thank you
guys.
very much.
Yeah. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to folks?
Well, they've already shouted us out.
Yeah. They shouted you out. I didn't know if there's anything.
There'll be the young people listening that we know, won't they, at the moment? Yeah. Shout out to my parents if we let
they
them
said
see
that.
the live stream afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Cheers.
Congrats, you guys. Well done. Very well done. Oh my goodness. We are getting ready to cross the 1 hour and 38-minute line. It is about half the room that is still working hard, trying to get things done. And we've got a couple more finishes. Everybody's fighting one piece at a time and just, this is a marathon and a sprint, ladies and gentlemen.
Just breathing through it. Over on the right, Ben and Emma, they're down to the last 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 12 pieces remaining. They're both picking one up simultaneously, trying to sink it in. I think Emma is using a little bit of shape in order to work that out. You can see on the left-hand screen, that's Johanna and Julia. They are at the fill-in stage, and this is where things are really dangerous because it's difficult to see what all is remaining. And at this point, you've been puzzling for an hour and 38 minutes, and stuff starts looking the same. I often have to remind puzzlers that we work with, it's a good time to blink. You're allowed to breathe. You're allowed to take a few seconds and shake it off. Ben and Emma are down to the last piece. They're going to sink it in.
There it
just
is!
under an hour 39.
Oh, and the relief.
And Hannah and Francisco over on the right-hand side of your screens there, they're coming in on the last 3 pieces. You can see some of that classic Ravensburger blue dust smearing on the table as they come into the finish. There's a shout out for Ella and David from Thinkerboy 1. Anna and Julia doing a great job here. This is one of those moments where making sure that the pair is communicating as much as possible and being really positive goes in.
This is also a really great minute. If you're watching on the chat, watching on the YouTube, get in the chat, and whoever you're watching for, start cheering for them like crazy in the chat, because maybe they can't actually hear you in the room, but this is the point where we've got 20 minutes to go. Just about. These pairs are used to being done by now, and despair is a real thing in speed puzzling, folks. So
we say with a laugh.
Yeah, with a laugh, because we're not on the floor. But if I were on the floor right now, I would be sitting here going, "Oh my gosh, is this how it ends? Is this how I go?" All right. So really cheer for your people. Jump in the chat. They'll see it later, and they'll feel you in spirit now. I can say with lots of experience on the floor. So start yelling for your folks, and if you don't have specific folks, start yelling for everybody. Come on, guys, you can do it. You can do it. Have faith.
You can see Maria and Alice over on the right-hand side there. They are down to the last 20 pieces, 20 pieces to go here or so. And it's really tricky whenever it's just those beaks and miscellaneous feet to wrap up. We do have a shout out for James and Ellie from Keyball 3G saying, "Go James and Ellie, they rock my world." I agree wholeheartedly. They sound like fantastic humans. But this is a really strong finish. It's so difficult to keep pace at this stage. We talk about trade-offs all the time, Mary, and one of the trade-offs that's really important is knowing when it's okay to take 5 seconds and just shake it off.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Just take a few seconds, rub your eyes, look at something far away for a moment, so that
Blink.
way your pupils can can dilate a little bit and relax.
So many cheers are coming through on the chat. This is great. Ava and Tom are getting a cheer. Evie and Jules.
Ethan and Tom, go Vicky from Thomas Oak. It's one of the things that I love about the puzzling community is how much they support each other. It's very rare to have pairs of puzzlers or puzzle friends that are like, "Do bad. I hope you." I don't. I've never seen somebody say, "I hope you don't finish the puzzle."
I wish you dropped pieces.
Yeah. You might say it as a joke, but never really as a thing.
It's such a big thing. We always talk about that we're racing ourselves and the clock, and everybody else is here for company. And in this case, boy, do we all need the company. Usually Jim and I are always cheering for the room to clear, for everybody to finish, 100% of the puzzlers to finish. I think that is a ridiculously optimistic goal for this. I don't think we're going to see a cleared room on a puzzle like this. I'm not sure it's possible on a puzzle like this to clear the room. So what we're cheering for is every single finish that we can get. Every pair right now is looking at each other going, "Oh boy, are we going to make this happen?" And so we want them to. Every finish is a huge victory.
Now, we have a couple of new humans at the table. There's kind of a running bit that's been happening. Can you please first confirm that you're both humans?
We are.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I believe you. Now, would you mind telling the world who you are, because they don't know yet?
Amanda Austin.
And aim a little
all
that
right.
way, if that's
Right.
okay. Yeah.
So yeah, Amanda and Becca Austin.
Oh, fantastic.
Mom and daughter.
We go, another mother-daughter team. We've been marveling at all the family teams that are out there, parent and kid. We've got husbands and wives, and
I wouldn't dare do the husband and wife then.
Oh, I see. How did the mother-daughter thing work out on this very challenging, beautiful birds puzzle?
So that's
Yeah. So that's why Becca came along. But no, this was hard. But as soon as we sat down, we saw the square box. We knew it was going to be a circle, because Becca's excellent on edges, but on a circle jigsaw, you can't really go for the edges first because you fill your table.
Yeah.
And it makes it space management really hard. So we knew from the start it was going to be a challenge. And I've never seen so many fat birds everywhere.
Every bird seeing the same shade. I wonder if there's a corresponding bread circle of colors going on to feed the birds. You're
Well,
right, they
don't
are some
threaten them with a good
They
time.
were
You know they're going to
very-
make the like
Rainbow
bird
bread.
palette. Yeah,
There was some definitely chunky feet, and then we were looking for like red feet and white feet, and and then hearing comments around around the room like, oh, I'm looking for this beak, and you're like, there must be about 150 beaks.
I'm looking for beak. Yeah, who isn't?
Yeah, exactly. But no, it was a real challenge, but we did it, and we're glad we did it in the town.
Yeah.
Not as good as last year, but I think it was a more difficult puzzle. Being round, it's hard being round.
There's no way to compare times from between this and last year because the experience is so different. We were talking with Annika earlier. She said a couple of things about them really wanting to challenge the pairs. But that many pairs are going to finish this puzzle in longer than it took them to do their individual puzzle.
I just want to cheer Maria and Alice, who just finished this in 1 hour 44:30 and change.
There we
think.
go.
Well done.
Well done. So yeah, the whole field is shifted over 20 minutes.
Yeah, I can believe it. Yeah, I knew it was going to be hard.
So if your time is less than 25 minutes longer this year than last year, you're actually better.
Yeah. Well, and not to mention, it's so difficult to like cheer each other on through a really difficult section, like where you're trying to figure out beats. What did you guys do when you reached that point of we just have to solve it and it's going to be a grind? Were you kind of like butting heads? Were you making jokes? Were you singing songs?
I think jokes.
Yeah,
I
we
just
were
said,
very
"We
joking.
need a cup of tea."
Yeah,
Let's
like
get it
just
done.
when we get this finished, we're going to have a cup of tea. I mean, like, I think that was 50 pieces in. We were like, well, but it just, I think we knew as soon as it was a square puzzle, a square box in the blue bag, we knew it wasn't it wasn't going to be easy. It's not the style that we kind of like our strengths are.
What sort of puzzles are your strengths on?
Well, Becca's an absolute goddess at edges.
Praise be.
Oh my God. Any puzzle, any square or rectangular puzzle. She's really good. And what we do, because we do teams as well, is Becca's at the puzzler, puts together, and I'm the finder. So she'll shout, I want orange, I want blue, I want stuff. So that's generally how we do. But with this, all right, there's blocks of colour. But so I was trying to do blocks of colour as Becca was initially putting together, and then in the end it became a pick and place.
Well, it's really cool that the two of you were able to adapt to it over time and like switch strategy. It's so spooky whenever something comes out that A, isn't in your wheelhouse at a baseline, and B, is more tricky than it looks like on the surface. How did you go about realizing when you needed to like shift gears and make adjustments?
Oh, it was a slog all the way through. I'm not gonna deny it. It was. I think we cheered at one point when we got 3 pieces in a row.
But I think
that's great.
If you felt yourself slowing down, I just said, let's swap.
We did. We kept swapping sides.
That's a very good move. You have fresh eyes.
Very, very pro swap.
Yeah. So we swapped about 5 or 6 times.
Oh, that's excellent.
Yeah. Because you get kind of like bird blind.
Bird blind. And a new speed puzzling term was born. Love that.
Was it Teapot Torment last year? I can't remember what the word was last year, but yeah. No, but honestly, I think all the puzzles have been excellent. And I'm glad I had the first solo this morning. Rebecca had the second one. But no, what an excellent puzzle it was, and it was. We're all doing the same puzzle, so we're all facing the same challenge. And that's what we come for, isn't it? It's the challenge.
I'm glad you all have had such a good time. I don't want to keep you from getting your post bird tea.
You promised yourself for a very long time.
So before I let you go, do you have any shout outs you want to give to people? You want to say hi to anybody, anything like that?
Just
our team tomorrow, probably.
Yeah, our team tomorrow, and everybody who thinks we're an absolute nut for doing it, because people are like, what do you do? What is it? So all those people that Becca and I are going to be sharing this with, this is what we do, and we love it.
Good for you guys. Well, you are very accomplished finishing this in the time, and you can go have tea and yell at the birds outside. Be those ladies.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Congratulations very
Congrats.
much.
Take care. Well, we were chatting with them. We got the announcement over the loudspeaker. 15 minutes remaining. We're now coming up on nearly 10 minutes remaining. And oh boy, every pair is gonna work real hard to squeeze this out.
It's very possible for a lot of these pairs to finish up. Somebody in the chat was asking how many are left. I think that we have close to 80 pairs that are finished at this point. Don't quote me on that. It might be a little behind. But there are 200 pairs competing right now. At least 80 have finished. We have about 11 minutes to go, and a lot of these pairs are close. The judges are running around. There's a big cheer in the back of the room there. On screen now on the left, you can see Rachel and James Sterling. You can see that they've decided to pull out that poster and use that as a reference to try to get some of those sneaky tidbits to work together a little bit better. Over on the right-hand side, we have Brian and Helena trying to wrap this up. It is very, very difficult at this stage to be able to discern what are the different colors looking like, especially whenever you start putting them all on different sides of the puzzle. Yes, thank you. I was so excited. As soon as we were saying that, they started transferring those pieces closer together, so that way they have a better view of all that they're working.
And this is where you start doing the math on the table. You're estimating about how many pieces you have left. You heard the 15-minute call, even if you're not looking at the clock, it was announced. And so you're like, okay, you're doing the calculation of what pace do I need to hit? Okay, there's the 10-minute call. And you'll see every hand starts moving because they're like, okay, I have 10 minutes. How many pieces can I get in? How close can I get this?
Yeah, even if you and your pair can only get in 10 pieces each per minute, that's an insane number of pieces very quickly, right?
If you can
even
get 5 or 6.
Yeah, if you get 5 pieces in a minute, that's 10 pieces every minute. That means that you're going to be able to get the 100 pieces in before this is out.
Yeah.
It's entirely possible. It's just so difficult to keep that excitement and keep that energy pushing. You can see Brian and Helena just did a little bit of a shape sort. I think they tried to do a little bit of color distinguishing there. If I look over at Helen and Daniel, they've pulled out the poster as well. Everybody's kind of moved to that as a last resort move. But they have their pieces sort of scattered around the circle, but I think it is a little bit, I think it's a little organized to things that have bluish and reddish tint over on this end, and then yellows and greens. So they're going to be able to pull those approximately where they're going to go.
Yeah, no, this is where the assembly is not the most difficult part. The most difficult part is the grit and the belief and the hope, right? The things that you lose at this stage of the game because you're exhausted and you're still in shock, right? Like, what is happening? But it's this long for this kind of puzzle. So we're wishing everybody hope and belief that we can finish this. And
we have a couple of humans coming to the table. There's a running bit here. Can you please both confirm that you're humans?
Oh,
We are
yes, exhausted humans.
Yeah.
Humans, but we're humans.
humans who just finished this puzzle.
Yeah. For the folks at home, sort of aim towards the mic a little bit. Can you
Hello.
tell us who you are?
I'm Helen MacDonald Taylor. And I'm Lynn Thompson, and we met last year and have done pairs together regularly.
Have fun.
We don't live near each other, we just get up. For this one, we did the Cardiff, and again with this one. And the Ravensburger puzzles are just beautiful. Yeah, absolutely stunning. Could have cried when I saw it was a circular puzzle, especially for the table management.
We nearly practiced a circle last night, but did a different one instead.
So we thought they're not going to throw us a circle.
That's always the way of it, isn't it? Like, how many times have all of us had the situation where the puzzle that comes out in a competition is in our practice pile and we didn't get to it or something like that? Yeah, it happens, but you guys did great.
Just practicing the logistics of a circle, though, really.
Yeah, space management. I wasn't sure where to put some of the stuff because although you got the gradient of the circle, you couldn't fit the pieces of each color round the edge. There wasn't quite enough space, so knowing where to put your piles of sections.
Absolutely. Well, talk us through how you guys negotiated that.
Lynn's the faster puzzler, so Lynn started on the edge.
I was crying on the inside, smiling on the outside.
I mean, if you cry on the outside, the pieces
puzzle
get
gets
wet,
wet.
and then
Yeah,
the
you
heart
can't do
goes.
that.
I think it was just a case of doing it by colour.
Yeah.
And then just pick and place on this one. The images are so tiny. Might have helped if we knew what the birds were, but
Yeah. Are you
don't.
bird people?
No.
They're very pretty, but I don't know what they are.
I don't know what they are either. I was trying to imagine what I would be calling them because I know chicken, penguin, but that's it.
Some of them got referred to as ugly one.
Okay, I was gonna ask.
they
I
were
would be
ugly.
giving them nicknames.
Yeah.
Like here's Fatso and here's Bozo and here's Bad Hair Day and
And we were just looking for feet and a head, basically, and then the bodies just fell into place.
Yeah.
I want to. I was. I'm curious because I like to look things up. Last year, you all were 123rd in pairs.
Yes. What were we this time?
This year, and this isn't official. It's an approximate. I think you all ended up in about the top 75 or so.
Whoa.
And that's just from pure pushing through this madness in order to get through it.
Well, that was just our goal for this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. So first time was here last year.
Yeah.
Then we got together at the Cardiff, and then we've come here. So it's only our third time really puzzling together. So yeah, and that was our goal, just to beat last year.
Well, how did you encourage each other during the slog? Were you like joking? Were you making
Bit
fun
of
of the puzzle?
joking,
Bit of
yeah.
joking?
And we swapped over a couple of times.
Yeah,
So I watched. I was trying to watch some videos with some tips on and stuff like that, and just change positions. I think it was got Amelia or something.
Amelia Levy.
Yes,
Yeah.
I was watching her tips online. And she was saying that she'd heard to like let the faster puzzler do the easy bits first, because then you'll get more filled in quicker. So
and which were the easy bits here?
I don't know.
All
That is a
the
good
bits
question.
that Helen grouped together were the easier bits. But yeah, we swapped a few times, and it did help. Really did help. So that was good.
Yeah, we did switch a bit. I found the blue section harder
It
than I
was.
thought I would.
We have a term for it in the circle of puzzles. We call it getting bamboozled. Because the blue sections are often really difficult.
So we switched, and when Lynn had a go at the blue bit, she was struggling too. I was like, okay, it's not just me.
No,
then,
it
like-
is not just you.
Just real quick, we can see on screen Brian and Helen are down to about the last 10 pieces.
Oh, they're gonna finish.
We have 4 minutes remaining. I think they're going to be able to pull this off. Over on the left-hand side, Helen and Daniel are I think it's probably about 25 pieces. So if they're each able to get in about 5 pieces over the next couple of minutes, they might be able to pull this off, but it is a slog, so they got to push each other, egg each other on to keep going, and this is where it gets really exciting.
It's exciting.
Fake bird jokes. Fake bird jokes. Fake bird jokes.
Well, I don't want to keep you all from celebrating because I know we caught you on the way out. Do you have any words of wisdom or shout outs you want to give to the world before we let you go? People you want to say hi to? Maybe
No. No, we're here on our own. We're gonna go party. Fair play.
Congratulations.
Thank
Very,
you
very
very
well
much.
done. It's super improvement.
You guys were awesome. Be real proud.
Congrats. We'll see you later.
Oh boy, here we go. I get so nervous for everybody. I want everyone to finish. I want everyone to get so as close as they possibly can. We're going to be counting a lot of pieces today, and every single one counts. So we're coming up on the 3 minutes to go line. It's not even worth reading the timeout. We got to go T minus. Here it is, T minus 3 minutes.
You can see that Brian and Helena, they're both using their right hand, so you can get this sort of yin and yang position around their arms.
Yep.
So they're not going to be running into each other all that often.
Yeah, it's great.
Which is really cool.
They're so close to finish. You can
Yeah.
see the exhaustion.
Yeah, they're at that brute force component where they're just going to take a piece and try it in different spots until it goes in. Helena sinks that last one. Oh, come on. Oh,
come on.
Oh, is there a misfit? Is there an extra one?
What's
Did a piece get swapped around? Somebody call the timer.
Oh
157.
no, call it. There it is.
Oh, there it is. Oh, it
Oh,
fell
so
onto the
they
ground.
had one from their neighbors,
There it
and
is.
there's on the floor. Oh.
Congratulations.
Wow. Well, that's just a little bit of insult to injury at the end, right? If the pieces are like,
It worked out. On screen now we have Johanna and Julia. They are probably about 57 pieces away or so, but they are pushing as fast as they can. They have about 2 minutes left. Remember, all of the pieces that get counted up towards the end here do count to your final ranking. So even if you don't finish in the time limit, you're still going to get a placement based on how many pieces you get together.
And with difficult puzzles, we've seen people in qualification rounds with really difficult puzzles. We've seen people qualify to final rounds not having finished the puzzle in other competitions, so that the count matters. Every piece matters.
Yeah, and in this, and because this is the finals, everything is going to be that final line in the sand. We can see Helen and Daniel trying to brute force those last couple of pieces. We have about 1:30 remaining, and these puzzlers, I'm looking out over the field and you can see everybody getting that last bit of physicality. The judges are bouncing around from table to table, trying to see who is going to be the person that comes in just under the deadline here. I want to see,
get another finish.
I'm hoping we get several more finishes. I see one off to the side there.
Oh,
yep, yep. Helen and Daniel coming into this last bit. We have 1 minute and 1 second remaining in this pairs finals competition.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Everybody go.
Yeah, it's so tricky right now because that adrenaline kicks up after an hour and 59 minutes of puzzling. Your, the control over your eyes and your hands, it starts getting combobulated, and it's really, really difficult. But they are doing great. I think that Johanna and Julia can get together at least 3 more pieces here in the last 35 seconds.
Oh, I just saw another finish across the room.
Oh, let's go.
Come on, guys. Everybody, you can do it. Dig deep. You only have less than 30 seconds to push. Give everything you don't think you have left.
Yeah, and this is one of those moments where maybe you even look to the pieces that are remaining and try to get a cluster that are outside rather than trying to force everything into the middle. Is there a group out there that you can get together very quickly? But we're doing the countdown into the end. We have 7 seconds remaining.
4, 3, 2, 1. Ah! Oh. Can you
everyone.
hear the cheering in the background? That's the biggest cheer of the day thus far. For everybody who really went for this challenge. Holy cow, or holy birds.
Holy birds.
Holy birds.
Holy birds.
Oh, wow. What a challenge. Okay, so if you want to try and conquer the birds.
We're going to give a second for Annika to finish giving announcements here. We know a lot of the puzzlers are all going to start. Puzzlers are all going to start counting up their pieces. Every piece is going to go towards their final ranking at this stage. I know a lot of pairs may not have finished this puzzle, but the fact that they did as well as they did is really, really impressive at this point.
Really impressive. And if you want to try to tackle the birds, these puzzles are releasing today and tomorrow here at the, they're releasing in person here, but they will be available on the UK Ravensburger site on Monday, and you can grab the birds and give them a whirl and see. How would you go after this? I'm excited to see how I would go after it.
Well, I'm excited to see how you're going to go after it, and I'm going to make sure that you do.
I'm
it's a
sure.
great puzzle to have to do. Just congratulations to all of the pairs that competed today. And Mark, thank you so much for hanging out with me for a little bit.
Thank you for hanging out with me at the same table doing the same thing for once.
I know, you're my favorite person.
Maybe I'll have you do the pairs of the birds with me because I need a pairs partner.
Probably not, but I love it. Thank you very much, everybody, and congratulations. We will see you tomorrow when we continue this puzzle adventure with the solo final, or sorry, with the team's final, followed by the solo final a little later in the day.
See you there.